What is up? What is up? What is up? Good morning. Ooh, Jen McCabe. Is it a Jen McCabe day? Sure is. Again, welcome to the transparency. We're going to get started with day 16 of the trial. I'm ready. Not all for all. Come on, let's do this. Cheers. Hello and welcome to Truth and Transparency. Good afternoon. Welcome to the transparency. Welcome to Truth and Transparency. Not sure if this is working, but
today is not a day to celebrate. With the arrest of Richard M. Allen of Delphi.
take care, Miss Vargas. See you soon, Miss Vargas.
Paparazzi, stop.
All right, guys, what is up? There it is. Trial day 16. Today's 5/22, in case you guys did not know. Is today the day that Alan Jackson says, did you have John O'Keefe's phone? Did you find John O'Keefe's phone underneath him? I think today might be that day. You think? Or you think he's going to save that for Carrie Roberts? You know, catch maybe her off guard. Again, here is I've been keeping track of every single day with whoever testifies, if it was cross or if it was their direct examination. Also, we are completing the Excel spreadsheet that shows each time that anybody entered any establishment in this case. So I've done it all. The last thing that we'll have here is once Higgins and Carrie Roberts testify, and I have their testimonies, then we'll have Proctor, and Proctor will make all of the reports, and anybody that he interviewed, all those dates will come together, and the last to be done will be everybody there's your firefighters, your cops. So I'm just waiting for, I pretty much have those done though, but Jen McCabe's a lying fucking bitch. All the stuff that she says that she got done in a matter of, I mean, she wasn't talking to these people. We have the dash cam. And in fact, at lunchtime, I'm going to play you guys the dash cam next to Jen McCabe's movements when the dash cam. I'm going to see how much dash cam we get today. I'm hoping that Alan shows a little bit of dash cam today. Sidebars was definitely under yesterday. So was the number of objections. So everybody that bet on the under yesterday, you guys would have been making some money in Vegas. Just want to let you guys know that. Who are the Sullivans? Good question. Sullivans are, from my understanding, Laura Lauren, she was the one that set up them to go to like when they went to Aruba. She did all of that. But more importantly, I believe John O'Keefe was kissing Sullivan's sister or something like that. So yeah. Anyways. Let's see what else we got going here. Let's see if we can get, we're going to check in at, let's see if there anything on the ground, boots on the ground. We got the ground. Maybe not. I was trying to get us a look out there in Canton, or right outside the courthouse, rather. Day 15, this is how we ended.
Yes.
You've seen the celebrant extraction from John O'Keefe's phone, which Mr. Lally showed you the other day. Correct?
Correct.
And you went through the series of phone calls that were made and that appear on his extraction report, correct?
Correct.
I just want to run through those time-wise very quickly just to orient you, if I can, and then I'll ask you some specific questions about it. There was a call at 12:14 a.m., correct?
Correct.
That was
Oh, shit. Oh, boy. All right, hold on. There we go. It's going to be one of those days. Let's just start drinking now. Fuck it. I don't want Tuesday. I have no idea what just happened there. My whole screen went black. I feel like Jen McCabe. I can't get anything right here this morning. All right, let's try this again. All right, we got it. Woo! Oh, thank you. That's my breakfast. Appreciate that. What are you guys having for breakfast today? We ordered some Bob Evans. You guys know what Bob Evans is? Let me know if you know about that life. Okay. I was about to say, if I have to restart my whole computer, I'm going to be pissed. Other channels are having problems too. Well, I think it's YouTube, to be honest. It glitches from time to time, but I usually have enough horsepower, whatever it's called. I'm not a tech person. I ordered blueberry pancakes with, I have all my stuff separate, with a side of the blueberry that goes on top of the blueberry pancakes. And then I have a side of my actual, like I want, Bob Evans has the best whipped cream. So if you're ever planning on giving a blowjob with whipped cream, go to Bob Evans and order some whipped cream to give your sexual delight a little extra oomph. Jen is crashing YouTube. She's doing something. You guys remember Varsity Blues, the whipped cream bikini? Varsity Blues came out my senior year of high school. All right. I go to Shoney's. Look at that. No way. Okay. All right. Let's take a look here. So Bob Evans has everything perfectly packaged. I feel like I'm gonna give you like a JLR tour here. Okay, they put everything perfectly packaged for you. Let's take a look. Yes. They have the best sausage links. I'll show you guys what a good sausage link looks like. Like Denny's has the worst sausage links, okay? These are good sausage links. Denny's, horrible. Stay away. Come on, guys, come on in. JLR. Don't you guys just love when JLR's like this eating and telling you all about true crime? I'm allowed to pick on him because I like him. I have props for him. Thank you. These jackasses forgot my Coke. I'm gonna have to call them. They forgot my Coke. These mindless fucks. These mental midgets. I'm gonna call them up and let them know what I think about that. Doesn't bother me. Makes me hungry. Today's episode is sponsored in part by Bob Evans. I cannot believe they left my Coke behind. I wanted a damn fountain Coke. It's the only thing I wanted. Oh, wait, it's right here. Woo! Yeah! Coke for the win! I was gonna say, Bob Evans, don't dumb me down like that. They pay their employees way too much money in a good way. I have a song today for Jen McCabe. It's not Rain and Men either. It's a better song. There you guys go. That's how you complete your day. McDonald's and Bob Evans, the two best fountain drinks you could ever get. They pump that C2. Love it. And then they're totally slacking. All right, let me show you what these pancakes look like. This is enough to feed like all of us here today. And then you take, this is the best whipped cream. And what I do is I dunk my piece into the whipped cream so I get the perfectly portioned whipped cream. Can't beat it. But there you go. And they don't have anything in between. It's just on top. I don't like the cream in the middle. I'm not a white cream person. Only on top. Whipped cream. Again, the best blueberry pancakes you could ever get. And I'm telling you, they will last you for, probably all a week. Breakfast if you really wanted it. Ah, that's huge. It's really big. Alrighty. So this is my song to Jen McCabe this morning. And let's see if my computer won't bust it up. And I guarantee you it's a song that she knows and she's played at her own house for her kids to have pool parties. I guarantee you. Let's see. Okay. What do we got here? 903. Where the hell? Bev, you're ridiculous, Bev. Absolutely ridiculous. Go easy with the sugar, babe. Oh. Is this sugar? No way. Here you go. This is Jen McCabe's song. Ooh.
I'm Joe Goddard. Young Money. Hey, all I see is no shit. 16, 16, 5, 17, 18. Hey, Chris, you don't need the money machine for this one. Hey, step up in the party and them bad bitches be on me. I be sipping on Patron when I'm jumping out Ferrari. I be rocking Gucci, sometimes Louis on retarded. And the ring by shirty, but the shade by Bacardi. He ain't no much crap, I got my man on my money. Cause if my man on gang, he ain't taking nothing from me. Headed on this chopper G, headed on this chopper G, headed on the running round, cause this I'm with the chopper shit. Falling is my hobby, got a honey doing shopping at the 5-star with me, and I'm ever in the lobby.
Welcome, Jen McCabe. Women lie, men lie, numbers don't lie. There you go, Jen. Get your ass up out of here. Let's see what we got. Bev. Come on, Bev. Maybe get rowdy this morning. Again, that's your morning jam. And that is by Young Gotti, Lil Wayne, the whole damn fam. I know every word. I'm going to put you up here, Scott. Let's see. Over under 911, 912. How you not get dinged for that? I'm smart. Me and Lil Wayne like this. I'm ready for the bombs. I think AJ's coming out with a boom. Now, Miss McCabe, you do realize that you did 14 commands on your phone with your ass, right? Yes, I do realize that. Lana played bleach, blonde, bad built, botched. What? Body for Beth? I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Oh, dear God. Busty D. Busty D loves that song. Is Busty D here? Heading out. Heading out? Jen is doing great. She was praised on Julie Grant's segment today. I don't want to ruffle feathers, so I'm out. Busty D, if you think Jen McCabe did good, come on, man. Come on, man. It's just, she's getting fucking pummeled. She's so combative. I think, you know what? It would make it look like she's not getting as crushed if she could just be, it would be like a yes, no, like not a big deal for the answers that are like, so yeah, no. So I was watching another channel yesterday. I thought I was losing my mind. Their smoke alarm was chirping too. Well, good. Hopefully it's spreading. It's the plague over here. These people are out of their minds. I agree. I agree. Anybody that's saying that Jen McCabe is holding her own up there, woo. I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know what to say about that. Busty, are you from the upside down? Hey, Busty, you don't have to leave. You could be a Jen McCabe cheerleader. I mean, that's all great. You know, all opinions are always welcome here. We do not censor, as long as you don't attack people. Holding her own by lying. Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, I would just love to be. I wish that we could just blur out the jurors' like eyes and mouths, but we can like see them. I just want to see if they're like ping ponging it. I want to see. I heard that somebody went like when Jen gave an answer, like they scuffed at it, but. Lana, you are gold. Yes, I'll take that. Who wants silver when you can have gold? Oh, for the record, Carrie Roberts' phone was also like extracted. So we have Carrie Roberts' data as well. I haven't gotten into Carrie Roberts' data yet, but we will. Carrie Roberts' road, like, I feel like she has such a good relationship with cops and firefighters that the person that they would be protecting, if anybody's going to protect anybody here, like, I feel like they have way more love for Carrie Roberts than they do for, Jen McCabe. And Jen McCabe is throwing Proctor. Oh, wait, by the way, she said Proctor Trooper, whatever the fuck she called him. She was so like, Proctor Trooper. These people are throwing Proctor and other law enforcement under the bus saying that, nope, that's not right. That's like their report's wrong. They're quoting me wrong. And guess what, guys? They can get away with that. Let me tell you why they can get away with that, because not a single interview was recorded. Can you imagine that? It's one thing, okay, you don't have body cams, all right? But then when you're actually going to bring people in to like interview them, interrogate them, where you're not recording anything, there's nothing on record. And I think that should be 100% illegal. You should not be able to write up a report that is not accompanied by the audio and or video audio. It is 2014. Even back then, 2022, like in this day and age, no, you should not be doing interviews with anybody that you cannot memorialize that interview. And then you can just say whatever you want that I said, get fucked. No way. Can we kill the chirps? Well, don't worry. During the trial, I'm muted so you can't hear the chirps during the trial. Only unmute for like a couple seconds just to say, Jen McCabe's a hoe! So you'll be fine. Trust me, if you think the chirps are bad, how about try living with the chirps? You guys, if it was so simple as to unplug a fucking battery and put another battery in, you guys don't think that I would have done that? We cannot find one of the smoke detectors. It's in the ductwork. So, I mean, yeah, I'm just sitting here and just staring at a smoke detector while it beeps. Oh, I already took one to baseball bat, but then it made it worse. They said last night to reset the breaker. I turned off my breaker. I turned the breaker off. So how could anything be going on if there is no breaker? I made it so there wasn't any power to my shit. I think I think I'm a pretty smart human being. And so if there's anyone that could figure shit out, well, we're going to literally have to like get into walls. And I've been really trying to not have to. I don't want to have to break down walls to get into shit. I'm trying. Oh, here she is. 9:12. 9:11. Oh my God, guys, it's here. It's happening. Holy shit. It is the carbon monoxide. No, it's not. It's not. And then I had to get smoke detectors that just had battery and weren't hardwired.
Open, you may be seated.
You can make sure that we stay safe.
Judge, we'd like to adjourn.
Is it hardwired?
Well, I
Yes.
understand council wants to see me, but can it wait? Can we get started with the
No, fuck
testimony? It's
that.
already 9:15.
No, fuck that, your fault.
Reading the four issues, but with regard to one of them, it applies to this witness's testimony.
All right, so I'll hear from Mr. Jackson about that since it's this witness. Why don't we come over here and do it while we bring the jurors in, okay?
You know what, Bev? You and your shenanigans. It's 9:50. Well, it would be 9 o'clock if you would have got your ass the fuck out there. And I could see if you looked as fly as that bitch from Florida, that one sexy ass judge. I could see if you're walking in like a smoke show. Okay, girl, go ahead, take your 15 minutes. Looky here, here he. Woohoo, look at her. You guys know who I'm talking about. That judge from Florida that did I think it was the Parkland shooter. She was fine as fuck. And it's like, we can wait for her. Bev comes in here looking like she just got blown by a leaf blower. And then she wants to rush the process because she's late. I've never seen somebody more rude about or inconsiderate about our justice system than Bev. So I can't handle her. I feel like I want to boycott Bev's bingo because of her. Speaking of Bev's bingo, can you pin a link? Yeah. Leaf blower, yeah. That's as close as she's getting to giving or receiving a blow. Y'all, is this the family meeting? Oh, is chat going really fast? I'll slow chat down. Young got it, baby. Come on, you guys. Today, I want to see 1,000 people in here watching with all of us and seeing this. So they're having a sidebar because Yannetti and Alan Jackson want to bring up something that has to do with Homie's testimony from yesterday. Basically how she's perjuring the shit out of herself. And this goes to impeachment and blah, blah, blah. So it's going to be interesting. And then here's Bev. Bev's over here like, well, can we just do it later? Like, what are you talking about? Do it later. Like, do you not know? I feel like Bev doesn't know procedure. There's an issue. That's what we see it every day when we watch trials. It's a preliminary matter. I shouldn't say it's a preliminary matter. It becomes, because it's not preliminary anymore. We're in the middle of a trial. Let's see what happens here.
You are unmuted.
Yeah, that's her. Elizabeth Shue, that's her. Oh, look at Karen hasn't worn the same outfit twice. I haven't noticed. Have you guys? Karen hasn't worn the same outfit twice. I'd be rolling up in there in some hoodies and being like, bitch, I'm innocent. Prove me guilty. By the way, go Bearcats, baby.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of the Street.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Ginetti from Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So the county was kind enough to come in last night and make sure that the air conditioning was working. They were here late. They did a really terrific job. So I think everybody should be comfortable today. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their hands. All right, may we have Ms. Reed, Ms. McCabe, please?
Michelle, please put the evidence give the court and jury in the case.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Yeah. There she takes the stand. What's she wearing today? She looks like she didn't get much sleep. She looked way better on
All right, Mr.
Last
Jackson,
Friday.
whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, as a matter of housekeeping, I wanted to show you a quick set of documents that you saw yesterday, but I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing with the court commissioner. Same, Jim Page document she saw yesterday. Can you just take a look at that and tell me if that appears to be the same set of documents that we talked about yesterday that included the group chats, for lack of better phrase?
Yes.
Okay. Can I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't need to rush you.
That's good.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that this set of group chats that have been authenticated be moved, marked and moved to evidence.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
May I approach?
Yes. Exhibit 98 from the record. Does that cover more than what you covered yesterday?
Exact same document, I just failed to do it yesterday, my fault.
All right. So is there still more? I'm just curious if my form's different then.
Yours should be the exact same.
Why don't I take a look at the exhibit, please? Why don't you come to sidebar, please?
Bev needs to approve the exhibit because she could not have Jen McCabe being blasted from behind here. So again, this is witness 39, same witness as we've seen on Friday, Monday, and now, or I'm sorry, Tuesday and now Wednesday. We didn't have a trial on Monday. I bet you he's going to be done with her by the 1 o'clock lunch hour and then Carrie Roberts. I mean, it depends on how much shit she really, got her hands in. Again, there in the video, you could see, I was trying to say, okay, yep. Paul, there is rumor had it that John McCabe's dad walked out yesterday because of her testimony. I don't know if that's true because I am not him. I have not talked to him. But it was reported that he had left early. And he clearly would have went there with his family or at least his wife. And his wife was still in there, unless maybe he went to take a bathroom break. So again, I'm not there, so I can't speak on that. But Karen Reed's dad's there, mom's there. The guy that's in the way back, all the way to the right, like up against like the pew style, like.
All right, so that
I'm
will
interested
come
to
into
know who that
evidence
is.
and jurors. Sometimes I do have to repeat myself a bit, but this is, again, before you can consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent these messages was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the person who was identified as doing so was the
Yes.
person who authored or sent or transmitted
He's there. He's right there.
the electronic communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication in your deliberations. So, all right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, you'll recall yesterday we talked about the 12 times in your grand jury transcript that you talked about statements that you attributed to my client. You remember that conversation?
Yes.
And in those dozen times, you never used the word or the words or the phrase, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
And your explanation for that was, well, I wasn't asked that specific question, correct?
Correct.
You were, in fact, on January 29th, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You did, in fact, on January 29th, seek to ask an officer to come back to 34 Fairview for the specific purpose of telling that officer something that you thought was important, correct?
Correct.
Which officer was that?
Michael Lank.
And about what time did you ask Officer Lank to join you back at 34 Fairview?
8:59.
I'm not sure. I know it was in the AM. I'm just not sure what time exactly.
Somewhere around 9 a.m. Does that sound about right?
8 to 9.
Possibly.
Okay, so this, literally, we're talking about just a couple of hours after the incident in question.
Correct.
Okay. Sergeant Lank came with Sergeant Gallagher, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Came back to the location at 34 Fairview and gave you an opportunity to provide whatever information you deemed relevant at that time to impart to him, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that at that time, you didn't tell Sergeant Lank that my client said, I hit him? What you said was that my client said, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Incident report, page. Is that the second to the last or third to the last page? It's Mike's. Could you take a look at that report, just the face page, and tell me if that appears to be an incident report associated with this case? I know you didn't draft it, but you recognize that that's an incident report from the police, Canton Police specifically.
Yes.
Could you turn to the tab that's the little light blue tab, maybe 3 pages from the end of that report?
Yes.
I'd like you to read that paragraph to yourself, if you wouldn't mind, please.
Give me a pen.
Doc, Terry, thank you so much. Getting us green all up in this mother. Woo! Okay, Jen's looking over a report.
Do you have that in mind?
I do, yes.
Okay, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What you read just now appears to be a report of the incident in which Sergeant Lank came back to 34 Fairview to give you an opportunity to tell him whatever it was that you thought was important, correct?
Was that a full report or is that just an excerpt from it,
Well-
that paragraph?
That right there is a full report of that incident of Sergeant Lank going back to 34 Fairview. Would you agree?
Well, that's not a full report of what I said, but if that's his full report, it's his full report.
Okay. And in this report,
Mhm.
what he writes that you said to him,
Objection.
I agree.
Objection system.
isn't it true that what you actually told Sergeant Lank when he returned is that while driving around with her and Roberts looking for the victim, Miss Reed said something to the effect of, quote, I hope I didn't hit him, end quote. Isn't that what you told him?
Yes, because she said that when we were driving around.
And then you went on to say
Mhm.
that, quote, she, Karen Reed, made these statements again at the scene when the victim was discovered, correct?
Correct.
And then you went on to say she, Karen Reed, that you thought that Reed may have made these same statements in front of a police officer, but she was not sure, meaning you were not sure, correct?
I was not sure if she made what the police officers may have heard. That report is his recollection. My recollection is I told him that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I told him that he should ask the responders if they heard that, because it was a great possibility that they heard it as well.
But none of that, you'll agree, you just read the report, none of that is in his report.
That's a very brief report.
I didn't ask you if it was brief, I asked you if it was in it, correct?
Correct.
And that's a report of a conversation that he had at 34 Fairview with you for the specific purpose of memorializing what you told him, correct?
Correct.
And what you told him, according to Sergeant Lank, is she said one phrase, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
That's what's in the report.
All right. And again, this was 2.5, 3 hours after the incident, not 2.5 years later, correct?
Correct.
Boom. That's a
Ms.
good point.
McCabe, we talked yesterday about this unrecorded meeting that you had
Oh,
in
yes.
front of Sergeant Lank's home. on January 30th. Do you remember that conversation?
I remember the conversation, yes.
Have you had any other home visits with any other police officers involved in this case?
I went to drop off. It was not a visit. It was myself with Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off. There was no involvement of Mike Blank on this day.
Have you been to the home, the personal residence of any other police officer involved in this case? Ever?
Yes.
Tell me who?
Here it goes.
Kevin Albert.
Who else?
I went to Elizabeth Proctor, the wife of Michael Proctor's house.
Who does Elizabeth Proctor live with?
Michael Proctor.
So you actually went to Michael Proctor's personal residence, didn't you?
I did, yes.
That was in September of what year?
23. I went over.
23.
Yes.
Why'd you go to Michael Proctor's house in September of 2023?
I met Elizabeth Proctor in approximately July or August of 2023. We are two mothers that are being viciously terrorized and harassed by social media. Things that were stated in this courtroom and allegations that were made have torn our lives upside down. We receive hate letters saying that they
I'm
hope
asking you
things.
why? I know you want to give a narrative.
She gets to answer this. Mr. Jackson, the door's open.
Your Honor, if she could answer the question why she went to the house as opposed to the narrative behind her motivation.
It sounds to me like she's explaining why she went to the house. The door was open, Mr. Jackson.
Go ahead.
We receive letters, we receive emails, we receive calls. People drive by our house. There was a rolling rally outside of my house where people just screamed at us. They take pictures of our children. They took a picture of my daughter and put semen on it and said property of some named blogger that I think the defense is very familiar with. So that is why myself and Elizabeth Proctor got together. Michael Proctor was not home. We are two mothers trying to get through the unthinkable together.
So you were upset about the public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of John O'Keefe.
I was outraged because I am a state witness that is being tortured because of lies.
Because of public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of a police officer, correct?
No, it's a social media witch hunt.
I see. So you decided that the best way for you to address that angst that you were feeling is to go to the lead investigator's home, personal home, in this case, correct?
I went to visit Elizabeth Proctor. Michael Proctor was not home.
So just like when you went to when you went to Sergeant Lank's house, and the only person you met with was his wife, when you went to Michael Proctor's house, your claim is the only person you met with was his wife.
I personally did not go to Mike Lanks. It was not Jen going to Michael Lanks. It was Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off, and I happened to be in the car with her. Elizabeth Proctor, I met with because we couldn't take the torture any longer.
And you were later asked about this unrecorded visit at Trooper Proctor's home by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Can you remind me?
Sure. Did you have a conversation with a trooper by the name of Tully, who interviewed you specifically?
She just looked at
about your contact with Michael Proctor.
Could I see the report to refresh my memory?
Do you not remember having a conversation with Trooper Tully?
I've had many conversations over the last 2 years.
Trooper Tully?
Over the last 2 years with a number of troopers.
Okay. All I'm asking you is, and I've got a report that can refresh your recollection. I want to know, first of all, do you remember having a conversation about your relationship with Michael and Elizabeth Proctor with Trooper Tully?
I know I had a conversation with a trooper about it. I don't remember exactly which trooper.
Fair enough. May I approach?
Yes.
It's the multi-page report. I'm going to show you this page. Okay.
Thank you.
Take a look at the face page of that, read it to yourself. And then I'd ask you to turn to the tabbed page, which is paragraph 27.
Okay.
You have that in mind?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, that you had a conversation or an interview, formal interview, with Trooper Tully about your relationship with Elizabeth and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
And you told, actually, let me back up for a second. Okay, was that somewhere in the vicinity of September, late September, early October, when you had that conversation?
Is there a date on it?
Who has a graduation party on a Tuesday night? Nobody.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's a date stamp on the bottom. Take a look at that date stamp on the bottom and tell me if that refreshes your recollection of about the time that that conversation would have taken place.
Well, the date stamp on the bottom is when it was, I'm assuming, entered into evidence,
Right.
but that doesn't say when the interview itself was.
Right, so if you'll agree with me, you know that you had the meeting with Elizabeth, at Elizabeth and Michael Proctor's home sometime in September 2023, correct?
Correct.
If that's dated October of 2023, that's what I'm trying to get to. I don't know the date because it's not dated.
So I don't either.
So do you think it was between September and October?
It must have been.
Had to have been, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Before I get to that, I've got a couple of other questions. You had at some point multiple phone calls with Michael Proctor after January 29th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you remember all the phone calls that you had with him?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a log of your phone calls?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes. Is this what was marked 00 or
It's
00
not.
this morning?
That will be next.
Okay.
Michael Proctor, again, the lead investigator in this case. Let's see how many times.
Thank you.
Take a look at that and tell me if you specifically, there's a lot of calls there. There are blue tabs. You could look at those blue tabs and then tell me when you've taken a look at those.
Okay.
Who has senior prom on a Tuesday night? Is that normal? Again,
Okay.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
hella logs to look at there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Having looked at this set of records, does this appear to be an accurate reflection of the phone calls that you shared with Michael Proctor at some point on and after January 29th?
Yes,
Just to summarize those, and I don't want to belabor this, but there was a call on the 29th at 10:55 a.m. with Trooper Proctor, correct?
correct.
There was a call on the 29th at 12:49 p.m., correct?
I didn't memorize them.
I understand. Would you?
So if you want to give me the paper back, then I could probably answer correctly.
You want to do
Okay.
it that way, we certainly can. May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
She is
Thank
insane. This is insanity. If you can do it that way, sure. Go ahead and take a look.
Okay, first call, January 29th, 10:55 a.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 17 seconds.
Correct.
Next tab, January 29th, 12:49 p.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Correct.
January 30th at 9:51 a.m. You called Trooper Proctor, 4-second call, probably a voicemail or something.
Correct.
January 30th, a minute later, 9:52 a.m., you then call Trooper Proctor again, 21 minutes and 31 seconds for that call.
Correct.
January 30th, same day, 4:45 p.m., Trooper Proctor calls you, 9 minutes and 43 seconds.
Correct.
January 31st, the next day at 11:51 a.m., you call Trooper Proctor for 2 minutes and 53 seconds.
Correct.
That is the sum of those call logs, correct?
Correct.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Those aren't all the calls that you had with Trooper Proctor. That didn't stop. It's just where these logs stop, correct?
I'd have to see my further call logs.
Do you believe that you've had additional phone calls with Trooper Proctor after that last call on the 31st?
I know I did in 2023.
Okay, in 2022, did you have additional phone calls with him?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at phone records.
It's a simple question. Yes, I talked to him. I couldn't tell you all the different times, but I definitely
May I
talked
have
to
one,
him.
Your Honor?
Yes.
He's a lead investigator. I'm a state witness. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. You don't have to even explain that. It's like, yes, I talked to him.
May we approach briefly?
Okay.
Jen. So defensive. All right, so that's interesting. The 29th, 10:55 a.m. Proctor to Jen. He got her number from somebody. And then 12:49, Proctor to Jen, 108. 12:49, that would be either right as he's arriving to make sure that he's that he's there. Then the next morning she calls him at 9:51, and then she's just a psychopath that she just the next minute calls him again because he didn't answer. And then they talk for 21 minutes, and then same day at 4:45, 9 minutes and 13 or interesting. Alan Jackson's gonna get his 10,000 steps in before lunchtime, walking back and forth. Is it lagging? Yep, something's going on with YouTube. Let's take a peek here. All right.
Thank you, Tori.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have the records in front of me. that you will, they'll be found before the end of our conversation. But in the meantime, for expedition, do you remember a call on February 14th with Trooper Proctor lasting about 17 minutes?
I don't know.
You remember a call on February 17th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 28th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't recall. Again, it's hard.
I expect that your answer is going to be, I don't recall, but I want to make a record if I could. So this is not a test of your memory at this point. I don't expect you to have it memorized. I just want to ask if maybe one of these stand out in your mind, or all of them. What about a second call on February 28th lasting about a minute?
Don't recall.
On March 1st, another call with Trooper Proctor lasting about a minute.
I do not recall.
Apparently a second call on March 1st lasting about 2 minutes and a few seconds.
I don't recall.
On March 11th, another call in the afternoon lasting about 12 minutes.
I don't recall.
And finally, a call toward the end of March, March 29th, lasting about 4 minutes.
Again, I don't recall.
Okay. Understood that this is not a memory test, and I don't have the records in front of me, so I apologize about that. Based on the conversation that we've just had, does that jog your memory that you had multiple calls in February and March with Trooper Proctor, as well as the calls we've gone over with the records in January?
To be honest, I had calls with many people. I was in a state of shock for months following this. So if you have the record, I can answer off of that. But besides that, just reading them to me does not jog my memory. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea. I don't want to hold you to a number. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea that you had multiple calls with Trooper Proctor in January, in February, in March, correct?
Well, the ones I've just saw on the record, yes, there were multiple calls there.
And of course, you met him in your home on January 29th.
Yes, I did.
And he came into your living room. You had a conversation with him.
In my dining room, yes.
I'm sorry, your dining room.
Mhm.
And also, Carrie Roberts was there
Carrie Roberts was not there.
on the 29th.
Carrie Roberts was not at my house on the 29th. No.
When was she at your house when she was interviewed?
I believe that was the Tuesday, whatever the date was.
Maybe first? That sound right? First or second?
Yeah, something. It was the Tuesday following.
Okay. And was that with Trooper Proctor or a different trooper?
A different trooper.
And with Trooper Proctor on the 29th, when he was interviewing you in your dining room, that was the day that Brian Albert was also there.
Correct.
And was Brian Albert also interviewed on that day?
I believe so.
So Trooper Proctor was in your house for, gosh, it had to have been an hour.
I'm not sure. After I interviewed, I went upstairs and then my children started waking up and I was tied upstairs for a while. I'm not sure when or how long he was there.
But your memory is clear that not only did you meet Trooper Proctor on that day, you had a full conversation with him. It was in your house. That was in your kitchen, in your dining room, and another witness was interviewed by Trooper Proctor in your home as well.
Correct.
And then you had multiple conversations with him in January on that day, the day after, and the day after that. You've already seen those records. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Then in either September or October, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That's the report that you've already seen.
Correct.
And in that interview, you were asked specifically whether or not you had a relationship with Trooper Proctor and when that relationship started, correct?
Correct.
And you said, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, correct?
I did not say that.
So yet again, this is another example of a trooper completely getting it wrong. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
In your view, did Lieutenant Tully get your statement wrong that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023?
Objection.
Is that true or is that wrong?
Lieutenant Tully knew I met Proctor prior to that because Proctor was the one who did the initial interview on January 29th.
Does it make you wonder why he wrote in his statement, quote, You've
Objection, Your
never
Honor.
met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023.
So the objection sustained.
If you indicated that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, that would be a false statement, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that, Ms. McCain.
I met Proctor January 29th. It's
False
everywhere.
statement. If you said it, would it have been false? That's all I'm asking.
Yes.
On January 29th, in the early morning hours, I want to take you all the way back to 1:30, 1:45 a.m. when you left 34 Fairview on the 29th. After you dropped off the girls, where did you and Matt McCabe go?
We came home.
After you got home, you indicated that you went upstairs, correct?
Correct.
House long to die. Here it comes.
After you went upstairs, you indicated that you got on the phone.
Correct.
On your cell phone, correct? After you got on your cell phone, you indicated that you started searching for stuff.
Correct.
So if there's GPS that you've seen the forensic extraction or part of it, correct?
Which one are you referring to?
Phone. The forensic extraction of your phone.
I saw what you showed me yesterday from Celebrate.
That's what I mean.
Okay. I'm-
Right, part of it.
I saw, yeah, the phone calls. Yes.
Okay. You're aware that that extraction shows that you got home after 2 a.m. or so. So that would be generally correct.
Correct.
The Celebrite extraction shows from your Apple Health data that you actually went up a set of stairs. That would be accurate, correct?
Accurate.
The Celebrite data shows that you actually logged into your phone, did a login, either Face ID or a passcode, opened up the phone. That would be accurate.
Correct.
The Celebrite data shows that you were engaging with an app called Safari to engage some Google searches, correct?
Yes.
That would be generally accurate as well, correct?
Yes.
He's got her.
So
He's got
after you opened up Safari, you indicated that you Google searched something about Ozone basketball. Is that right?
Yes.
That was sometime after 2 a.m., right?
Yes.
Here it is,
What
baby.
was so important about Ozone basketball at 2 a.m. that it couldn't wait until the morning? Why did you search it then?
Well, first I was home, I was wide awake, and I had been texting about a basketball chat, and basketball was clearly on my mind. My daughter had been invited to join a team. I didn't know much about the team, so I just was like Googling to see, because the woman who had given my daughter the offer had wanted an answer.
So you say that basketball was on your mind, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else on your mind in that early morning hour time frame?
Don't believe so.
Ms. McCabe, if you wanted to know in general how long it takes for a human being to pass away because of exposure to extreme temperatures, right? If you wanted to know the answer to that, what would you Google search? What phrase would you use?
I'm not sure. All I recall is what the defendant asked me to Google in the morning.
If you wanted to know, I'm asking a different question.
Mhm.
If you personally wanted to know, how long does it take for a person to die of exposure due to extreme temperatures, what would you put in? What phrase would you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
How
Well,
is
we
that
don't have to
sustained?
guess at the phrase that you would use if you wanted to know something about dying of hypothermia, do we? Did you actually Google searched it?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask that differently, please.
Did you, in fact, use a phrase to Google search how long it takes for someone to die of extreme temperatures?
I did in the morning at the request of your client.
Okay. And what phrase did you use?
I'm not sure.
Get her.
Really?
Get her.
Correct. I was
2.5 years of this, you don't know the phrase that you used?
Objection, Your Honor.
there's so many lies
Okay,
and
there's no
misconceptions
question.
on social media.
No question.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay.
Are you telling me you don't remember what Google search you put in?
Karen was screaming My hands were shaking, and she was saying, Google hypothermia, how long does it take to die in the cold?
And what phrase did you put in your phone? I'm just asking you to say it.
Why don't you show me it?
You literally don't remember?
Again, she was screaming, Google hypothermia, how long does it take to die in the cold?
How about,
And I picked up my phone and I started Googling.
and you literally, to this day, right now, under oath, you're saying you don't remember that phrase that you used.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that at her,
Do you remember it or do you not, Ms. McCabe? That's a simple question.
that morning, I don't remember specifically what I Googled, but I do know what you've put out to the social media.
How about this? Hoss long to die in cold. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it's been
Why
everywhere
does that sound so familiar?
because you've put it out in social media.
Well, I haven't put anything out in social media because I don't personally have social media.
I'm sorry, Turtle Boy did.
So if the world happens to know it, that's not on me, is it?
I guess not.
I guess not. Hoss long to die in cold is what you put in to the Google search, right?
If you
She's
say so.
she knows
Is
she's
there
going
a
down.
reason
She's
that
going
you
down
don't want to
swinging.
admit to that.
Absolutely not.
It's
I
a simple question, right?
no reason.
So say it. What Google search did you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
Say it. Say it. Instruct her to answer the
You were
question.
seeking at some point to Google how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you made a mistake and mistakenly typed Hoss long to die in cold, correct?
You could show me it. I'd appreciate it.
You later Google searched. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's going to be so many memes right there of that little banter back and forth. Drink that water, girl. Get that water.
Thank you.
While she looks at that, Mr. Jackson, can we bring our clerk back upstairs?
Of course, yes. I think we're back to the same.
Thank you very much. Can you text Jimmy and tell him?
Take a look at that report and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
Does that appear to be an accurate page from a Celebrite extraction from your phone?
It does.
Okay. May I have that back? I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
May I have that back for a second? Did you see this, the actual search phrase? Does
Yes.
that now refresh your recollection?
Yes.
But I'd like to have this marked as next in order. Exhibit, please.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Jim?
May I?
Yes.
She looks like a fool.
Is
She's
that
like, it's
Madam
Turtle
Clerk,
Boy.
record
These jurors are like, Turtle Boy?
Thank you.
What the fuck is Turtle Boy?
Move to publish this, Your Honor.
Okay.
She looks crazy up here. She looks legit crazy. You're attacking me on social media. Oh God, yes, show her that. Here it is, guys. MVP moment. Magic moment.
Does this appear to be the document that was just marked as exhibit 99?
Yes.
I know it's a little bit small, Mr. Jason. You see this column,
Yes.
third column from the, actually it's the fourth column from the left, some dates, some data, and then a Google search, correct?
Correct.
What does that Google search say?
House long to die in cold.
Now, you indicate that you did that, you made that search at 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then you indicated that you did it again thereafter at 6:24, correct?
Correct.
At 6:24, you misspelled the phrase and you spelled it as follows: how long TI die in CIKD, correct?
Correct.
Now you claim that those two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. respectively, correct?
Objection.
Phrase it differently.
Sure. You've indicated under direct examination that these two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., right?
I don't know if I gave exact times, but I said it was in the morning and Karen had asked me to do it.
And you claimed that you searched because Karen was screaming at you and yelling at you, Google hypothermia, and you Googled how long does it take for a person to die? I'm sorry, she said something like, how long does it take for a person to die of hypothermia? And you Google searched it at 6:23 and 6:24. Is that right?
Again, I'm not sure about the exact times. I just did it after Karen asked me to do it.
Would you quarrel with the idea that those were about 30 seconds apart?
Okay.
And you're aware, Ms. McCabe, that both spellings, both misspellings of that phrase result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Well, you Googled them, ma'am. You're looking on your phone and you Googled it. How long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKD. Both of those. You Googled them, right?
I did, yes.
And they result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I have no idea.
So my question to you is, why the two searches?
She was standing next to me screaming, shaking my hand. My hand was cold. I was trying to Google it. Obviously, maybe whatever came up first didn't make sense because I had some misspellings, so I did it again.
So Hoslong to die in cold results in articles concerning dying of exposure, doesn't it?
We never got the chance to read it.
Well, you're the one, when you say we, who's we?
Karen and myself.
Well, you're the one holding the phone, Ms. McCabe.
Correct.
So you're looking down at your phone and you see exactly what comes up, correct?
I don't remember exactly what came up.
Well, what came up was something about dying of hypothermia, didn't it?
That's what she asked.
So why do it again? Why do it again, Ms. McCabe? You had the result. Why the second search?
I cannot answer that beyond telling you that my hands were frozen. She was shaking me and screaming at me.
And you see the time, let me scroll up, please.
This is all.
According to that, the Celebrate data, you see this first search that says Hoslong to die in cold?
I do.
What's that time?
You've got the, it's right over at 2:27
AM or PM?
a.m.
Ms. McCabe,
Boom!
you made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying in the cold, didn't you?
Absolutely not. I did not make that search at that time. No.
Realized the next morning, after John was discovered, after 6 a.m., that you had an incriminating search on your phone, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
To cover your tracks, you searched it again in order to overwrite the original search at 2:27, correct?
Again, absolutely not.
But you were nervous and you screwed it up. So the first search you made at 6:23 was Hoslong to die in CIKD, wasn't it?
No.
When you see the search right there, correct?
I see the search, but I disagree with your narrative.
And what's the time frame of that search?
6:23.
And you agree that that time frame is accurate, right?
Again, it's what the report says.
And that comports with your memory of that morning, about 6:23 in the morning, 1 seconds.
Correct.
There's a second search, correct?
Correct.
And this one at 6:24 says Hoslong to die in cold. 6:24:16, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, 18. I was up that great. And that comports with your memory as well.
I remember Googling it at the request of the defendant. Yes.
About 27 seconds apart, correct?
Yes.
But the reality is your first search didn't comport with the 2:27 a.m. search, did it? It was a different spelling, wasn't it?
I never searched a 227. That is not reality.
But the 6:24 search did exactly mirror the search that.
What do you
according
think the
to this
jury's
report,
saying to themselves right
was
now?
the 2:27.
What do you think the
correct?
jury's saying?
I'm sure Celebrite will be able to explain it to you. I can't.
And then of those 3 searches, one of them ended up deleted. Isn't that right?
I never deleted any search.
Take a look at the Celebrite report. Top search. The column marked deleted. What do you see?
I see a yes.
Mr. McCabe, the reason you deleted that 2:27 a.m. call is because you realized that if you were caught Googling how long it takes for a person to die in the cold 3.5 hours before John's body was found, that would incriminate you, wouldn't it?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Did you delete that search because you knew that you would be implicated in John O'Keefe's death if that search was found on your phone?
Objection.
Could you answer that, please?
I did not delete that search. I never made that search at 2:23. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
But he's not your family, is he?
Family and friends.
Is he
Objection.
not your?
Sustained.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:23.
How are the
don't you?
O'Keefes just watching this?
In the morning, I did, yes.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:24.
Multiple times in the morning, yes.
Of the 3 searches that show up that were all found on your phone, the one that you disavow is the one that took place at 2:27 a.m., which would implicate you and exonerate my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Can I ask it differently, Mr. Jackson?
Of those 3 searches, there was only one marked deleted. Isn't that right?
Correct.
That was the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I wouldn't even know how to go in and delete a
That's not what I
search.
asked you. The one according to the Celebrite report that was deleted, the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You would agree that that's awfully convenient for you, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
I don't think he has to do much more
That's all I
with
have,
it.
Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah!
Mr. Lally?
Leave it right there. Fuck yeah.
Thank you.
Get him on the get her on the recross.
May I close briefly?
Yes. Thank you.
Look at the family. How's the family like not even paying attention to this?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Going back a little bit, you were asked some questions about Life 360 application that you had on your phone, is that right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with that app and familiar with sort of using that app to see where your children are at various times, is that correct?
Yes.
And from your experience using that app, how accurate is it as far as location, time, or anything in regard to it?
Pretty accurate, varying some of their locations and sometimes weather.
Have you ever had instances in which you were told someone was somewhere and they were not there?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about Ryan Nagel's truck, correct?
Yes.
And do you know, or did you on January 29th, 2022, did you know Ryan Nagel?
I did not.
Did you know what kind of vehicle he drove?
I did not.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally, please.
Do you know whether or not that was actually somebody else's truck?
I do not know.
Know whether or not on January 29, 2022, Ryan Nagel had a friend named Ricky?
I do now.
But on the 29th, did you?
No,
On the 29th, did you have any idea what kind of vehicle he drove?
no,
This person you didn't know.
correct.
Now, when you looked outside as far as the truck was concerned, did you even see a truck?
I just saw lights, vehicle. I didn't focus much attention to what was over there.
So fair to say you weren't paying attention to a truck you didn't see, a person you didn't know, that you had never seen before, correct?
Sustained as to that form.
Now, you were asked some questions about text between Ryan Nagel and Julie Nagel, correct?
Yes,
And as far as when those texts were sent, you don't know, do you?
can you clarify?
Sure. Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel texted his sister Julie before he had even pulled onto Fairview Road?
They were texting at, about his arrival.
Texting about his arrival, but do you know where Ryan Nagel was when he was texting Julie about his arrival?
I believe he was outside.
But you don't know. Is that fair to say?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel was on Cedar Crest or somewhere else when he texted Julie that he was about to arrive or that he was there?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you know that?
I don't know that now.
As far as the defendant's motor vehicle and the truck that Mr. Nagel was in, did you see either of those vehicles arrive in front of Fairview?
Yes.
You saw them pull up?
No, actually, are you asking if I saw them pulling up or if I saw when they arrived? I did not see them pulling up.
So at some point after they arrived, your attention was drawn outside.
Yes,
And when we're talking about you going to the door and looking outside, how long a period are you looking at?
not long.
So would you describe it as either a glance or more of a, were you staring intently at the vehicle out in front of the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
How would you describe the manner in which you were looking out at the SUV in front of the house?
I would go to the front door. I look out. I saw the vehicle. I believe I sent a text and I went and sat back down.
Now, in any of those times that you went to the door, and do you know how many times you went to the door?
I don't know exactly.
At least twice, is that correct?
At least, yes.
Now, in those at least twice that you, well, at least twice that you saw the vehicle and once that you saw that the vehicle was gone, correct?
Yeah, so I guess actually it was more than twice because I saw the vehicle move as well.
And when you say as far as you saw the vehicle move, did you see the vehicle physically move or it was in one place and then you came back later and it was in a different?
It was in one place and then when I came back, it was further up.
Now, at any of those points in time, did you took a glance out the storm door? Did you see anybody outside of the vehicle?
No,
Did you see inside of the vehicle?
no,
Did you see anybody outside other than Julie Nagel on the front lawn, front walkway, or anything else?
no,
At any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview that night, did you see John O'Keefe?
no,
At any point in time when you texted John O'Keefe after you arrived at Fairview, did John O'Keefe respond?
no,
At any point in time after you arrived at Fairview, or after you hung up from the 12:18 a.m. call in which you were describing where 34 Fairview was in reference to Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe ever again?
no.
And during that about 20-minute or so period of time when Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant's SUV is in front of the house, you never heard anything from John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And did that strike you as unusual as far as him not responding?
I thought it was strange, but then I thought that they just might have decided to go home or had gotten into a fight or Kaylee wanted him home.
Now, you're looking out through the storm door and you see the Lexus with its lights on, right?
Correct.
And from that area, the secondary area up by the flagpole and the fire hydrant, that's the same area where you found John O'Keefe the next morning, correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that area, is there any lights as far as street lights or anything that you're aware of in that area?
No, it's a dark area in the corner of the lot.
Now, at any point in time, were you looking or were you expecting to see John's body on the lawn?
Absolutely not.
And fair to say that when you're looking in the dark, in the snow, from the storm door out towards a vehicle, not the same conditions as if you're standing in a courtroom or sitting in a courtroom today, about 10 feet away from somebody during the daytime with lights on, correct?
Correct.
In fact, when you go back to Fairview the next morning, and again, who was the person who requested or directed to go to Fairview?
Karen.
And so when you go to Fairview along with the defendant and Ms. Roberts at the defendant's direction, sometime around 6 a.m., when was it that you first saw Mr. O'Keefe?
I wasn't the one to first see him. Karen was.
So she's banging on the door, asking it to be let out. She goes directly over to the body, correct?
Correct.
And neither you nor Ms. Roberts, well, you didn't see Mr. O'Keefe on the lawn until after she did that, correct?
Correct.
And that was after you had already sort of driven a little bit past where he was, correct?
Correct.
She's defeated. It's over. She's defeated. It's
Now,
over.
with reference to, you get home from Fairview around 2 a.m. or somewhere in that time frame. You go up to bed and you do some searches on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so there's a Safari tab or an application on your phone. That's where you access Google.
Yes.
Is that typically where you would access Google?
Yes.
And you were looking at Ozone basketball. You're also looking at Hockomock. Is that right?
Sustained.
What, if anything else, were you looking at beyond the Ozone basketball you talked about?
We had an exciting game earlier in the night against a local town that has a very good basketball program. So I went on Hockomock Sports to look at the recap, and typically I'll do that to see how other teams did, etc.
Because you
And around
because
that
you a
same time, is
nosy
that correct?
thing.
Correct.
Now, within when you did that, as far as looking things up on Google, were you opening up new tabs within Safari as you were looking at different websites or different topics?
No.
And when you went to bed or you went to sleep that evening, at some point you turned off your phone, right?
Correct.
And did you X out that box, that Safari tab that you were doing those searches with regard to Ozone and Hockomock?
No, I used to always leave my tabs open and my kids would yell at me.
As far as having multiple tabs open, is that correct?
Drains my battery, etc. Yes.
So then flash forward to sometime after 6 a.m., you're on the side of the road and the defendant asks you to conduct or look up something with regard to hypothermia or how long to die in the pool, correct?
Correct.
So when you open that up and you go into Google, did you open up a new tab or did you just sort of go into what you had already open in the Safari tab?
I went to what I already had opened.
And that's where you perform the search, is that right?
Excuse me?
That's where you perform the search that you were just being asked about?
Yes.
And you never made any search like that at 2:27 in the morning, correct?
I did not know.
Now, again, you've been shown what's been called a Cellbrite extraction report, correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how many Cellbrite extraction reports were conducted in reference to your phone?
I think a couple. I'm actually not sure.
And prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever seen a Cellbrite extraction report?
No.
As you sit here today, do you even really know what that is?
Not really. No.
You know what a wall file is?
No.
You know what an SQLite database is?
No.
You know what a knowledge profile C database is?
No.
You know how information is stored and kept within your cell phone?
No.
Now, as far as, let me ask you this, is you had 4 children and you were a mom, a homemaker, correct?
Correct.
At some point you did work though, right?
Yes.
What did you do for work?
I was an elementary school teacher.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
Relevance. Object. Yes.
One question and we'll see where this goes.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
That's it.
And how long did you teach 5th grade?
Objection.
Yeah, I'm gonna see counsel at
Yeah. What the fuck is going? Valley, this is a redirect. This is not. It's redirect for the purposes of things that would have happened during cross. None of that came up during direct exam. Like, what the fuck? No, none of that came. No. She's going to say, Mr. Lally, it's over. But now I think the jury realizes and sees why she was so combative and defensive. You're not coming back from that Google search at 2:27 a.m. The jury gets to make the decision if they want to believe the data or not. Okay. But I think for a juror to see that, then they can put 2 and 2 together and say, okay, makes sense as to why she was a defensive piece of shit. You know, Jackson
If I
walked.
could take you back to, 4:53 in the morning is when you get that first call from Kaylee Bush, is that correct?
Correct.
You answer that call and then the defendant is put on the line, correct?
Yes.
And so what is the first sort of iteration of the story that the defendant tells you happened the night before?
That they got into a fight. She left him at the waterfall and he never came home.
And at some point later, you confront her with that you saw the vehicle out front of the house, correct?
Correct.
And so then what is the defendant's story changed at that point?
That they went there and it changed multiple times. I'm not sure exactly. She said, oh, at one point, oh my God, I don't even remember going there. She was telling other people that he was dead, that a plow hit him. The story changed multiple times that morning.
Now, on cross-examination, you were played a voicemail. Do you know whose phone that voicemail was from?
They never said no.
Fair to say that you're on 911 in the background of that phone call, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't your phone.
Correct.
And there's 2 other people beyond that as far as Ms. Roberts and the defendant there, correct?
Correct.
Was Kerry on the phone at all that you saw?
No.
And so with reference to the timing of that phone, you had called 911 and you were on the phone with 911 at the time that recording starts, right?
Correct.
So you had gotten out of the car, you had gone around and then seen where the defendant had run over to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
As to the form, it's sustained.
What had you done before you placed that 911 call?
I got out of the car. I ran behind the car over to the body. I was in a state of shock for a couple of seconds. Kerry and I looked at each other and I said, I'm going to call 911.
And there was a period of time when you made the call before it connected and you said you got bounced around to different agencies, correct?
Yes.
And this is after the defendant has hit the door and run from the vehicle over to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, right?
Yes.
So it's not your phone, and it's not Ms. Roberts' phone. Fair inference is the defendant's phone, correct?
Correct.
And so this phone call had been made or started recording at some point before you had even gotten out of the car, made your way over to Mr. O'Keefe, been in a state of shock for a few seconds, called 911, connected to 911. So at some point, it had to have been made in the car, correct?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Do you know when that voicemail or that recording that you heard, do you know when that call was placed?
I don't.
Now, at the time that you are making the 911 call, where is the defendant in relation to the vehicle?
She is over with Mr. O'Keefe.
You mentioned that the part beyond the 911 call where you heard yourself talking, you're at the rear of Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
Yes.
And why are you at the rear of Ms. Roberts'
In the beginning, I'm at the rear gathering towels or blankets. And then a few times I go to the rear because I'm trying to speak with the 911 and Karen is screaming hysterically. And then Kerry starts screaming at her to calm down. It was quite chaotic. So I was moving away so that I could be clear with the operators.
Now, at some point, you went into your sister's house at 34 Fairview, right?
Yes.
And why did you go?
Officer Lank asked me to go in and wake them up.
So you were asked to go in there by the police to wake them up, correct?
Sustained.
And at some point, you indicated that you had called Officer Lang to come back to the house, right?
Yes.
And how did you get his number again?
Julie Albert.
And as far as, were you aware whether or not Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, or any of the other people that were present had Officer Lang's number?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why did you ask Julie Albert and not Brian Albert or Nicole Albert?
Because I knew she was the only one that had his number.
You were asked some questions about when you were on scene, and you indicated in your testimony on direct that you heard the defendant say, I hit him, correct?
Yes.
You also, early in your testimony, had indicated that earlier in the morning, the defendant had phrased that differently as far as, could I have hit him or did I, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You heard the defendant make a variety of statements over the course of the night, correct?
Yes.
And more to my point, as far as you recall testifying at another hearing under oath in June of 2020, correct?
Yes.
And were you recall being asked some questions specifically about this topic?
Objection.
Allow. Okay.
This is amazing. Lally, there's no coming back. There's no coming back. You're not even touching on any of the points that he said. Like, he's so bad, you know? How does anybody get convicted in that town if this is who you're going against? You know what I mean? And then you just remember to yourself, oh, that's why you guys cut plea deals every fucking day. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Lally wants the jury to forget everything they just heard. Exactly, but I think Lally forgets that they have notebooks, and that's a big part. Like some trials don't let the jurors have notebooks, but I think this is just wild. He's got to do at least a little bit of something before, like, the jury can't be just left with that. But he gets to so Jackson's going to recross, and I'm telling you, I think he needs to, because the door was open there because they talked about going over to the body, and that she went then back to the vehicle, just exactly like what I said she did with her data. She got out of the car, she walked over to the body, and then she looked at Kerry Roberts and she said, I'm going to go call 911. Why would you have to go back to the car to call 911? Because she didn't have her phone with her. That's why. Because when she got out of the car, her watch only registered those steps. But she went over there to hurry up and grab John's phone. Okay. And then she's walking back to the car to then make the 911 call from the car. And John's phone starts moving in sequence with her phone at 6:04 and 6:04. Like they basically start moving at the same time. So, yeah. And then at 6:08, the 6:07, 6:08, people can say whatever they think that those muffled calls were as far as what she was telling her sister. I personally believe that she met her sister at the side of the, like at the side door to pass off the phone. And I think that's going to come up and recross here. I think that he was saving that to be the papow, like he's going to papow her again on recross after Lally does this shit. And so then she's going to have to come back from Googling You just Googled that. And isn't it true that you went ahead and you went over to the body so that you could grab his phone and that you then pass it off to your sister? And that's why you actually called her at 6:07 and 6:08. Isn't that right? That's how I think he's going to end this. If he doesn't, I'll be shocked. That's how I would end it. That's how I would end it with this witness. It's interesting what Alan Jackson is talking about with her right here, though, with Bev, about whatever the fuck this numbnut's doing. It's going to be with the experts as well, but the reason that he can put it in, just like he did with the Google search, you can still show, you can still talk about that, and then it'll come in again with the experts. But I would definitely end with that. I would definitely end with, you when you got out of the car before you called 911, you went over, like you said, and you saw John's body, and then you were in shock. Is that when you picked up his phone underneath him? Why haven't they talked about John's footsteps? They're going to do that with the people that extracted the phones. The person that did the extraction. The jury going to turn Turtle Boy? No, I think the jury thinks that she's crazy with that. What do you, Turtle Boy? What the fuck does that even mean? She didn't say like a name. She said we're being harassed. There's road rallies and shit. People are like, what? People are having rallies at your house, bitch. You must be a bad bitch. Road rallies like that. What the fuck?
So, John?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Ms. McCabe, as I was asking before, in June of 2023, you testified in another proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions specifically about those statements that you heard the defendant say on the morning of January 20th, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall specifically what your testimony was in regard to that portion of it, in regard to those statements?
I don't recall specifics. I know what I know. I know what happened.
Can I approach, John?
Yes.
I'm giving you 2 pages. Direct your attention to the bottom of the first page and then into the next page. If you could just review that to yourself and look up.
I've been looking. I didn't see Turtle Boy.
Page again, Mr. Lally.
You're on 816 and 817.
Thank you.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
Mr. McCabe, is your memory refreshed as to what you said in that prior proceeding in regard to those statements?
Yes.
What did you say?
What did I say in that? I told them that Karen looked straight at me and said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I said that there was, I believe, an EMT that overheard as well.
Now, do you recall in that same prior proceeding being asked any questions sort of at different times, the defendant saying different iterations of that same statement?
Objection.
Sustained as to form, no leading, Mr. Lally.
With respect to that's testimony in that same prior proceeding, what, if anything else, were you asked about statements the defendant made to you that morning?
I was asked what were some of the statements that Miss Reed had made, and it was like, repeat, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I have a cracked taillight. And then I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And so with respect to questions and as far as did I hit him or could I have hit him, and the statement I hit him, those were at different times, correct?
Correct.
Now, you met with Trooper Proctor on January 29th, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that the first time that you had met him?
Correct.
Who, if anyone, was with him when you met?
I believe it was Trooper Yuri.
And subsequent to that date, did you meet with other troopers on the scene?
Yes.
And by other troopers, I mean not Trooper Proctor and not Trooper Yuri.
Yes.
And with respect to meeting with
Yes,
other
on the front
troopers,
lawn.
was it at that point that they had talked to you about taking your phone,
Correct.
and they asked you for your phone. Is that correct?
I had shared my Life 360 and my Life 360 and my texts, and they asked if they could take a copy of my phone.
And did you agree to that?
I agreed to it. Yes.
And were you presented a form at all in regard to your agreeing to hand over your phone?
Yes.
And beyond what you had testified to earlier, as far as things, were there any limitations that you put on what they could look at or take from your phone?
No limitations.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Rick Ross, push it to the limit. I got nothing to
I'm showing you a
lose.
document, again, just ask you to look at it. Look up.
So all she did was she signed a document that said that it's a simple consent form. She's consenting for them to take her phone, and all he's trying to show here is that she willingly gave up her phone. And yeah, and you guys did a soft extraction. You guys didn't go
Listen,
deep
gentlemen,
to
do you
find
recognize
shit.
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This was the consent form for my phone.
So that's the form you filled out with the troopers in regards to giving over your phone.
Correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll want to seek to introduce the witness in the next exhibit.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Okay, thank you.
An objection. Like, who gives a fuck? People sit down and talk to people all the time. She consented to give her phone after she deleted shit. It shows that there's this is going to be amazing when they get to hear from the.
Again, Ms. McCabe, initially following that the events of initially that morning around 6 a.m. or so, at some point you were seeking or you had actually asked the defendant for Kerry Roberts' phone number, correct?
Yes.
And why is it that you were looking for Kerry's number specifically?
Well, the driving conditions were terrible. She was driving to Braintree to pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe. And then they were heading to the hospital, and I was just looking to see how John was doing.
Now, you had mentioned at some point, did you speak to Ms. Roberts that morning in regard to updates as far as how John was doing?
Yes.
And you mentioned that later
Speedbird,
on,
please.
that day or
I've
the
seen
next
it
day,
enough.
You had gone over to Mr. O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And who was driving at the time that you went over to the O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts?
Kerry was driving.
And so when you left the O'Keefe's house, where was it that you went?
Kerry went to drop her daughter off at her friend's house, the daughter of Mike Lank.
And you were just in the front passenger seat of that vehicle, right?
Yes.
You had mentioned as far as getting together with Ms. Roberts at the request of someone to talk about a timeline, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that came about or who was making that request?
Kerry called me and she told me that she had talked to Peggy, and Peggy had.
This is fucking hearsay.
I'm going to allow it.
Shut the fuck up!
And Peggy had suggested to Kerry, you guys should write a timeline. You don't want to forget anything. When the time
Fuck you,
comes,
Peg!
meaning when the
Fuck you,
trial
Peg!
comes, you don't want to forget anything that happened.
And just to be clear, when you say Peggy, who are you referring
Mrs. O'Keefe,
to? John's mother?
John's mother, correct?
Now, you were asked some questions about subsequent date as far as hearing bits and pieces or portions of Ms. Roberts' statement to troopers at your home, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether or not that was the first time that Ms. Roberts had talked to troopers or officers or anyone from either the Canton Police?
Sorry, I just needed a minute. Thank you.
I believe on the 29th in the afternoon, troopers went to her house.
Shut the fuck up. Bev's a
I said that
cheater.
would have been
You're
the
a
first
cheater.
time.
All of us is
So
hearsay.
the time that she was at your home and speaking to troopers, that would have been at least the second time that she had spoken to troopers, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, with reference to Ms. Roberts and her phone. Was Ms. Roberts, the time that you handed your phone over to the troopers, was Ms. Roberts present there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you see Ms. Roberts do with respect to her phone and the troopers?
She turned her phone over as well and signed the consent.
You can get this out of Roberts. Why do you keep having her
During
on
that
there?
time, you had indicated.
What are you
that
doing?
you had heard a statement.
Heard a statement.
Heard.
Heard.
You in some way, is that correct?
Hearsay.
From Miss Roberts?
Yes.
Correct.
And what was that? What was she talking about?
Objection.
Damn it.
The door has been opened.
Fuck, no, it hasn't.
That means you can answer. Okay.
So basically, Carrie is a talker, and once she started,
I think just focus on
Okay.
what she said.
okay, she said something like,
She said, oh my God.
John really loved Amy, and in my eyes, Karen was just a babysitter with benefits.
And is that what made it memorable to you as far as what had transpired at that time?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you ever coordinate your statement or Ms. Roberts' statements with her prior to testifying at any hearing or any proceeding at any point in time?
No.
A babysitter with benefits. Interesting. I thought she didn't want anything to do with the kids. So then she really was involved with the kids. Take that siren up your fucking swollen ass. Swamp ass, swollen ass, McCabe.
Yes, when you came to the area of 34 Fairview Road around 6 a.m. And you saw Mr. O'Keefe, was he in the same clothes that you had seen him in earlier?
He had jeans and I believe the same shirt on, yes.
And nothing additional as far as a jacket or anything like that that you saw?
Not that I recall.
Now, again, as you were driving down Fairview Road, if the defendant did not bang on the door and essentially jump out of the car and make a beeline over to Mr. O'Keefe, would you have stopped the car?
No.
Recall when you were leaving 34 Fairview Road earlier, as far as sometime between 1:30 and 1:45 when Mr. McCabe is driving. Do you recall whether or not the roads were plowed or treated or anything that you saw at that time?
I know there was snow on them, but I can't recall specifics.
Now, as far as the defendant coming over your house shortly after 5 a.m., was that something that you were expecting at the time?
No.
And what was it prior to the defendant showing up and sort of screaming in front of your house? What was your sort of plan as far as based on the information that Ms. Reed had told?
My husband and I were going to go out and we were going to drive over to Tom Beatty's house to see if John was there.
Now, as far as the 911 call that you were making, that information that you were providing, what was that based on?
What I was seeing.
But as far as how Mr. O'Keefe had come to be there at 34 Fairview Road, when you're communicating any of that to the 911 operator or to officers on scene, was that from your observations when you were inside 34 Fairview after the waterfall or from some other source?
Well, it was from what Karen was saying as we were driving there.
So as far as him being dropped off or anything like that, that came from the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you had been asked and you had testified about going over to Trooper Proctor's house to meet with his wife, correct?
Correct.
And you were testified about certain incidents of harassment that you had undergone, as well as Mrs. Proctor, is that correct?
Correct.
How long had that been going on at that point?
At that point, it started in April, and now I believe I went over there in September.
And what, if anything, was the frequency of the harassment? Was it sporadic, or how often were you experiencing that?
Daily, sometimes hourly.
And In addition to what you've already testified, what, if any, other incidents do you recall specifically involving either you or your children or your home?
People come by my house, they take video, they scream. They've gone to my child's sporting events and called me names. They've written letters to my daughter's colleges and said that they shouldn't allow them to play. And then they've attached these horrific articles that have been complete lies about all of us. They send me Facebook messages. They call my phone, home phone and cell phone, all hours of the night. They tell me to kill myself. They tell me I'm a terrible mother. They harass my children. My daughter testified here the other day. We didn't even get out of the
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. What's going on here? Oh,
building, and people were, saying horrendous things, that she's a liar. Your mother should die. It's just, it's unimaginable what my entire family is going through. I go to the beach, they take pictures, they post it. They threaten that there are eyes everywhere. I'll never be able to live a normal life again. I am a witness. That's all I am.
No,
I am not on trial. I am a witness. And these people are terrorizing me.
Stand as to that part. I'll strike that part. Everything else is staying.
he's gonna just say, is Karen Reed one of those people that's done that to you?
So, your understanding.
There's
that
no
Mrs. Proctor
tears.
Had sustained similar issues as you
You
have.
a suspect, huh?
Correct.
Now, again, Trooper Michael Proctor never met him prior to January 29, 2022, correct?
I have never met him prior. No.
And the time that you went over to meet with Elizabeth Proctor, was Trooper Michael Proctor home at that time?
No, he was not home.
And had you ever been over to his house prior to that or any time subsequent?
No, never.
Now, you did have some conversations with Trooper Proctor following this day and around let me ask you this. You testified a bit about a rolling rally. Is that correct?
Correct.
You described to the
The
jury.
jury, what is a
that was
rolling
or
rally?
What occurred on that?
So that day in July, a group got together under one blogger, and they all met and they decided to go to different houses. So Michael Proctor had been made aware of what was happening. So he had reached out to tell me, what was going to be happening and how they had set up some cameras. It was a Saturday. I had just come home from vacation with my children and my husband. Mrs. O'Keefe picked up my two younger children and brought them out with her so they wouldn't be home for this. And my two older children and my husband were in the house while about, 50 to 75 people came to my house. They screamed, they yelled, "There's a murderer." They just caused an absolute ruckus outside.
And prior to that, did you have any conversations with Proctor or any other troopers from the state police about knowledge of that incident occurring prior to its occurrence?
Yes.
And as far as setting up sort of whole cameras around your house to memorialize whatever is going to happen?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions with regard to the Google search. Again, that was initiated after 6 a.m. Why again?
Because Miss Reed asked me to Google how long to die from hypothermia. She said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. She was shaking me, screaming at me to do it.
And she's shaking you as you're typing, is that correct?
Correct.
And there were some misspellings, correct?
Correct. I also have MS and I have issue.
Well, I'll allow that.
The fucking
I have
jury's
MS
gonna
and
be
I
like,
have, issues with my hands. So I a lot of times Google and make errors, but the cold also makes my hand go completely numb. So I'm not surprised that that's how it would come out.
was it really cold in your bed at
When you were in
2:27?
your bedroom sometime after 2 a.m., fair to say the defendant wasn't there shaking you when you were Google searching for ozone basketball or hockey mock?
Objection.
Sustained.
One moment, John.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Concerning
Here we go. Relevancy.
statement, I hit him. He gave a statement on January 29th to Sergeant Light. Called him over to specifically give him a statement, correct?
Correct.
Gave a statement the next day, later that day, Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
You were also met with, on that following Tuesday, with a trooper named Prince, correct?
Correct.
And then you testified in April of 2022, no fewer than 12 times about statements that you attributed to Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And in not one of those instances, not one, is there a report that says you said, she said, I hit it, correct?
Correct. Although I told Mike Lang.
Oh, blow.
We already know that the officers all got it wrong.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain
yeah.
us to that. Next
Be
question,
argumentative
please,
with this
Mr.
hoe.
Jackson.
Fuck this hoe.
So you indicate that you were, the harassment that you just described, this terrible harassment that you just described, started in about April 2023, correct?
Correct.
That was around the time that there were public hearings concerning this Google search, is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
You have to.
I'm not sure exactly when the Google search came out.
But you do know that you started suffering this harassment that you claimed is awful and terrible, et cetera, around April of 2023, is that right?
I didn't claim it's awful. It is awful.
Okay, I'm sure it is awful, Ms. McCabe. I'm sure it's terrible.
It is.
Sure, it sucks to be harassed.
It really does.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so that's sustained and I'll strike it. Go ahead and ask a question, Mr. Jackson.
You were upset by April of 2023 that there was public outrage about your family being involved in the death of John O'Keefe. That's what you were upset about, correct?
I was upset that we as witnesses were being harassed.
You were upset about public outrage concerning this case, correct?
Objection.
Sustain, that was answered. Next question.
How was it answered?
And 2 months later, in June of 2023, for the first time, you testified at another proceeding, and lo and behold, you attributed the words, I hit him, to my client, right?
Objection.
So ask that without the objectionable phrase.
2 months later, at another proceeding, in June of 2023, you attributed the statement, I hit him, to my client for the first time under oath, correct?
Under oath, correct.
After the Google search came out.
You indicated when you turned your phone in, the police were perfectly okay with you deleting communications with your children, correct?
Correct.
Including Allie, who's a material witness in this trial.
Objection.
So part of that is objectionable and I'll sustain that. So
You're aware that your daughter Allie was a witness in this case.
At the time, I was not aware of that. No.
No, but you did know that ultimately she was going to indicate that she drove Colin home, correct? You knew that at the time.
Objection.
that's sustained.
Did you know at the time that Allie had driven Colin home, or she said she drove him home?
I had no idea she drove him home.
That's
But
a
you
lie.
deleted all those communications with Allie, didn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you delete all the communications that you had off your phone with Allie, your daughter?
Objection.
So this has already been answered, but go ahead, finish. Let's finish this loop. Did you delete them?
I deleted the conversations with my 4 daughters. At that time, Allie was not a witness.
All I asked you, you heard my question. Did you or did you not delete the communications with Allie?
Objection.
That's been answered.
You said that there was this statement that horrified you, your words, horrified.
Here we go.
That Carrie Roberts made during her interview, that you were eavesdropping on, right?
I'm not sure if she made it during that interview. I'd have to look back to see when I said she told them everything in bold, because I know she had said it to me multiple times. So I'm not sure if it's when she said it in the interview or just in general, when she said, I told them everything. I told them, etc.
So when you said in that group chat, she's telling them everything, that might not even be what you're talking about.
No, it was.
And you said that horrified you, correct?
I didn't know Carrie Roberts. So yes, her statement horrified me.
Horrified you.
Yes, that was horrifying.
And in that group chat, your response to that horrifying statement was 3 words. I love it.
I love it.
Was there a response prior to that?
You tell me, ma'am. I'm not the one under oath. You are.
Well, if you want to show me it again, I'd love to get.
Yesterday.
So do you have it handy, Mr. Jackson?
I don't know. I'll grab it. It's marked. Okay. Your Honor, it's been marked and entered. It was the packet this morning that I did. That's it. May I approach?
Sure.
I love it, she says. I love it, she says.
No.
Yes.
Take a look at those 2 pages.
Could you tell me what pages, please?
169 and the second page, Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind.
What's the second number, Ms. McCabe?
Number, the bottom right.
2170.
Thank you.
You have that in mind?
Yes, I do.
May I? Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. During that conversation, when you said she's telling them everything, that came right on the heels of your husband saying, this girl could write a book, this woman could write a book or something like that, correct?
Correct. She talks nonstop.
Right. And then you said 2 texts down, she's telling them everything.
Correct.
The text just before that was, I love it.
That was in response to my husband saying this girl could write a book.
What's the next thing that you wrote to that group within a second of that?
She is telling them everything.
Right.
I love it.
Sure.
Nowhere in that text chain did you say something along the lines of, oh my goodness, I'm so horrified. Did you?
Those were on phone conversations.
Nowhere in those texts that you just saw did you say the words or write the words, I'm so horrified. Did you?
No, because it was already spoken about.
She's sick. She is so sick.
You were asked
Get her.
on that morning, January 29th, 2022, as you drove to the location and ultimately to 34 Fairview. What ultimately happened? And your testimony was, as you approach my client, was searching frantically for John O'Keefe, correct?
I don't believe I said she was searching frantically for John O'Keefe.
Searching frantically.
She was screaming frantically in the back seat and texting in the back seat.
Was she just sitting there curled up in the back seat, sucking her thumb, or was she searching out the window?
She was screaming
Right.
between Kerry and I. So I'm not really sure how she saw John over here when her head is up here screaming and then looking down and texting.
Was the whole point of that trip, Ms. McCabe, to search for John?
It was because she knew where he was.
The whole point of that trip was to look for him, correct?
She directed us to go to 34
No.
Fairview.
The whole point of the trip was to look for John,
At
correct?
34 Fairview, where Karen said to go.
And your testimony is that if it hadn't been for Karen jumping out of that truck, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Because I wouldn't have seen him. I didn't know he was there. She did.
Yes or no? Was that your statement? If she hadn't gotten out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped.
I don't believe it was stated like that. I believe there was a question and I answered.
And the question was, would you have stopped? And your answer was what?
What was the direct
Oh my
question?
goodness, Ms. McCabe, it was 5 minutes ago.
Did he ask, did you
Objection.
see something? You like to change words. I just want to be certain.
So, Mr. Jackson, just keep it to questions, not comments.
You were asked just a second ago by Mr. Lally, if Karen Reed hadn't jumped out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Ms. McCabe, we are finished. Jurors, I'm going to ask you to follow them out like you've done. We'll take a recess, and this one might be a little longer. I may need to.
Jurors, folding and leaving your notebooks on the chairs, all right, follow me through.
Wow. There we go. Well, I think look at
In an effort to
She wants
save a little
laugh.
time, why don't I see Counselor Tybar and
She
find
wants
out
to
exactly what
laugh.
you want from me?
She wants to laugh. Oh my God. How is she not considered a hostile witness? Oh, he didn't ask for it there. Critical thinking cap. He didn't ask for it. He could have asked, but a hostile witness also is just you're able to do leading questions, and he's already able to lead. So, but yeah, she just showed her ass leaning in and trying to go toe to toe with Alan like that. Like she leaned in with her shoulders and just like. But guys, she was literally fighting for her life in there so that she does not go to prison. You don't understand. She's fighting for her life. She like legit is fighting for her life. Also, you have to remember this on the recall. This witness could be recalled. Remember, they get to put on their case afterwards, so it's going to be, which is going to be after some more information comes out, which is after stuff is admitted into evidence. Then when you're recalling these witnesses, you can go to already admitted evidence to then show that next witness. So stuff like that. I think this trial is going to be a long time. I believe Carrie Roberts is the next witness, and that'll be witness 40. Lana, for those of us who are late, what is your opinion on what really happened? Well, first of all, I think the O'Keefes, it's hard to continue to feel bad for them when we're all watching the same thing that they're watching, and they literally think that, like, I don't know, are they educated? If you're an educated person, I don't know how you're watching any of this and thinking that this is all smoke and mirrors. But I think 100% the O'Keefe family supports Jen McCabe, and that's disgusting to me. And I have no words other than that as far as that's concerned. They're like, this is disgusting. Like, there is nothing funny. What is she laughing about? I think that's really weird. I can't even actually believe that I'm watching this. I don't know what would be funny. Like, that was John's mom. I don't think the dad's coherent. He looks like he's sleeping the whole time. So, that's just gross. Woo. There she goes. At Twiz, a witness may be considered hostile if they refuse to answer questions, contradict what they said before, give evidence that significantly differs from their pretrial statements. Yeah. Are they afraid of somebody? No, I'm sorry, but I think this is a town that, from my understanding, I thought that Paul O'Keefe got arrested for a DUI and hit somebody. Is that not true? And that Karen Reed helped pay for that? Is that true? Oh, from what I've heard, the father knows Karen's innocent, from what I have heard, but the mother doesn't. Yeah, because the mom's all mixed up in the gossip drama bullshit, which is very fitting. Like, the mom is one of the socialites. Lana May, ask why you hate on that lady so bad. Which lady? She bailed him out. Yeah. So, I mean, drinking and driving just seems like a big thing over there. Yeah. That's what I think, Tom. You know, especially if she was a stay-at-home mom. I think the jury's beyond confused because you're talking about Turtle Boy. Because remember, when they were asked all these questions to be even on this trial, they couldn't look at social media. They didn't, hey, have you watched this? Do you know this? Do you know this? Do you know who this person is? Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. So then now they're hearing all of these things that you guys just told us not to go out and know about. And now she's talking about something that nobody knows anything about. And it literally looks, I have no idea who killed John. Okay. I know that it wasn't Karen Reed. The evidence does not support the fact that Karen Reed killed John. John went into that house. John never came out of that house. That's what the data says. And that's how people in this day and age get arrested and then convicted of crimes. So how in this case are we going to ignore the data? It can't all be fucking wrong. John's can't be wrong. Karen's can't be wrong. McCabe's can't be wrong. Everybody's data in this case is just fucking wrong. Give me a break. And I think that when you, and that's what Alan said to her. So it was when you went to the house, it shows that you were, you went there and then your steps were equivalent with this and this. And so it's all accurate. Oh, but when it comes to 227, you Google that 2 at 623, right? And 624, right? Those were accurate. So everything's accurate except for, oh, I have 6 butt dials, And if in fact you walked over to the door and saw that they pulled away, why would you blow somebody up? I mean, I just cannot believe how much money is possibly spent in this trial. I mean, these people have to work, right? Paul's there every single day. His wife's there every single day, right? The 12 people in that house can't be wrong either. Listen, when you have a bunch of people they're all trying to act like they were all hanging out in the kitchen. That's not what was going on in that house. They weren't all there. Okay. And when you're talking about somebody drinking at 6 o'clock, and look at the people that were they were drinking. Yeah, my name is Julie Nagel, and I was taking back every beer I get my hands on. And then he asked, did you bring over beer with you? Was it there? I don't remember. But then you remember where people are putting their phones to plug them in. I mean, it's wild. It's wild. And no, you wouldn't see everybody coming and going. It was a revolving door. People were coming and going, especially once everybody got back from the waterfall. There was multiple people and they were all shuffling like this. And then they were in the other rooms. They weren't just sitting right there, all of them looking out the window like, yep, I got a log here. What's your name? Okay, sounds good. When you what time is it? Okay. All right, no, you're leaving out of the okay, you're out of the kitchen. Okay, what's your name? Okay, time. Okay. Please. And yes, they can all be liars. Yes, they can. You guys have to think about this. This is a group of friends. This is a group of friends that were I personally believe though that people in that house did not see John come in because of the way that the house is situated. If you would have come in and you're in the family room and actually not in the kitchen, if you're all the way in the back in that area that looks like it would be like a kick, like where to kick it. The data doesn't lie. John O'Keefe got out of the car and walked into the house. He went up and down 3 flights of stairs. His phone did. All right. So and then it went way south, but it went way south way quick. So could it have been an accident? Yeah, but if they're all close friends and things are just an accident, let me tell you something what you do with friends that are, and you're hanging out and there's an accident with close friends. You call and you get help. You don't leave your fucking friend out in the cold to die and then Google search it. So I just...
You are muted.
Users file for compensation due to issues surrounding Google users' privacy through their incognito browser. So if you've used Google...
All right. This is their lunch break. Not lunch break. This is their... I'm following the evidence. If they have a person come in and show me a bunch of other shit, like I said, wait till you guys hear what Proctor did. Wait till like this planted evidence. Gathering stuff in Solar Red cups. Like, this is... Karen Reed should not be going to jail or prison for anything because y'all didn't prove it, right? And do I think it's too fucked up to go after these other people on a local level? Sure. But I think they're going to go after them on a federal level. That's what I think. They did a federal grand jury. They're going to indict that fucking officer. They're going to wait and see what he testifies to and how everything shakes down in this trial. And then I do believe that people are getting in trouble. You think the feds are just going to waste all their time and resources? Yeah, sure they can. They're a bunch of fucking assholes too. But they need to win. The feds are going to have a lot of losses coming up here really soon, especially in that Idaho 4 case. Just wait for it because that's going to be fucking amazing when you guys truly see what's coming. But the feds need to win. So, and I just can't, 100 right there, Willie. I just cannot believe that people aren't talking more about the fact that this is a dead cop. This is a dead cop, and this is what they did and this is how they investigated. This is what they did. Crazy. And don't forget the alleged Higgins proffer. Oh, that's coming. That's why he hasn't testified yet. He was supposed to testify in a certain order, and it would have been way before Kerry Roberts. And if Kerry Roberts is called here like it's scheduled, then they're skipping over Higgins, and I don't believe that Higgins is testifying for the state. I could be wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. We'll see. We'll see how that all pans out. There's more to just than celebrate. There's also, why did they do geolocation? Why did they do a geofencing? You would know everything if they did geofencing. Yeah. It's truly disgusting. It's truly sick. And how I think You know, what I like about juries, what you can do is if you actually deliberate, you can be like, listen, I'm not listening to a word this woman says. Okay. Like, so I'm just disregarding her because I don't think she's credible. So whoop, bye. Okay. And I think it's beyond obvious that Bev was allowing hearsay in. Like, these jurors can't be that dumb to know what hearsay is. She like literally says, I heard, and then tells the sentence. How, what? Get the fuck out of here. You can get that. And that's how Bev was being with Alan Jackson. You can get that information out of a different witness. That's the same thing in Jen McCabe. You can get that out of Carrie Roberts. You know? Selena, because lawyers suck. That's why. If I had to go to bars and hang out with those fucking pricks, I'd probably shoot the bar up. Fuck lawyers. Smug assholes. And you know what lawyers are, for the most part? Lazy. Lawyers are lazy as fuck. They are. You would think all that hourly pay that they get, a bunch of lazy motherfuckers. Lazy ass weasel. That's what lawyer stands for. Lazy ass weasel. Liar. Someone says I'm depressed. I'm depressed. The reports on jury is that they aren't buying. I don't think they are. You guys, we have not seen any evidence except for legit hearsay. One woman who didn't put it in any reports and tell the cops anything to the fact that, hey, yeah, this is what I heard then. You call back the police, you did this. You want to know, I don't think that Alan showed Jen McCabe looking. Where was it that you all gathered around and to look at this this piece right here? Like, he didn't have her point out where she looked at that in the video when she got out of the car. And I'm kind of shocked. Unless it's coming with Carrie Roberts. Oh, wait. I want to play really quick. Share screen. Again, I want you guys to welcome back Jen McCabe. It's her walk-off song.
Took her to the room, she hit me with that line. Like she ain't that type of girl, so I told her stop lying. The numbers don't lie, G5 hold the side. I fuck the pussy good, make her cry if I try. But I'm tired of being sick, and I'm sick of being tired. Tired of these niggas, and tired
these bitches! Oh, there you go, Jen. Get the fuck up out of here. Sorry, I had to drop some Wheezy on her. All right, back to Bev. Oh, shit. Anybody that was depressed, that hopefully just got you going again. data. I would never hang like who's Jen McCabe's friends? Like who would want to walk into a bar with her right now? Like who are her friends? You know what I mean? I don't know who's worse, Amber Heard or Jen McCabe. Well, the defense, that's the whole thing, is that they're not lying about the search. The search, they went out and got an expert to take and to extract and do and go deeper than the Commonwealth went. It depends on what type of version you have in Celebrate. There's a lot of things to it. And then if you're good, if you have a good, I guess you could say an IT person, but it's like, if I keep digging through a discovery, I can keep finding more shit. It's kind of like that. You know, if you just go through something quickly, okay, here's this, here's this. I just don't believe that they used the newest software to do it, the upgrade version. And then I also think that they didn't go deep enough. So it just, and it's enough to even say, just if they were able to find that, I want to hear how the expert from the state is going to say why he didn't find it. Or how he could be mistaken. You know what I mean? Like, let's. But this trial, the way that it's going on, is going to last until the end of summer. So I don't. Jen, can you show me the documents? Yeah, she's so afraid of Yep, that's exactly why she's doing that. That was 100% why she's doing that. Yep. Leona, what do you think they aren't saying anything about Johnson? They have to wait. Oh, you mean like why haven't like talking about that they haven't found it yet? Well, I think Alan knows what he's doing in terms of when they want to bring that up. But this isn't if you think about it, it's not his turn yet to present his case. So what's interesting is that it hasn't been brought up by the Commonwealth. So maybe the first time that we're going to hear about it is when the Commonwealth talks to Proctor. And they're going over like the collection of evidence and what was in evidence. I mean, I can't sit here and tell you what fucking Lally's doing. I think he's a complete idiot. So, Lana, do you think that the brother and sister are starting to realize they are crooked? Honestly, I have no hope for the family. I think that they I believe that these people are their only friends. So if they are to say, oh, no, you guys are all the ones that are guilty, then they're just like out in the cold with, you know, nobody else around them. I'm very curious to see when they're going to call the niece and the nephew. Lally's planning on calling the niece and the nephew. I think that's wild. Yes, that's who I want. I want Higgins. I want to see what Higgins is going to say. I want Higgins to talk about his Jeep. If Higgins truly took a proffer, that means that at some point he was not honest in his testimony with one of the grand juries, and he decided to play ball. And I think he picked the feds to play ball with. That's, you know. So is John Stone missing? No, it's not missing. Better than being surrounded by snakes, right? I'm just saying I wouldn't hang out with any of these people. I want to know who hangs out with them in Canton. Who hangs out with them over there? And then how mortified would you be with these people in terms of like if you were the niece and the nephew, like they didn't ask for any of this shit. And then they get drug into like she was going to go to that private school and now all of a sudden she's going to Canton High School. Like, and then Jen McCabe just talking about that Peg came and got her kids, her grown ass kids. I just laugh, you guys. If somebody was to drive around my house and like want to like do like a parade around my house, I would be out there like woo, like waving some. I go get my American flag back. If I was in high school, if they were doing this, the athlete in me, like I'd be out there like woo, like yeah. Like these people, these jurors have to be like, what are you talking about? What is a rally? Rally. What is a rally? I'm surprised it hasn't come out yet, which is, have you seen my client at any of these, you know, so wait, my client is harassing you? And that's all? No. You know what I mean? I just think if you're a juror and you're hearing this stuff, it's like things are going to start clicking in your head that you have to be, oh, this is why they were asking us if we knew who Turtle Boy was. This is why they were asking us if we are online. All of this is now making sense as to they don't want us to like, you know, these jurors aren't just sitting like a bunch of, like, they're not a bunch of idiots. Like they're, try again. If you were with Jen, would you happily go? I liked it when Jen said it was a witch hunt. Jen looked, I mean, you know damn well she got in her little Denali and blasted Little Wayne. And she's looking for the nearest bar. A rolling rally, that's it. Who calls it a rolling? She's like, they had a rolling rally. You know what? That's the part I want to hear, talking about that damn rolling rally. Okay, we're talking about this damn rolling rally.
In this case.
6 a.m. or so. At some points, you were
Than the first time.
34 Fairview Road around 6.
Or does she like look at the jurors and just start telling the jurors?
I am a witness, and these people are terrorizing me.
Staying as to that part. I'll strike that part. Everything else is staying.
Okay.
And so
in April, and now I believe I went over there in September. They call my phone, home phone and cell phone, all hours of the night. They tell me to kill myself. They tell me I'm a terrible mother. They harass my children. My daughter testified here the other day. We didn't even get out of the building, and people were, you know, saying horrendous things, that she's a liar. You know, your mother should die. It's just, it's unimaginable what my entire family is going through. I go to the beach, they take pictures, they post it, they threaten that there are eyes everywhere. I'll never be able to live a normal life again. I am a witness. That's all I am. I am not on trial. I am a witness. And these people are terrorizing me.
Staying as to that part. I'll strike that part.
Hold
Everything
on.
else is staying.
Yeah, Bev, strike it, baby.
now,
Here we go.
as far as the 911 call that you were making, that information that you were providing, and you were testified of.
Harassed. And called me names.
Called me names. Ooh.
Oh, they scream.
Okay, let's go back.
Or how often were you experiencing that?
Okay, here we
Daily,
go.
sometimes hourly.
Can I get a
And
witness?
In addition to what you've already testified, what, if any, other incidents do you recall specifically involving either you or your children or your
People come by my house, they take video, they scream. They've gone to my child's sporting events and called me names. They've written letters to my daughter's colleges and said that they shouldn't allow them to play. And then they've attached these horrific articles that have been complete lies about all of us. They send me Facebook messages.
They see me rolling, they hating, patrolling and trying to catch me riding.
Mother, they harass my children. My daughter testified here the other day. We didn't even get out of the building, and people were, saying horrendous things, that she's a liar. Your mother should die. It's just, it's unimaginable what my entire family is going through. I go to the beach, they take pictures, they post it, they threaten that there are eyes everywhere. I'll never be able to live a normal life again. I am a witness. That's all I am. I am not on trial. I am a witness. And these people are terrorizing me.
Stand as to that part. I'll strike that part. Everything else is stand.
Okay.
And so, your understanding that Mrs. Proctor had sustained similar issues as you had?
Correct.
Now, again, Trooper Michael Proctor never met him prior to January 29, 2022, correct?
I have never met him prior, no.
And the time that you went over to meet with Elizabeth Proctor, was Michael Proctor home at that time?
No, he was not home.
And have you ever been over to his house prior to that, or any time? Time subsequent?
No, never.
Oh, shit.
Now, you did have some conversations with Trooper Proctor.
All right. There's a rolling rally going on and I can't even handle it. I didn't get invited to the rolling rally. Peg, I had to get Peg O'Keefe over there. She had to take the kids. Where is that part? I want to hear Peg, her saying I had to get Peg O'Keefe and she had to take the kids.
And subsequent to that date, did you meet with other troopers? I'm showing you a document, again, just ask you to look at it. Look up.
I think that was when actually
Right on the
Ellen
dot.
Jackson asked him about.
Response to that horrifying statement was 3 words. I love it.
Was there a response prior to that?
You tell me, ma'am. I'm not the one under oath. You are.
Well, if you want to show me it again, I'd love to get.
Yesterday.
So
What a psycho! Look at her! Look at her! Shit, man! God, she's insane. She's a catty bitch. I would love to see her in a fucking bar. I would run my fucking cocksucker. Like, get the fuck out of here. Take your ba and get the fuck out of here. She's a catty little thing, man. She's something else. Her husband must be so proud of her. Embarrassing. Can't keep your wife on a leash. We know who wears the pants in that relationship, okay? I'll pay your bails. She probably, you know what? That's who she would kick it with in a bar. You just name her and Coffindaf are going to have some drinks. All right, that's what's going to happen. Whole Boston, Mass hates them. So they're going to be moving to they're going to go to the west side. Yeah. Years ago, Turtle Boy broke a corruption scandal in Holden, Mass. Mass State Police barracks there. Holden is where Turtle Boy lives. It's next to Worcester. Now they are getting booed out of bars and restaurants. They come take pictures at me when I'm in my bikini. You guys know there's nothing illegal about that. Bev, I'll allow it. You'll allow what? You'll allow what? Gross bikini. Bev's, I'll just allow hearsay all day. Brian Albert caught the Craigslist killer. They might want to make sure it's the right person. Well, no, except, yeah, no, not in public. As long as it was in public, you're good. And actually, you can take pictures from like the roadside, and if it's something that even like on like a sidewalk and shit like that. Your expectation, and then all those group chats. Fuck, there's no privacy in that. He was on Boston Finest. Yeah. I also heard he plowed Jem McCabe from behind, so he was cheating on Nicole. I don't know if that's true. Bev must go golfing with the McCabes. Lana, do you think the defense is doing so far? I think they're doing really good. I mean, remember, it's not their job to find out who did it. It's their job to show that, their client, beyond any reasonable doubt, that she didn't do it. So 7 butt dials. Well, that's what I'm just saying. Like, they act like all the data in the world is all wrong that day, And that's why it's like, but the data's right all the other days. So like, you did talk to him. Like, your phone records are indicative of you talking, so that they're right on every day except for the 29th. Nobody's going to believe that. That's insanity. And so, I mean, I just would be pissed if I live in that area. This is a lot of money going to, like, all the taxpayers are paying for all this. This should have never gotten this far, but can you think about if it didn't, in a way? Then Karen Reed can, like, I would want a trial because I want to show that I didn't do this, because the rest of her life, if this would have never come out, she's labeled as that she did all of this. So sometimes it's like as crazy as you say, like, you don't, I want to show all of this because and I think that by her showing all of this, I think they are doing that in Netflix. So there's going to be like a big old thing about it. And then I think she's owed a lot of money because I think she's been through hell. I think her health has suffered. I can't imagine what it's been like for her for these past 2 years. And that's why it's crazy when she wants to say, Jen McCabe wants to talk about harassment. Bitch, you guys framed a motherfucking woman. You deserve everything you're getting. And it's not off of like it's off of facts. Like, people are making t-shirts off of facts. You Googled house long to die in the cold. That's when the harassment came your way. And then when you guys started changing your stories and started leaking like that. Caitlin Albert left at 12:15. Oh, wait, no, she was there till 2. Tristan didn't come out. Oh, no, Tristan picked me up. Oh, wait, now Colin Albert was in the house and Allie McCabe came and picked him up. And then all of you guys take all of your phones and go upgrade them. Well, the feds have stuff. And the feds had to they turned over some of it. And I think it was something like, 45,000 pages of shit, if I'm not mistaken. Or it was 4,500. Maybe it was 4,500 when the feds did their dump. Oh, thank you. Yes. Yep. Like the video. Subscribe. It's free. We try to break it all down here. I mean, going over, they said this was going to take a little extra on this break. For in Bev's terms, who the fuck knows what that means? Today was the big day about hammering the Google. She got hammered on the Google. And she got hammered on how often that she talked to Trooper Proctor. And it's like, in none of the times that you ever talked to him, did you ever say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And it wasn't until after the Google search was made public and you started being harassed, did you then, because that happened in April of 2023 when that Google stuff came out. So then in June of 2023, when you spoke to the grand jury, that's when the federal grand jury is, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And so I thought that that was an interesting correlation, is that you didn't attribute those statements to my client, he said, until after you started being harassed because of your Google searches. Like, you vindictive bitch. You give it, like, so, like, I think the jury saw that. That's what I saw from it. I was able to write that down. I was able to follow that. You talked to Proctor Trooper that day. Trooper called you at 10:55 a.m., 12:49 p.m., which is going to be interesting when I go ahead and plug that into my Excel spreadsheet with that call. Then on 1:30, 9:51, 9:52, and then you guys talked for 21 minutes. And I want to go back and see, when were they over there at Link's house? She went to Link's. She was there on the 30th or the 31st. Oh, we're back in. I'm just glad to be here with 729 of you people. I love every single one of you. I always try to like look in the comment section and grab something. Like, I support it if you think that they're doing a great job, a bad job. I like to hear what you guys think.
Thank you. Please be seated. Close back.
All right, so jurors, I waited until the last witness left the stand and until you all had your morning break to give you one other instruction. And this one, all the instructions are important, but this one's important, so I want you to focus on it. Now, you heard from the last witness, and you may hear from other witnesses who described what Ms. McCabe called harassment and public demonstration. I believe she referred to a rolling rally. I permitted that testimony for a very limited purpose. That testimony was not offered, nor may you consider it as evidence that Ms. Reed has bad character or propensity to commit crime. In fact, there's no evidence before you that the defendant is responsible for that conduct that was described by Ms. McCabe. The evidence is relevant only insofar as it goes to the witnesses, or to explain the witness's state of mind. So Ms. McCabe's state of mind. And that is to the extent it explains Ms. McCabe's conduct or statements or actions at any particular time. And ultimately, the testimony may be used by you only as it goes to the witness's credibility. Okay? Thank you very much. So, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Ms. Carrie Roberts to the stand.
Okay.
Oh, God, yes, it is Carrie Roberts. Oh, speaking of which, I'm looking into that the Birchmore case. I'm looking into that. I want to tell you guys that. You guys asked me, and I'm going to do it. I'm going to look into that case. The girl that was allegedly committed suicide. Meanwhile, she was like messing with all the cops. I'm going to look into that. Got you guys.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now again should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may take the stand.
All right, Mr. Lally. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you please state your name and spell your last name.
Carrie Roberts, Roberts.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton, Mass.
How long have you lived in Canton, Mass?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My husband, my 2 children.
And your 2 children, how old are they? And boy, girl?
My son is 12, my daughter's 14.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do?
I'm an executive assistant.
How long have you been doing that?
17 years.
And your husband, Kurt, does he work as well?
Yes.
What does he do for work?
He's a heavy equipment operator.
And how long has he been doing that?
Maybe 20 plus years.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of the 29th. Do you recall those days?
Yes.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Say it again.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday.
So the 28th.
Friday the 28th.
Into a
Saturday the 29th.
Now, On the evening of the 28th, do you recall what you were doing that evening?
I was bowling with my daughter and her friends and one of the mothers.
And do you recall where that was?
Westgate Lanes in Brockton.
And about what time was it that you got home from that?
Probably about 8:30ish because there was a storm coming, so we wanted to be home. I didn't want to be out late.
And when you got home, you and your daughter, is that correct?
Say that one more time.
You and your daughter came home around 8:30 or so?
Yes.
Or if anyone else from your house was home when you got
I think my husband was home. He was going out. I think I passed him and he was heading out to meet his friends. My son was not home.
And who were the friends that he was going out to meet?
John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano.
So, Ms. Roberts, I'd like to start with just Mr. Camerano. How do you know?
He's been childhood friends with my husband.
And do you know where your husband was going to meet Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe?
Miss McCarthy's. It's a bar in Canton.
Sort of in the center of town, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how do you know?
I've known him since high school.
And where did you go to high school?
Braintree High School.
And how is it that you came to know Mr. O'Keefe? How would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was one of my closest friends.
In addition to John O'Keefe, through growing up and going to Braintree High, were you familiar with any other members of the O'Keefe family?
Yes, Kristen, his sister, was a senior when I was a freshman. John was a year older than me and Paul was 2 years younger than me. So at some point I was in school with all of them.
And after high school, at some point, did you come to know any of the members of the O'Keefe family while you were living in Canton?
Yes, my son and John's nephew went to an in-home daycare together. So I went to go pick up my son at one point and Kristen was there and we kind of figured out that we lived in the same neighborhood that we were going to be moving into. And then Kristen got sick.
And during that time, sort of when you first reconnected with Kristen, about how old was your son and her son?
My son was 18 months. Patrick he's almost a year older.
And your son and Patrick Furbush, did they end up going to the same school in Canton?
Yes, they went to home daycare. They went to preschool, pre-K. And by the time they got to elementary school, they got separated because they were troublemakers.
But did they go to the same school all throughout?
Yes.
And what, if any, other activities did your son do along with Kristen's son, Patrick?
Well, Patrick wanted to try hockey. So they did hockey together and then he didn't like that. And they played baseball together since they were T-ball, like 4 or 5.
Now, you mentioned that Kristen O'Keefe or Kristen Furbush at that point, at some point after you met her, she got sick. Is that right?
Correct.
Eventually she passed away. Is that right?
Correct.
After she passed away, her husband also passed away.
Correct.
And at some point after that, what, if any, role did John O'Keefe have with reference to?
Well, when Kristen passed away, I was in touch with John, just seeing if they needed help with the kids, getting them to and from wherever, because I was down the street. Kristen passed away, and then he said, I might move in. Steve's got to figure out finances, but I might move into your neighborhood. I said, oh, okay. And then when Steve died, John did move in, and he took over raising the kids.
And fair to say that you were, with reference to your son being friends with his nephew Patrick, you would see him fairly often, and by him I mean John O'Keefe.
Oh yes, daily. Mm-hmm.
And what, if any, at some point did John and his niece and nephew move from down the street from your house?
Yes, they moved across town. So I live on the Milton side. He moved over sort of near the Stoughton side.
About how far a drive is that sort of from your house to where you moved to? It was on Meadows, correct?
Yes, and it depends because Canton's terrible for traffic. Maybe 7 minutes, maybe 8, depending. And if it's in the evening, it's longer.
7 minutes.
And after Mr. O'Keefe and his his niece and his nephew moved sort of across town, where did his nephew Patrick, where did he go to school at?
He remained at the same school that he was at with my son. So on Wednesdays, when John couldn't grab him in time because he'd be working in the city, Patrick would come home with me.
You were familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for a living?
He was a Boston police officer, but at the time he was working in an office registering sex offenders.
And so you would help out as far as picking up his son. What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
Say that one more time.
What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his schedule with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
I didn't take care of Kaylee as much. That was sort of, there was other women, Jen McCabe, one of them, she sort of really took hold of caring for Kaylee because her daughter was friends with Kaylee, and I sort of got Patrick. So
Miss Riley, you have to keep your voice up. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry.
And if you could keep your voice up too, okay?
My apologies. And then through the years that you knew Mr. O'Keefe when he lived in Canton and your time being friends with him, what, if any, conversations would you have with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to any sort of relationships or dating or anything like that?
Well, he dated a lot of people.
Wait, what?
So it depends.
Your conversations with what, if any,
He dated a lot of people? First
role
time.
would you have, or what, if any, knowledge that you have in reference to the people that he did?
My husband, whenever he would go on a date with somebody, he would have my husband come meet them, sort of say, like, what do you think? And he had a couple of girlfriends that were very nice.
Now, at some point, did you become aware of a person by the name of Karen?
Yes.
And when was it and how was it that you first came to know that person?
John called me and said, Karen and I are going to stop by because we had people over. And I said, who is Karen? Because I didn't know if he was going to bring someone from high school and surprise me with a random, I had never heard of her. And he said, you know who Karen is? The girl I'm dating. I said, nope, but okay. And then they came over that night.
And do you recall when about that was?
I think it was sometime in July.
In July of what year?
July what?
What are we, 2020?
Sometime shortly after sort of the COVID pandemic.
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship, if any, with Karen?
She was like another person that took care of the kids. She took care of Kaylee and Patrick a lot, so I would coordinate with her if Ryan and Patrick were going to go to the golfing range, or if Ryan was going to go with them to the Red Sox game, that kind of thing. We weren't do lunch or hang out like girlfriends.
Was there any occasions where you had for socialization or go out as couples or anything like that with Mr. O'Keefe?
No, they came over our house one time, and then we'd do baseball tournaments down the Cape, and we'd all get together, but the four of us never went out.
And just for clarity purposes, you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today.
Yep. No.
Identify her as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's
Say that again?
Could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She is seated at that front table, and she has a black and white suit jacket.
Or just ask the record reflect.
Fuck yeah, you look at her, Karen. You stare
Yes.
that bitch down. I will break you.
Now, coming back to that evening of the 28th, your husband went out to meet Mr. Camerano in this room, correct?
Yes.
And do you know about what time it was that your husband Kurt arrived home that night?
Maybe around 10:30.
And
He's the
after
one
he
that did
arrived
the
home,
Irish
what, if
goodbye. Remember? He didn't say bye to anybody.
specifically, do you recall the two of you doing or anything before going off?
I remember sitting on the couch, and the front door is right there, and it was open, and it started to snow. It had just started to come down probably about midnight, but it was coming down fast. So you knew it was little snowflakes usually mean a big snowstorm. And I said, well, it's starting. So we went to bed because we knew we weren't going out anywhere.
And as far as turning your attention to the next
Get caught
morning,
up
at some
there.
point you awoke, do you recall what it was that awoke you that morning on the 29th?
Karen called me at 5:00 in the morning.
And is that sort of a normal occurrence as far as Ms. Reed calling you and specifically calling you that early?
No,
And when you went to answer the phone, at some point, did you look at sort of like the screen to your phone?
I don't know. I just answered
Yes,
it.
it's in a different way. As far as, at some point, did you realize or did you know whether or not that call that at some point you answered, correct?
Yes,
And the call that you answered, do you know whether or not that was the first call that Ms. Reed had placed you that morning?
it was the second call only from looking at my phone after because I said, "Oh shoot, she called me. She just called and I didn't." She called twice.
And the phone call that you answered, what time was that?
5 on the dot.
And if you know I'm looking at your phone, the phone call that you didn't wake up or didn't answer, do you know how long before that phone call was?
I think it was a minute or two before.
So 5 o'clock on the dot, you get a phone call, you answer it, and it's Ms. Reed, is that right?
Correct.
And that phone number, you had her sort of programmed into your phone as a contact, is that correct?
Yes.
And on prior occasions, had you called that number or gotten a call from that number on prior occasions?
Yes.
And when you got that call or made that call, who was the other person on the end that you received?
Say that again?
Maybe a pretty simple question as far as it goes, but just with reference to any prior phone calls that you either got or received with that number that you programmed in as Karen Reed. When you spoke to someone by calling or receiving a call from that contact, who was on the other end of the call?
Karen Reed.
Thank you. So you answered the phone sometime right around 5 a.m. and you described to the jury sort of what the content of that conversation was.
I answered the phone and she said, "John's dead. Carrie, Carrie, Carrie." And then she hung up.
And as far as her end of the conversation, did you say anything or get a chance to say anything before she hung up?
No.
And when she's speaking to you and saying those words to you over the phone, how loudly is she saying those words?
Very loud. She woke my husband, who was sleeping.
So at the time that the phone rings and you pick it up, your husband's sleeping, correct?
Yes.
And then afterwards, he's awake.
Correct.
Now, what happened then?
Then I got out of bed and Kurt said, "What was that?" I said, I don't know. Something's happening." And I think I started getting dressed at that point because I don't know if I started getting dressed at that point or after she called back again. I tried to call her, I think a couple times back to be like, what is going on? Finally, she called me back again and she said, "I'm afraid John might be dead. He might have gotten hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. I was not supposed to stay in Canton last night and he would never leave Kaylee alone. I think something happened."
And do you recall earlier in the day of the 28th having any communication with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I did with John. He texted me.
Do you recall generally what that was about?
My son got into a scuffle with some boy at school, and Patrick wasn't in school at the time. I think he went to a doctor's appointment, but Patrick got wind of it. So John was calling to see if my son was okay.
Now, turning back to, again, that morning on the 29th, you called Ms. Reed a couple times. She didn't answer. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, she called you back?
Correct.
And about how long was it after that initial phone call that you had where she hung up? How much time it elapsed between that call and the next?
I don't know, maybe 5 minutes.
And so when she calls back, she makes those statements to you that you just testified about. And upon her making those statements, what, if anything, was your response?
I said, then she said she checked Kaylee's phone to see if John had called. And I said, "Okay, where are you now?" And she said, "I'm driving. Can I come to your house? Will you drive my car?" I don't remember anything from last night. We drank so much, I don't remember anything. And I said, "You need to go home and be with Kaylee if she's there by herself. I'll go look for him," or something of that nature. Because I said, you're going to get a DUI. If you were drinking all night last night and you don't remember anything, you shouldn't be driving.
All right, so next question, please.
When you were talking to her on the phone, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how she was speaking or
She was very frantic, and her voice was elevated. She was very frantic.
and the loudness that you were describing during the course of that first phone call, what, if any, observations did you make with respect to that in regard to the second?
Same throughout the rest of the day. It was the same.
So you indicate to her that she needs to go home, is that right?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did she say in response to that?
She said, I'm going to come to your house. Will you drive my car? And I said, okay.
And after that, what did you do from there?
I started getting dressed. I think that's when I was starting getting dressed. And my husband said, where are you going? I said, I don't know. Something happened. John didn't come home. Karen's worried. So I'm going to go help her. And he said, you're not going anywhere. It's a blizzard. And I said, yeah, yes, I am. And I went downstairs. I started the car, cleared it off, and I sat there waiting, and she didn't come. So I called.
During the time that you're waiting in the car, do you know about how long period it was that you were waiting in the car?
I would say at least 10 minutes of sitting in the car.
And to that point, as far as when you went outside to the car, what, if anything, did you observe about the weather? And what, if anything, did you do with your car as you were turning it on?
I cleaned the car off. I turned the car on. I got in it, and I thought to myself, well, she thinks he might have got hit by a plow or something. I'll see if there's any accidents. So I called the Canton non-emergency line, and I said, have there been any plow accidents? My friend's boyfriend didn't come home. And they said, no, there were no accidents. So then I called Good Samaritan Hospital in Milton to see if anybody had been brought in a car accident. They said no. And then finally Karen called back.
Before we get to that, just in reference to, at any point in time, did you call Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And when you called Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to speak to Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Do you know how many times you called Mr. O'Keefe?
My husband called him, and I think I called him.
And when was that in relation to you going out to your car and clearing it?
That was when I was in the house. Karen actually said, can you try and call him?
And you did, and you didn't get an answer.
Correct.
And do you know whether or not your husband got an answer?
He did not.
So you go out to the car, you're waiting, and you make a phone call initially to Canton Police, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know who you spoke to at Canton Police?
I believe it was Officer Good.
Is that someone that you knew in any way prior to this date of January 29th?
We have mutual friends, but no, I'd never met him.
Now, you call the hospitals, and then at some point after you finish speaking to the hospitals, the defendant then calls you back, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, can you describe to the jury sort of what was the content of that conversation that third time?
She said, I said, where are you? I'm in the car. And she said, I'm at Jen's house. And I said, Jen who? She said, Jen McCabe. She's going to drive my car. And I said, okay, stay there. I'll come to there. We'll follow and we'll drop your car off. We'll just take my car and go look for him. And I drove to Jen's, and I pulled in the driveway behind them. I was still on speakerphone. Jen is driving. Karen's in the passenger seat, and we drove. I said, do you remember, did you look through the house? Could he be passed out somewhere in the house? She said, I don't know. I didn't look. So I said, let's do that. Let's get in the cars. We're not taking two cars. It's a blizzard. We're going to go back to Meadows, and we're going to go look in the house first. He could be passed out behind the couch or on the floor. Who knows? So we went to the house.
And I'm sorry, before you get into that, just as far as directionality and where you're going at this initial stage, you're sort of directing what's going to happen and where you're going to go, correct?
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned that the defendant said she was at Jen's house. You asked Jen who, and she said Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection. I'll allow it.
With regard to...
Ooh, Little's going to do it. Little's going to do the cross.
Did you know her, or how did you know her prior to this morning of January 29th?
I had met her once when John took her and I to Reebok because he's got a 50% discount. So we would go periodically and get the kids' shoes. So she, John, and myself went to Reebok, got shoes, and then we went to the hillside for lunch. That was it. I wasn't
God, we
friends
got
with
the
her.
same song. Oh
That's
my.
someone that you had programmed in your phone as a contact. Did you have her information prior to January 29th?
No.
And when you went to Ms. McCabe's house that morning, how was it that you knew where Ms. McCabe's house was at that time?
I've picked up Kaylee there a time or two for John and brought her home if I was heading that way because Jen's house is on the way to John's.
And so you go to Ms. McCabe's house, and can you describe for the jury sort of what you observe or what you see when you're first coming up to Ms. McCabe?
I pulled in the driveway behind Karen's car, and Karen and Jen are in the car talking. I'm still on Bluetooth so I can hear them. And Karen said that she remembered leaving him at Waterfall. And Jen said, no, I saw you pull up to my sister's house. And then at some point in the conversation, she said, what about my taillight? What about my taillight? And I looked, and there was a piece missing, but it was caked on with snow. You could tell there was a little black hole, but there was snow like caked on it, and it was a blizzard at this point.
Now, just as far as over the course of this early morning when you're making that drive from your house to Ms. McCabe's house, correct?
Yes.
So during that time, can you describe sort of what the lighting conditions were, what the roadway conditions were, what you observed as you were driving over there?
It was not light out yet, and it was really bad driving.
And bad driving in reference to snow, is that correct?
Yes.
So you get to Ms. McCabe's house, and during the drive from your house to Ms. McCabe's house, you're speaking to both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Reed.
Yes.
And with reference, I think you've said a couple times as far as a Bluetooth. So as far as what you're hearing on the other side of the conversation, is it just one person, or are you able to hear sort of everything that's going on in the car?
I could hear everything. It was like a regular phone call in the car.
From where you were, your impression was it was hooked up to the speaker of the car.
Correct.
And when you get to Ms. McCabe's house, or what you were just testifying about as far as the taillight, when is it that you're making those observations?
In Jen's driveway.
And so about how far away from the defendant's car are you the first time that you see or your attention is drawn to this taillight?
I was parked right behind them in the driveway.
And can you describe which part of the vehicle you were looking at as far as which taillight that you're observing?
Shit, her story's different.
Damaged?
The right passenger.
And so from there, as far as Ms. McCabe's driveway, you make these observations. Where is it that you go from there?
Say it again.
So after you're making those observations and you're overhearing that conversation, or you're having that conversation over Bluetooth, where did the three of you go?
We went to Meadows, to John's house.
And how was it that each of you sort of got from Ms. McCabe's house to John's house on Meadows?
Jen drove Karen's car, and I followed behind in my car.
And when you arrived there, where did you go? Where did you park?
I pulled in, I think I pulled in right behind. She pulled her car sort of in front of the garage bays, and I pulled in the driveway behind her.
And when you say she, do you know who was driving?
Jen McCabe, sorry.
Driving in Ms. Reed's in the front passenger seat.
Correct.
And you're driving your car behind.
Correct.
What kind of car did you have?
A Ford Explorer.
Do you recall what color it was?
Dark gray.
And as far as Ms. Reed, do you recall what kind of vehicle she had at that point?
A Lexus SUV.
Recall what color that was?
Black.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall what kind of vehicle John O'Keefe had?
He has a Traverse.
And do you recall what color that was?
It's like a beige green.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked as exhibit number 2.
Okay.
Ms. Roberts, directing your attention to the screen over here, do you recognize what is up on the screen?
That's John's house.
And does that seem like a fair and accurate portrayal of what John's house looked like at around the time of January 29th when you went over that morning?
Much snowier, but yes.
Sorry. Over the coffee.
Oh, I said it was much more snow, but yes.
Now, not visible in this particular photograph, or the driveway that you're talking about, facing Mr. O'Keefe's house at Meadows Ave, as we are in this picture, whereabouts would the driveway be, to the left or the right or something?
To the right.
And, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked with Exhibit 91.
Okay.
And again, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
That is John's car.
And what is it that's behind John's?
Behind a basketball hoop?
No, I'm sorry. That's correct. Not the rear of the vehicle, but sort of in the photograph behind on the other side of the passenger side of it.
Oh, the garage doors?
And there are two garage doors, one on the left, one on the right. Is that correct? You're familiar with this house? You've been over it a number of times when Mr. O'Keefe lived there.
Correct.
And as far as what, if anything, were you familiar with as far as Mr. O'Keefe having regarding towards security around his house?
Security, he has a Ring camera that was in the driveway and a Ring camera that was at the side door.
And with regard to the garage itself, as far as you've been in there as well?
Yes.
And so what is behind the left door of the garage?
His big old blue convertible.
And on the right side of the garage, what, if anything, is in behind?
Nothing. He's got all organized stuff and kids sporting. I don't know if he parked in there or not.
Now, as
Hey, so
far
this is
as
exactly
how
what
Mr.
everyone's been
O'Keefe kept
testifying
his
to with the
his
garage.
home, was there a particular way in which he kept it when he lived there? No.
Neat freak.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He was a neat freak.
Okay.
And as you enter into this garage, what, if any, access would you then have to inside the home?
There's a set of stairs and it brings you right into like the mudroom, which leads into the kitchen.
Now, when you would go over to Mr. O'Keefe's house on this occasion, any rules or preferences would Mr. O'Keefe have with regard to footwear?
You did not wear footwear in the house. You took your shoes off.
And is that something that applied to people who live there as well as people who were visiting?
Yes.
And how would you describe that a relatively strict rule?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish a portion of Exhibit 6, ring video.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have from driveway video number 154. So, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, that's Karen's car and my car. And John's is in the background.
Now, in front of you on the desk, there should be a laser pointer. It's not. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So pressing on that button and pointing sort of at the screen, if I could ask you just direct the jury's attention to where you see Ms. Reed's vehicle, where you see your vehicle, and where you see Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle as well.
That is John's car. That is Karen's car. That is my car.
Is this a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of where the cars were and what things looked like when you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house, coming from Ms. McCabe's?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Now, with reference to any individuals that you observed in this video, again, using the laser pointer, you could draw the jury's attention to who you observed and where they were.
That is Jen McCabe and that is Karen Reed. And that's me.
And at some point you enter in through the garage, is that right?
Correct.
Now, as far as the garage doors were concerned, when you came back that morning, what, if anything, did you notice about the garage?
The right garage door wouldn't close.
So it was open when you arrived?
I don't recall if it was open when we arrived, but when we were leaving, it wouldn't close.
And do you recall you have any idea of sort of how that mechanically worked, like how you would open, how you would close the garage door?
There's a code on the side.
And at any point in time, whenever you noticed that the garage door was open, were you or any of the people that you were able to close that door?
No,
And so is that the door that you entered into in order to get into the garage, get into the mud, and take off your shoes and whatnot?
correct.
And when you came into the house that morning, and you entered into the mud, what, if anything, did you do with your shoes, and what, if anything, did you observe Ms. McCabe and the defendant do with their shoes?
Jen and I both had taken our shoes off in the sort of steps in the garage before we entered into the mudroom. We took our shoes off, and Karen just walked in.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play the video.
Fucking shoe police. Karen just went right in and we just took our shoes off. Whippedy shit, even if it was true.
Now, Ms. Roberts, with reference to the Ring video security system that Mr. O'Keefe had at his home, if you know, do you know who had access to that?
I do not.
You, obviously, you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe had access to that?
He did, yes.
Okay, do you know how or what device he used in order to access it?
I only know he had it on his phone
How do you know he had it on his phone?
because he would check it all the time to see if the kids were home or dropped off or,
That's something you did in your presence?
yes.
Now, with regard to, at some point when you get to the home, beyond the sort of initial observations you made in Ms. McCabe's driveway with regard to the right rear passenger taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle, what, if any, other observations did you make, or what, if anything else, did you do with reference to that area of the vehicle?
Karen did point it out at one point in the driveway. She said, my taillight, look at my taillight. And I looked at it and I said, you told me you don't remember anything from last night. She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. I think you probably hit something, but let's just go in the house and look for him.
And so as far as your recollection.
Oh,
is
so it would have been
concerned,
out there.
that sort of interaction that you had or looking at the taillight, when did that happen?
I don't know if it was when, well, it obviously wasn't when we got there. It was what must have been when we were leaving to go out to look for him.
When you what? I'm sorry.
I wasn't sure if it was when we arrived or when we were leaving to go back out and look for him. But now that I've seen the video, it's obviously when we came back out of the house.
Okay.
Oh, so show
And who was
that.
present for that?
Who was present?
Yes.
Jen McCabe, Karen Reed, and myself.
And as far as where Ms.
What's
McCabe
that?
parked that vehicle, at any point in time that you were at the house, did that vehicle move at all? And by that vehicle, I mean Ms. Reed's vehicle.
I don't think so.
So where it's parked in that video is essentially where it stayed as far as you know.
I believe so.
Now, with reference to those observations or when you were looking at the rear passenger taillight area of Ms. Reed's vehicle, how close to the vehicle were you when you were making those observations?
Right in front of it, there was one piece, like a rectangle encapsulated, like whatever was broken. I remember there was one piece of metal sort of sticking out. So if it was an encasement for a light of some sort, I remember looking at it and the piece was sort of sticking out and I thought someone's going to catch the sleeve on that or something.
And now from there, when you arrived at the house, you go into the house, you take off your shoes, what happened?
I started looking, Jen started looking, Karen, her and Jen went upstairs. I started looking downstairs. I started looking on the other side of the couches to see if maybe he passed out somewhere. And then I went upstairs and Karen was standing in John's room. The bed was made. She was just standing there. And Jen had gone in to talk to Kaylee. And then I said, all right, let's go.
Now,
He's not in the house. He's not in the house.
As far as your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe,
The
him
data
not coming
shows that
home when
she did not
any
go
of the
upstairs during
children
that
were home, was
time.
that something that
The
was normal?
phone data shows that
Him not coming home if the children were home?
she did not
Yeah,
go
he would not
upstairs.
do that.
And obviously you knew Kaylee was there, but what, if anything, did you know as to where Patrick was?
He was at a friend's house.
And was that something that you knew independent of this morning, or what had transpired up to that point?
Say that again?
How did you find out that Patrick was at a friend's house? You know?
Karen said, I said, where's Patrick? She said he's at his friend's.
So you were in the downstairs area of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And looking through the rooms, you didn't find Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
No,
Now, at any point in time, did you go upstairs?
I did.
And when you went upstairs, where in the upstairs did you go?
At the top of the stairs is John's bedroom. So I looked in there. I looked in the bathroom. I looked in the closet. I looked in Patrick's room. I looked in the other two bedrooms.
I was
and
in the
Katie was in
closet.
her room.
John's
So
in
Jen
the
was in there,
closet.
but I was looking through just looking through the house.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's bedroom, when you looked in there, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of the bed?
The bed was made.
You mentioned you looked in a variety of different rooms on the second floor. You said sort of two other rooms. What, if anything, were those other rooms used for, if you know?
I think one of them was a computer room. It was the room that faced the front of the house, and the back room had a bed in it that Mrs. O'Keefe would stay in when she would stay over.
And again, just to be clear, when you say Mrs. O'Keefe, you mean John's mother?
John's mother, sorry.
And as far as the computer room, who, if anyone, had access to that, if you know?
Had access to the computer room.
Yes. What was it used for?
Oh, there was a desk with a computer or laptop.
Did you know whose laptop that was, whether it was John's, whether it was the defendant's, whether it was the kids?
I don't know if it was the defendant's at the time, but John's laptop used to be in that room.
How do you know all this shit? Stalker. John's laptop is always right there. I know it.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd ask if I could publish just a couple more photos on the screen for Ms. Roberts.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could start with exhibit.
Again,
9.
Jen McCabe never went upstairs. Her data did not register her going upstairs any flights when they went over there for 5 minutes. This is hilarious. Oh,
Brought direct
God.
your attention up to the screen. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
That's Karen Reed's Lexus.
And specifically, if you could, using the laser pointer in front of you, direct the jury's attention to where you observed damage.
That's where the metal piece I was describing was.
As far as what's depicted in this photograph up on the screen, is that consistent with what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway and Mr. Cape's driveway when you saw it that moment?
Well, caked in snow, but yes.
Collapse into snow, yes.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit number 9, please. Yeah, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
This is
That's a
lies.
closer-up image of the same area, correct?
Yes.
And what's depicted in this closer-up image, is that also consistent with what you observed in Mr. Cape's driveway and Mr. O'Keefe's driveway that day?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask again if I could publish a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 41.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to about 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 30 seconds.
Shit. I want to see all this. I want to see all of it. I just want to run all of the exhibits. Like, let me have this. I just want this. Like, I want all the other shit.
going to keep the closet there. Ms. Roberts, directing your attention up to the screen, you recognize what's on the pause portion of the screen for this video.
That's John's house.
And Ms. Kimberly, if you could press that again. Ms. Kimberly, if you could pause. And again, Ms. Roberts, directing your attention up to the screen, you recognize what's sort of in front of the camera.
That's Karen's car and John's car.
And where you observe Karen's car and John's car, again, if you could just using the laser pointer direct your attention where you observe each of those in this still frame here.
That's Karen's car. That's John's car.
And are those essentially the same positions that you were talking about that the jury saw earlier in the ring video from Ms. Wilkie's house?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Do you want this up on the screen or down?
Yes,
Up for
Gallagher
now.
had already
Up.
went.
Just a moment.
So again, this arriving at 8:22 is pointless in my opinion because Gallagher already went to
Roberts,
the
I'm gonna
house
show you just
by
two
mistake.
photographs. Ask you to just look at those and finish.
The leaf blowing fucker.
Okay.
And do you recognize those?
Carrie,
Or
nice
do you
nose.
recognize what's depicted in it?
It's growing. Your nose is
Do I
growing.
recognize what?
What's depicted in each of those photographs?
Karen's car.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Okay, is there any objection?
No objection.
All right, thank you.
But those little elfie ears.
Your Honor, while those are being marked, may we approach?
Hold on. Sidebar.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Bev needs a sidebar blow. That leaf blower. He was so proud of that idea. Oh God, guys, I don't even know what to say about this. Karen Reed's taking notes though. It's good. Oh God, how awful. Oh shit. We were looking in closets for John when we went back there. The guy that can't stand being called a pussy beats his wife. No kidding. Yeah. True story. He said I'd bash your fucking skull in, quote unquote, to his wife or something like that in front of the kids. Very healthy over there. Very healthy relationship. John is an Easter basket that needs to be found in the top shelf of the closet. It just reminds me of Nicole Atkinson all over again. You go into a house looking for a person and you're looking under couch cushions. The fuck out of here. I found this phone underneath the couch cushions. Why are you looking under the couch cushions for people? You're going in to look for 3 humans. And you're going under couch cushions. I just can't. Yeah, we went in the bathroom and we were looking in the bathroom closet. The fuck is in the bathroom closet? John could have been in there. We're just like, so John came home and he just started hiding in closets. Like, these women are out of who could seriously go into a jury deliberation room and be like, hey guys, did you guys totally believe all these people? Like, I feel like all of this extra dialect is actually worse for the case. It's actually worse for the case. Like, he's allowing them to embellish all of this stuff because you don't have anything else, because the data doesn't match anything that they're
Your Honor,
saying.
with the court's permission, I would ask to go publish first what's been marked as Exhibit 101.
Okay.
And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen now is Exhibit 101. You indicated that's Ms. Reed's vehicle in the same position where Ms. McCabe left the park on the property, correct?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a still shot from the same video that you just saw in the prior?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 102 now. And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen, that's the second photograph that I showed you just a moment ago.
Yes.
That's essentially a closer up or zoomed in image of what's in the same still image that you saw in the prior, correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to the damage that you observed on the right rear passenger tail light of Ms. Reed's vehicle that way.
You guys, when you guys bump into something, your bumper is the name of bumper for a reason. Your bumper hits the
Now you go
it's gonna hit first, unless whatever
look
you're
through
hitting
the home, you
sticks
don't
out
find Mr.
further
O'Keefe and
in your
what happened?
bumper. Like the
Then I
on
said,
the
let's
other
go. Let's go
person's
look for
vehicle.
him. If he might be walking home, or if you thought he got hit by a plow, let's just, and Jen and Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at. Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview
Jen
the night
said
before. So Karen really wanted to go back there. I was the one that said, no, let's drop a car off, go to Meadows and look through the house. And then we'll start looking if he's not in the house. So that's what we did. We got in the car and we were going to head back to Jen's sister's house.
oh, so that's
this
why
conversation, as far as the
Mhm.
defendant, as you're testifying, really wanting to go to Fairview, when did that occur in relation to when you got to Mr. O'Keefe's?
On the way from Jen McCabe's house to John's house in the car.
So this is over the Bluetooth as you're driving?
Yes, Karen said I left him at Waterfall, and Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
And so after coming out of Mr. O'Keefe's house, you exit the same way that you entered?
Yes,
Come out the garage door, get into your car?
yes.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of where was everybody seated in your car when you did it?
I was driving, Karen was in the back seat, and Jen was in the passenger seat.
And as far as Ms. McCabe's sister's house, at the time, did you know where that was or who her sister was or anything like that?
I didn't even know she had a sister.
And
she doesn't know who the
you know,
Alberts
how-
are.
how long
She
a
doesn't know who
drive
the
or how far
fucking
a drive or
Alberts
what
are.
the route was that you took going from Meadows to her sister's house.
I think we went main roads because we were looking to see, I mean, I don't know what we were looking for, but we were looking for him. I don't know if we thought he was walking home or if he got hit by a plow. So we went main roads. We pulled out, I think we went Bolivar Street, and then Jen was giving directions because I didn't know where we were going.
And to be clear, Bolivar Street, you're talking about, that's Bolivar?
Yes,
And so then Ms. McCabe is then giving you directions as you're driving, correct?
correct.
Now, as you're driving, again, as far as what if anything did you see as far as plows or how were the roads treated at that time? What if anything did you observe in reference to that?
It was bad driving. There were plows out, but it was really bad driving.
And the visibility as you were driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house, how would you describe the visibility?
It was very poor. It was in the middle of a blizzard.
Now, when you get to the street, at some point you're directed by Ms. McCabe to Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to Fairview Road, do you recall whether or not you took a left or a right, or how did you come on to Fairview Road?
Off of Chapman Street, I took a right onto Fairview.
You took a right from Chapman onto Fairview.
Correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note or observe as far as the sort of elevation of the roadway?
You go downhill.
You go down a hill?
Yes.
This particular area of Canton, obviously you've lived in Canton for several years. Are you somewhat familiar with this area of Canton?
Yeah.
And how is it that you were familiar with the area of Canton prior to this date if you've never been to Mr. Case's house?
The commuter rail is right near there that I would take to work.
Are there any schools in that area as well?
Yes, the John F. Kennedy School.
And you mentioned that your son played baseball, correct?
Yes, and my
Ball field.
my son and John's nephew also went to the home daycare across the street from the JFK.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to just publish a brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
Okay.
Gentlemen, what I'm going to ask is if you could push this video forward to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm sorry, you could play it from there. I would ask him to stop right there. Mr. Roberts, from what you've seen on the video, as far as what's depicted in this video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal or consistent with what you observed that morning as you were driving around going from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McKay's sister's house?
Yes.
And the turn that this vehicle is taking at this point in the video, about 2 minutes and 40 seconds in, you recognize what street that vehicle is turning onto?
I believe it's Fairview.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
One 100%, Dana. 100.
Ms. Roberts, as you're driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to this address on Fairview Road that you've never been to before, what's going on inside the car?
Karen was frantic. She wouldn't put her seatbelt on, and I was getting nervous because we're driving in a blizzard. She kept leaning in between the two seats. I think at some point she was texting in the back seat, and then she'd be leaning. She was just frantic the whole morning.
And as far as her screaming, do you recall anything specifically that she was screaming, or what, if any, sort of conversation was going on in the car as you were driving?
There was some conversation about a woman I didn't know that was Bella's mom. And she said, Bella's mom never liked me. I think Bella lived near Jen's sister, maybe. I don't know. Some conversation about Bella's mom, and Karen said she didn't like me.
And do you recall where you were in your travels when that topic of conversation came up?
No, I don't recall.
Now, in reference to following that, what, if anything, did you say in regards to any other sort of women?
Any other what?
Following that conversation in regard to Bella's mom, who you didn't know, what, if anything, did you say or introduce into the conversation?
Fairview Road runs along Spring Street, I think it is. Spring Lane. So
you're
Spring Lane and
pathetic.
Fairview are both off at Chapman Street, and there was a woman he dated that lived on Spring Lane. So when Jen was telling me where her sister's house was, I said, I don't know where Fairview is. And she said, it's near Spring Lane. And I said, oh, where the dance instructor lived. John had once dated a dance instructor. And then Karen said, do you think he could have gone there? Do you think that's where he could have been? No, I was just using it as a reference point. She said it's near Spring Lane. And I knew that the dance instructor lived on Spring Lane.
And just to be clear, when you say the dance instructor, this would be for his niece, Kaylee?
Correct.
And you indicated that the two of them, being Mr. O'Keefe and the dance instructor, had dated at some point in the past, correct?
Yes.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it was when Kaylee was little. She was probably like 5.
So almost 10 years before this date that you're driving away. Now, as you're driving along and driving down Fairview, what is it that you're doing? What, if anything, do you observe Mr. McCabe doing? And then what, if anything, do you observe the defendant?
Well, we were looking for John walking or wherever he may be. So I'm driving and looking on both sides. And I think Jen was looking on both sides. And Karen was, she would be in the back seat, then she'd be in between us, then she'd be in the back seat, and then in between us.
This is unreal.
And as you came down the hill on Fairview, what, if anything, what happened then?
Jen said, my sister's house is right up here. And all of a sudden, Karen said, there he is, there he is. Let me the F out of this car. And she started kicking the door.
And how was she kicking the door?
With her feet. Well, how was she kicking the door?
How hard was she kicking?
Pretty hard. I mean, she wanted to get out of the car, but it was locked because once you start driving, the back doors lock. So I looked over and I didn't see anything. And I looked at Jen and I said, she's crazy. And I unlocked the door and I sat back and watched. And she ran over to a mound of snow.
And so
She ran over to a mound of snow. Yes, thank you.
As you're driving down,
A mound of snow. There was no mound.
On your side of the vehicle.
No.
And when you say
I mean,
she
they
gets
made
out of
the
vehicle,
mound.
is it your side or passenger side where Mr. Cave is? That
The driver's side.
so she gets out of the driver's side of the vehicle on the back passenger, correct?
Correct.
And how quickly does she go, sort of from your car to where she ends up?
She ran over to the mound.
Yes, I told you
And
guys.
at that point in time, even when she runs over, did you see what she was running over to?
At some point, I realized it was the shape of a body.
And when was that you realized? When in this sort of sequence were you able to realize that?
That was in seconds. Once she ran over to his body, I said, oh my God. And she lifted up his shirt and started to lay on him.
And when you stopped to let her out, where were you in relation to that mound of snow or what you learned?
Well, I think my car was like in the middle of the road. I just stopped.
And in
No, you
relation
didn't.
to,
No, you didn't. You were
where
on the
mound of
left
snow
side.
was,
You
had
lying
been passed At that
bitch.
point, so where was it?
You're
Yes.
a fucking liar. You're in the middle of the road. You're in the left hand side of
Yeah.
the road, not even on the right.
Ms.
You went
Gilman, if
across.
could,
You're a lying
we're gonna
cunt.
just, let's plan on that for about 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
Watch where this hoe's fucking car is. How do you get on the left side? How do you get on the left side of the road? We're not in fucking Europe. Look at your car, you fucking lying bitch. It's already opened on the left side of the road, not on the right side.
What's depicted in the screen in front of this camera angle? Do you recognize what that is?
That's my car.
Is that essentially where you parked your car when Ms. Reed started kicking the doors and got out and ran over?
Yes.
Could just press play for a moment. Now, from this video, you can see where in relation to your vehicle, Mr. O'Keefe, where you found Mr. O'Keefe.
With the pointer.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could, again, display for about this.
You have drug problem? You can run? Huh?
Visuals on screen again. But just using the laser pointer to direct your attention to those are.
That is Jen McCabe. That's Karen Reed. That's me.
Take that down. Roberts, in relation to what you just saw in the video, as far as at some point, the rear sort of tailgate or hatchback on your SUV, that was in the up position, is that correct?
Yes,
And do you recall why that was?
because I was having Jen get the baby blankets to wrap around him out of my car.
And is that something that you just sort of have in the back of your car at all times?
Yeah.
Now, at any point in time in that sequence, did you call anybody or have any sort of phone calls that you made that went to voicemail at that time?
Did I?
Yes.
I don't know.
And so nothing that you recall, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you observe Ms. McCabe make any phone calls that just sort of went to voicemail and she left her phone in your car?
Objection.
Sustained.
Lally,
Let me take it
you
back.
fucking cheating cunt.
Or when you're pulling.
Good job,
So
little.
as far as the conditions when you pull up and the defendant's banging on the door and gets out and runs over to Mr. O'Keefe. What's depicted in that video, obviously without your vehicle being in the middle of the roadway, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what the road looked like and sort of what you saw upon your arrival?
Yes.
So after the defendant gets out of the vehicle, what did you do? Where did you go?
When I realized it was him or someone, I ran over and I dug his head out of the snow.
And to recall, you recognized the person in the snow as Mr. O'Keefe.
Once I dug his head out, yes.
This is a lie.
You recall how his body was positioned as far as how was he on his stomach, on his back, on his side?
He was on his back.
And so you brushed some snow away from his head, is that correct?
Off his face.
And when you were brushing the snow off his face, what, if anything, did you observe about his face or the condition of him?
He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And his right eye it looked like a golf ball. His left eye was fine. The right eye looked like a golf ball.
Now, you mentioned that you wiped some snow from around his head. What, if anything else, did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was bleeding in the back of the head. So when I was wrapping the I don't know why I was wrapping blankets around his head, but I didn't know. He had a cut on the back of his head.
Do you recall which side of his head that cut was on?
I don't. It just was blood on the blanket that was under him, under his head.
Now, as far as the rest of his body, did that have snow on it as well?
They had to
Say it again, I'm sorry?
The
his
rest
head
of
to
his
see
body,
that
from,
fucking
separate from his
blood.
head area. What if any
That
snow
cut,
did
they had
you
to
observe
shave
on,
his
on
head
the
at
rest?
fucking.
He was
Hospital.
completely covered.
And, you know about how much snow was covering the rest of his body?
I would say like 4 inches, maybe 3. I don't really remember exactly how many, but he was covered.
And so with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and when you arrived there, 3 of you being you, the defendant, and Ms. McCabe, what is it that you were doing when you first sort of come over to Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, Karen was laying on top of him and I told her to get off him because I was going to do CPR. And I said, Jen, you need to call 911. And I started CPR on his chest compressions. And then Karen was giving him mouth to mouth.
And as far as CPR goes, is that something that you had any training in prior to this?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about that as far as what, if any, training did you have as far as CPR was concerned?
I get CPR certified every 2 years through the American Red Cross at work.
So you start doing chest compressions, is that right?
Correct.
And you direct Ms. McCabe to call 911?
Yes.
And what was the defendant doing at that?
She was doing mouth to mouth and she was frantic again, running around. And
as she was running around, what, if anything else, was she doing or saying while she was running around?
Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Is that something that she said once or more than once?
More than once.
And similar to sort of the tonality or the volume of the voice that you were describing before, was that consistent when you're there sort of in front of the house?
Yes.
Now, in relation to where you were with Mr. O'Keefe, obviously you've never been in this house before, is that right?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as overhead lights or street lights or anything like that around that area where you found Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a fire hydrant and there was some weird like electrical box thing sticking out of the ground.
But you don't recall any sort of like overhead lights or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, this process of you sort of doing compressions and Ms. Reed is doing mouth to mouth and then running around, is the mouth to mouth that she's doing, is that sort of consistent or is it intermittent between? When is the running around in relation to the mouth to mouth?
I don't remember which was first, or I was concentrating on doing chest compressions.
And so while you're doing the chest compressions, at some point do first responders start to arrive?
Correct.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of get out of the vehicle, go over, realize it's Mr. O'Keefe, et cetera, and to when the first responders arrive?
I don't know. Wasn't long, maybe under 10 minutes.
During that time, or during any amount of time that you were there, did you see anybody from any of the houses on the street come out of the house or any neighbors come out or anything like that?
No.
Once, if you recall, do you recall whether it was police or fire or ambulance or who showed up first?
I don't know. I think the police showed up first or the EMTs. I just know the EMTs came over and said, we'll take it from here. I wasn't paying attention to what else was going on.
So you're sort of focused on the chest compression.
They didn't get there till 6:15. We see you in the
some
picture at
paramedic comes over and
6:11.
tells you
You're a
they've got-
fucking liar.
And so after
The
that.
EMTs didn't get to John until 6:15. You and your
After that,
fat
where did I go?
fucking
I
ass were right
stayed
in front of
in
the
the
camera
area.
at
I think I
6:11.
went back over to the car.
Fuck you.
And as paramedics are working on John, you're over by your vehicle, correct?
I think so.
And so where was, what were you doing and where was Ms. McCabe and where was the defendant at that?
Karen was running around the body while the EMTs were trying to work on him. She was just frantic.
And so you're over by the car and Ms. Reed is running around over where Mr. O'Keefe is?
Yes.
Where was Ms. McCabe?
I don't know. She was somewhere around the car.
So closer to you than to where Mr. O'Keefe was?
I don't know.
Now, where Mr. O'Keefe was, if you know, where was he in relation to the roadway or the paved sort of pathway of Fairview Road?
I don't know because you couldn't tell which was the road and which was the grass. Like you couldn't tell which where the road began and ended.
Could you?
So I don't know.
Because they plowed it.
Now, you described the defendant sort of running around Mr. O'Keefe frantically. What, if anything, was she saying about him?
Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that sort of phraseology or the way she put that, was that consistent throughout? Is that how she stated it?
Yes.
And again, in that same sort of loud volume voice at the time?
Yes.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe is taken from where he is by the paramedics to an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And as he's being taken off the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in that area?
His phone was under him and it was grass.
Now, as far as the grass that you observed, how was that in relation to sort of the rest of the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Everything else had snow.
Everything else is covered in snow, and when he's lifted off the ground underneath his body, is that where the grass is?
Yes.
And his phone was where in relation to his body? As far as when he's lifted up, what part of his body had been open?
Like maybe his shoulder, maybe it was like his back. So when they lifted him up, it was under where like his, whatever the right side of his back.
And what I'm asking is basically sort of up towards the shoulder blade or down towards his lower back, if you
In the middle.
know. And when you saw
We got him though.
the phone on the grass, what, if anything, did you do with Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I picked it up. I put it in my pocket. And at some point, one of the first responders asked if I had it. I handed it over.
Do you recall
Wait,
who that first
what?
responder was?
No,
Do you recall even whether it was a police officer, a firefighter, or a paramedic?
no.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe is being taken from where he was located in the ambulance, what happens then? What goes on from
At some point, Officer Good told Karen to calm down because she was frantic. And at some point, Jen and Karen were in the back of a police cruiser to warm up. I was standing outside watching the ambulance because I could see in through the ambulance that they were moving things and working on them.
And so what, if any, conversation did you have with the defendant or Ms. McCabe in reference to what you were seeing through the back of the ambulance?
I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. And at one point, Karen grabbed the front of my jacket and screamed in my face and said, are they working on him? Is he alive? And I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. They wouldn't be working on him if he was dead. And then she had us hold hands and pray. And then at some point, she had blood on her hands and she told us she had her period. So I think she was just in a state of shock, maybe.
And what, if anything, did
The
you
fuck?
or Ms. McCabe
I
say to
cannot
her?
believe this right now.
We said, no, that's not your blood. That's John's.
And what happened then?
Then the ambulance drove away.
And if you know about how long was it from the time that you were told by the paramedic to step away from Mr. O'Keefe, they had this, from that point to when the ambulance drove away?
I don't know. I don't think it was long. I watched them work on whatever they were doing in the back of the ambulance and they got in the ambulance and drove away.
You were watching them work
And,
in the ambulance? What?
After the ambulance left, where did the three of you go, or where did you go? Where did Ms. Reed go? Where did Ms.
Karen, I had her in my car. Jen was going up to the door, to her sister's house. And I said to the police, I had been on the phone now. I had called Mrs. O'Keefe. I had called John's mother. I had called John's father. At some point, Karen was on the phone with John's sister-in-law. John's dead. So I grabbed the phone from her. I said, he's not dead. He's in the back of an ambulance. He's been in an accident. And she said that Paul was going to go, John's brother, to the hospital that they were bringing John to. So I spoke to I called Mr. O'Keefe. He didn't answer.
Next question. That'll stand. The next question.
You call Mr. O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe John's parents.
Correct.
At some point, you have a conversation with them, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why it was that Ms. McCabe was going into the house on Fairview?
Objection. Do you know why?
To wake her sister, I think.
And after those conversations, so you grab the phone from the defendant, you speak to Erin O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And following those conversations with members of the O'Keefe family, where is it that you were going?
I asked Mrs. O'Keefe if she had four-wheel drive, and she said no. And Mr. O'Keefe had a van that didn't have four-wheel drive. So I said, I'm going to come get you, and I'll take you to the hospital.
All right, so why don't we end this now for lunch? Okay. All right, jurors will take the luncheon.
All right, guys, it's run lunch break.
Yep.
Fair to be closed and leave your work on your chairs. All rise, jury out.
All right, guys. Go enjoy your lunch. I mean, I have. Ooh. Alan Jackson's reassuring. Okay.
Goodbye.
6:43 and 31 seconds. His phone goes up a flight of stairs.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. This is a.
Hey there. Okay. At 6:43 and 31 seconds, John's phone goes up a flight of stairs. 6:43 and 31 seconds. Between 6:43 and 31 seconds to 6:55 and 5 seconds. Now, it's impossible that anybody that would be a first responder could have that was transporting John O'Keefe, because he was still in the ambulance at 6:43. Carrie Roberts just said it, that she found his phone and that she put it in her pocket. And then a first responder, she can't remember if it was she cannot remember who she gave John O'Keefe's phone to. Is that what we're hearing? Do you understand that this bitch must have not gotten the memo that every single first responder, firefighter, EMT, police officer, every single one of them, nobody has testified to taking a cell phone off of Miss Carrie Roberts. And if you think that is lost on the jury, absolutely not. Absolutely not. We have heard from every single person that was at that scene, in either an EMTS person or a firefighter or the people that were the first responders as far as police officers go. There has not been one single person that has not testified up until this point. 40 people, of which the first you have Seraph, Good, Mulaney, Lank, Gallagher, Flamati, Nuttall, McLaughlin, Kelly, Walsh, Woodbury, Robery, Whitley. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Then if you even want to count Officer Ray, who went over to the house, which was John's. None of them, not a single one of them, testified to taking a phone off of Carrie Roberts. Take that and smoke that at lunch. We've been waiting to hear when the Commonwealth is going to introduce the phone. Well, at 6:43, John O'Keefe's phone goes up a flight of stairs at 6:43. And he was in an ambulance still, and they knew that. And Carrie Roberts didn't go inside. I'm going to go enjoy my soup. And I'm going to go get myself, I think I want to make some margaritas in honor of Carrie Roberts. You know that song? Sweet Caroline, oh, oh, oh. Sweet Carrie Roberts, oh, oh, oh. Your lies never get so old, so old, so old, so old. Amen. If people don't think the feds are watching this, now she's testified before a grand jury, right? Carrie Roberts has testified before a grand jury. And so this would have had to come out. This would have had to come out. All right, guys. We'll see in about, we'll be back in 56 minutes. You know, Bev's gonna go get her bush on. Ridiculous. What is up? What is good? Welcome back. We are about 6 minutes away from 2. We know that she's not going to start at 2, but just wanted to say what is up to everybody, and thank you guys. You guys see a lot of places watching this. And you guys are right here. So, cowbell. All right. Boy. Getting all this new information down. Yes, anything that's happening at bingo, yes. We're going to do a $10 afternoon close out. Afternoon. We'll do a $10. So also from like 2 to 4. Do a we'll have fun with it. Let's do speed to 7. First one to get 7 marks anywhere. Not including the free spot. Actually, we'll include Bev. This is including your free space. There we go. Try again with a different name. Says, I think after John cheated in Aruba, she had been flirty texting with Higgins, and there was a peck kiss at some point, yeah. But she wanted nothing to do with him, and her and John reconciled. Let's just put it this way. If all of what they're saying is true, guys, there is no need to delete anything. There is no need for anybody to do anything in terms of getting our story straight or creating a timeline or trying to see what happened. Then kids getting involved and, people destroying phones, stories not, constantly switching, like none of that. So I think for me, I'm a big data person. I believe in data. I believe that liars figure and figures don't lie. So that's my take on it. But I also believe that you can misinterpret data as well. If you're like, think about this, if we were taught how to add wrong, we would, 2 + 2 = 6, So I think you can misinterpret data. I think a timeline for the jury is really important, with them knowing dates on when things would have happened. But for all of these people to have eerily similar stories, But I'm here for it. I'm here for the facts. Give me the facts. So Carrie Roberts, you got to turn your phone. I can't wait till we talk about your phone and your movements, and just let me see the evidence. And that's what's supposed to be happening. The prosecutor is supposed to be providing all of this evidence that shows that Karen Read is guilty. And so think about it. So the jury has to consider, okay, you think that these women are just making this shit up, right? She's frantic. She starts calling us at 4:53 in the morning, acting hysterical, right? John didn't come home, which this is what they're saying, though. I think anybody would be hysterical if you found a body, so whatever. I hate to say a body, like her boyfriend's body. Karen hit John. Well, right now, what I see is a Google search by a woman that had just left at 1:47, and by 2:27, after texting with a couple different people, she then Google searches house long to die in the cold at 2:27. I'm going to wait and hear what the experts have to say on that. I'm going to wait and hear what the experts have to say about John's phone going 3 flights of stairs and so the jury hasn't seen that yet. The jury hasn't seen, and now we're just finding and getting that point of John's phone. So the jury hasn't heard anything about John's phone going up, 3 flights of stairs. When that happens, I mean, what would you think? The phone's wrong? And if you're going to say that he was hit by a car at that time at 12:21, then everybody would have saw it. And that because he was hit by a car and it flew him up in the air, he went up and down a couple different times, did it seem like he went up a flight of stairs? You guys, that would have been at 12:21 to 12:24. And that's when everybody and their mother was there. And nobody saw Karen Read between 12:21 and 12:24, bashing into this man. And if you think that John O'Keefe went into that house, right? Because all of them are saying he never went in there. So once you hear that it's a juror and you hear that he made 80 steps, he took 3 flights of stairs in some way, that means he went into that house. That's what it would tell me. That happened between 12:21 and 12:24, which is when Karen Read brought him there. That's why I think, in a weird way, I'm not always for defendants going and, getting on the stand and testifying. Let the evidence speak for yourself. But I don't see how testifying here in this situation could hurt Karen Read if she didn't make prior statements to the police. If there's prior statements that Karen Read made because she was being interviewed and, Karen Read went and talked to the media and did a 9-minute spat with whoever the fuck it was. That's truly unheard of. So at the end of the day, if you're the jury and you think he went into that house, then you have no choice but to come back as not guilty, because then Karen Read couldn't have hit him. And all of these people would have a reason to cover up things. Now you have to ask yourself, why does Carrie Roberts want to get involved? Well, we'll see what comes up on cross with her. But I think those group text messages are really damaging for the story when Jennifer McCabe's saying, oh, she's going with, she's telling them everything. Oh my God, she could write a book. I love it. Is that really what you're saying after your friend is just found dead? Something's wrong with that. Something isn't right with that. In no capacity. And then guess what she says on the stand? Jen McCabe has the nerve to say that came out because you don't know what we were talking about on the phone. And that was in reference of something that was talked about on the phone. Bitch, please. Come on. She has an answer, or I should say a lie, and a story for everything. I love it. I love it. And you love it. That's just, she's a sick puppy. She's a bored bitch. Bored people get themselves into trouble. It's a really, really bad thing. You don't want to date people that have a lot of time on their hands. They get themselves into trouble. I agree. I do think she's dangerous. And I don't think this is the first time, this is a murder, but I believe that someone like Jennifer has railroaded somebody else, and it's not in the same type of situation, but in a different type of situation, in I wouldn't want this woman anywhere near kids in the capacity of you're going to try to sit here and tell me how things went down in the situation. Like, she's a liar. She's lying. Them going into that house, Carrie Roberts saying that Jen McCabe went upstairs and went and looked in John's room. She didn't walk up any flights of stairs. So is the dad lying then too? Come on. And I just think, I don't know how Carrie Roberts got herself into this shit. I have no idea. Truly don't know. Because she wasn't there with them. She wasn't at the house. But she decided to get herself all twisted up in this. Well, that's my take. But I want to know why. And it seems to me like she has like this, I mean, look at her up there. She doesn't like, what's her name? What do you mean it's on? I have it playing, don't I? Should be on. Says they're at lunch.
A moment back to when
Oh.
You first,
Thanks.
Mr. Where Mr. O'Keefe is on the grass. And at any point in time when you observed him, what, if any, observations did you make as far as how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed at that time?
Was he dressed?
Yes.
He had jeans on. I couldn't really tell because he was covered in snow, but I know that I think he had 2 layers on because when the defendant lifted his shirt.
Do you recall if any one of those layers was like a winter jacket or any kind of heavy coat or anything like that?
No.
I'm sorry, no, you don't recall, or no?
No, it was not a coat.
Now, take it back to when you were in front of the house and Mr. O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, and at some point in time that ambulance leaves, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know where the ambulance was going?
Good Samaritan Hospital.
And following that, you mentioned that Ms. McCabe went inside the house, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that caused her to go inside the house?
No, I'll allow that. Not what anyone said.
I think she was going to wake her sister.
And after that, was there anybody else that beyond sort of first responders or police officers, things that, any other sort of civilian people show up that you recall?
Matt showed up at some point, Jen's husband, Matt.
And that was before you left, is that correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, you had, we'll get to this more in a moment, but you had left from the house once, come back, and then left again?
Yes.
And when her husband, Matt McCabe, showed up, which of those times was that, if you recall?
I think he was there when I left the first time.
And did you have any conversation with him?
I just said, he said, I said, I'm going to get the O'Keefes. He said, do you want me to come with you? And I said, no. So he went in the house.
And when you left, who, if anyone, initially when you left, who, if anyone, left with
I left with Karen Reed.
And as you're leaving your car, you're driving, is that correct?
Yes.
Where is Miss Reed in the car at that point?
Say it again?
Where was Miss Reed in your car at that point?
In the passenger seat.
And as you were leaving, what, if anything, was it you were doing or talking about, or what was going on when you left that first?
As we were leaving, she was saying to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You need to take care of these kids.
And how did you respond?
He's not going to die. No one's doing anything of that nature, or something of that nature, I said.
And as far as you're driving away, Chapman, and you're facing towards Cedar Crest, is that right?
Yes.
And so when you left, are you following in that sort of same direction towards Cedar Crest?
I took a right onto Cedar Crest.
And then where did you go from there?
And then I got to Dedham Street and I went to take a right. And then Officer Good let me go to pick up the O'Keefes to take them. I had to give him my phone number so that he could get in touch with me if he needed to. So he did call and he said, do you have Miss Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, please bring her back. Her parents have called in a suicide. They They said she's saying she's suicidal, so they want her to be sectioned.
And so coming back to that in a moment, but before you had left the scene, you hadn't talked to any police officers or anything at that time, correct?
No, other than my name and phone number, but no.
So you gave them your information and then said, I have to go pick up the keys.
Yes.
So you get that call from Officer Good, and then you come back to the house, is that right?
Yes.
And during any of that time, you recall the defendants, I know you had mentioned she spoke to Erin O'Keefe. Was there anybody else that the defendant spoke to or talked to while you were with her in the car?
She spoke to her mother. And then I ended up taking the phone and speaking to her mother, and I gave her my phone number and I said, I'm going to go to the hospital. She said, please make sure she does not have her purse. She has medication in her purse. I don't want her to take.
And then when you arrived back at the scene, what happened then?
She just got out of the car and walked to the ambulance.
And who, if anyone, did she walk, and by she, you mean the defendant?
I'm sorry, yes.
And who, if anyone, did the defendant walk from your car to the ambulance with?
She just walked, I think she just walked by herself. I had her phone because I had been talking to her mother. So then one of the first responders came over and said, do you have her phone? And I said, yes. Her mother said, make sure she does not have her purse.
And then following that conversation with one of the first responders, where did you go from?
I went to go pick up the O'Keefes.
And as far as your drive from Canton, you went to, where do the O'Keefes live?
Braintree.
So your drive from Canton to Braintree and then subsequently from Braintree to Brockton, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the driving conditions at that point?
I was actually on the phone with Katie Camerano and I spun out, did a complete spun a couple times on 93, right near the Braintree exit. So that when I got to the O'Keefes, that we went back roads to Brockton because I didn't want to go on the highway.
And as far as the O'Keefes, as far as in your car from Braintree to Brockton, that was both John's mother and father?
Correct.
And at some point you get to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, correct?
Correct.
And you know about what time it was that you got there?
I don't know.
When you arrived, where is it that you and the O'Keefes sort of go within the hospital?
Paul, John's brother Paul had already arrived. And then we all walked in, we were in the waiting area. John's cousin actually works on the switchboard. We had been talking to her on the way in because with COVID restrictions, we didn't know if we were going to be able to get in or, so she had come out from the switchboard, her office, because she knew there had been an accident. So she came out to greet her family. And then I asked her to take me to the bathroom to clean up and to the chapel.
And why was it that you had to go clean up?
Say it again.
Why was it that you had to go clean up?
Because I had blood on my hands.
Now, Ms. Roberts, you mentioned that during part of the drive from Canton to Braintree, you spoke to Ms. Camerano, correct?
Yes.
And during either that drive or the subsequent drive from Braintree to Brockton, who, if anyone else, did you speak to over the phone?
Karen called me repeatedly from the ambulance asking if I was going to come to the hospital. And she called when the O'Keefes were in the car and said she dropped him off at a party. And Mrs. O'Keefe said, you just left him? And Mr. O'Keefe said, leave her alone. She's been through enough. She called a few times while we were on the ride. And then she called a lot when we were at the hospital asking if I knew anything, if he was dead, is he dead? She would hang up and then call back, hang up and then call back.
And if you know about how many times was it?
At least 10.
And that same sort of phraseology that she was using on scene as far as this is dead, she repeated that in the phone calls at the hospital.
Yes.
Now, once you arrive at the hospital and you're able to clean up a little bit, where did you go from there? What happened?
I went to the chapel and I said a prayer. And then I went in and talked to John's cousin, and she said that Dr. Rice was going to ask to meet with the family and that they would be told how John was doing and that they would bring John's family back to see John. So when I came out, they were being called in by Dr. Rice, and I sat in the waiting area.
And after some period of time, sitting in the waiting area, what happened?
Mrs. O'Keefe came out and told me John was gone. And then she asked if I wanted to see him. So I did, because I figured it would be better than when I last saw him. Maybe he was cleaned up, but it was not. It was worse.
Sorry, ma'am, but as far as say that it was worse, happened to a room where John was, is that right?
Yes.
And what did you see?
He was in a neck brace, and both eyes were huge. Whereas when I found him, it was only one, but they were like black, almost like filled with, I don't know, blood or fluid. They were huge.
Beyond what you observed in his eyes, what, if anything else, did you see on John's body as you were?
He had scratches on his arm,
Do you recall which arm it was?
his right arm.
Recall where on his arm?
Like here.
Does that record reflect that the witness is pointing to her forearm?
Yes.
Following that, as far as going in to see John, what happened then?
We came back out to the waiting area. Mrs. O'Keefe wanted to get his necklace off, but I couldn't get it. So her and Paul went back in to get the necklace off. And Karen had called me at some point from the hospital and said, my father's going to be coming. Can you just keep a lookout for him? So I said, so when Mr. Reed, her father, walked in, Mr. O'Keefe recognized him and he said, that's Karen's father. So I went over and I said, Mr. Reed, Mr. O'Keefe would like to speak to you. And then I just stood there. I didn't know what to do.
And at some point, did you leave from the hospital?
I did. I took Mr. O'Keefe in my car and Paul took Mrs. O'Keefe in his.
And where did the two vehicles, where did you?
I dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at John's house and then I went home.
And without getting into too much detail as far as the road conditions that you described earlier, how were they?
It was absolutely horrible. I told Mr. O'Keefe, if you see a front door in your vision, we are about to hit a house because I can't see where we're going. And my windshield wiper broke.
Now, so you dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at John's house on Meadows, is that right?
Yes,
And Ms. Reed's vehicle, was that still there at that point?
I think so. I don't recall, but I think so.
And then you went home, is that correct?
Yes.
Later on that day or that afternoon, if anyone came to your house to speak to you in regard to what?
There were two officers, but I don't remember their names.
And do you recall which department they were from?
The state police.
As far as the officers that came to your house and spoke to you, you don't recall their names, is that correct?
I don't.
You recall if either one of them was a Trooper Proctor?
It was not.
And where in your house did you speak to them?
In the dining room.
And did they speak to anybody else at your house at that time?
My husband.
And as far as when they spoke to you and they spoke to your husband, where were you when, starting with yourself, do you know where your husband was when the troopers were speaking to you?
I don't know where he was, but he wasn't in the room with me.
And same as far as when the troopers were speaking with your husband, where were you?
I was not in the room.
Following that, did you have occasion to speak to any other troopers or members of the state police at any point in time afterward?
I've only spoken to Mike Proctor one time. It was from Jen's house.
And when was that?
I don't know, maybe a couple days later, because Jen and I were re-going over what everything had happened. Mrs. O'Keefe had advised us to make a timeline because she said this could be a while. You guys aren't going to remember something years from now. So sit down, write down what you remember. And I, at that point, said, when she first called, she said he was dead. And Jen said, I don't think you've told them that. So Michael Proctor called, or she was on the phone with him, or I don't even know. And I said, could I speak to him? So I told him so that somebody had it documented.
So as far as Trooper Proctor was concerned, that phone conversation, is that the only contact that you have with Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
And if you recall, was it February 1st or so that you met with some troopers at Mr. McCabe's house?
State Trooper who?
At some point, did you meet with troopers at Mr. McCabe's house?
Yes.
And if you know, was that on or around a couple days later, like February 1st or so?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I can't be sure.
Were either of those troopers that you met at Mr. McCabe's house, were either of those troopers Trooper Proctor?
No.
And do you recall where within Mr. McCabe's house you spoke to them?
In the living room.
And beyond yourself and the troopers that you spoke to, was there anybody else in the room with you when you spoke to them?
No.
At some point, either then or subsequent to then, was there any request made by any trooper from the state police in regard to your cell phone?
To my cell phone, yes.
And do you recall if it was that date or a later date?
It was not that day. I think it was the next day. It was within the next 2 days. They wanted to clone my phone.
And did they advise you of anything or give you any form that you had to fill out and execute prior to doing that?
Yes, I had to fill out a form.
And as far as your phone was concerned, were there any restrictions or anything that you gave to them as far as what they could look at or what they could clone or what they could do with your phone?
No.
And as far as how sort of that process works, as far as a cell phone extraction or anything, do you know anything about that?
No.
And do you recall how long it was that you were without your phone at the time you handed it over to them to whenever you got it back?
Well, they took both of our phones at the same time, and we didn't get them back for like 7 or 8 hours.
And just to be clear, when you say both of our phones, you're referring to who else's?
Jen's phone and my phone.
Now, at some point or at any point, did you give any kind of interview or have any conversation with any officer from the Canton Police in regard to what happened that day?
No.
And are you familiar with a Canton officer named Michael Lang?
Yes.
How do you know?
My daughter and his daughter are friends.
So beyond your daughters being friends, is that someone that you know or that you socialize with or anything like that?
No, I mean, they've come over to my house, his wife and him, one time, but we don't hang out with them socially. His wife and I are friends.
Now, at some point around this date, around January 29th, let me ask you, turning to the next day of January 30th, do you recall what you did that day?
We went over to the O'Keefe's house, my daughter, Jen, and Jen's daughter, and myself.
And following that, do you recall where you went?
My daughter wanted to get dropped off to her friend's house at Mike Lank's.
And so after leaving the O'Keefe's house, is it still the same as far as yourself, your daughter, Ms. McCabe, and her daughter?
Her daughter stayed at the O'Keefe's.
And as far as Ms. McCabe was concerned, was after dropping your daughter off, did you go anywhere with Ms. McCabe after that?
I just stopped at Mike Lank's house, I think, and then we went home.
And so when you got to your daughter's friend's house, who, if anyone, did you speak with?
Mike's wife came out to the car to see how I was and how the O'Keefes were, and so she talked to us for a little, just asking how everyone was.
And if you know, ma'am, do you know about how long that conversation was?
I mean, I'm a talker, so it's probably a while. I'd say at least 45 minutes.
Was that a conversation like through the window, or did she get in the car? You know?
I think she got in the car. She was in the back seat because it was freezing.
From that conversation, do you recall anything beyond sort of how people were doing or Anything, did you discuss anything about sort of what you had seen or what you had heard the day before on the 29th?
I don't recall. It was just a regular conversation. Well, not regular, obviously, but she was more concerned how the O'Keefes were doing, how the kids were doing.
And then after you left from the Lang's house, where did you go? Where did you and Ms. McKay go?
I don't know. I'm assuming home.
I may have a moment. Ma'am?
Yes.
Let's go. What the hell is this thing doing? Did he just say he wanted to take a sidebar? Okay, they did it.
Sorry, Norma. One moment. I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Little?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Oh, thank you.
What?
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Holy shit, they're gonna use
Yes,
her.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Miss Laura Sullivan to the stand.
Oh my god, no, that's good. This is strategic. Oh, that's so smart. All this is so smart. Oh wow.
And Mr. Lally, I'd like you to tell me when you want me to give that instruction.
Holy shit.
I think it's
So just wave it for me, flag it for me.
sure.
They're gonna drill her when it's their turn. They have to let the data people come in before. That's the only way to combat everything that she just said. And then they're gonna recall her. Oh my god. Holy shit. They have her TKO'd. Oh my god. I'll go over it after.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
This is the girl from Aruba.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Laura Sullivan, Sullivan.
And where do you live?
Pembroke, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Pembroke?
Almost 6 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Pembroke with?
I live with my boyfriend and our 3 children.
2 stepchildren that are with us half the time, and then my son, Ben.
And your son, how old is he?
He's 10.
I'm sorry.
10. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. And your stepchildren, how old are they?
15 and 13.
Now, do you work now?
I do.
What do you do?
I work in human resources.
How long have you been doing it?
Just over 6 years.
Ma'am, if I could turn your attention to New Year's Eve of 2021 into New Year's Day of 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where you were?
I was in Aruba.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of how often, was that a regular trip that you did around that time of year?
Yeah. We've been doing a trip like around that time for, I'd say, 5 or 6 years. This will be our 6th year, I believe.
And over the course of those 5 or 6 years that you've done that, when you say sort of we, how did that start and how was that expanded, if at all?
So we've been going, I mean, Josh and I have been going to Aruba for years. In 2021, post-COVID, we decided to bring our children. We had never gone with them before. And since it was post-COVID, a lot of people are kind of stir crazy. And a group of our friends jumped on board. And so we went from just the 5 of us going to approximately 60 people.
And as far as yourself and or the other people, how, is this all at one sort of facility or how were the bookings?
So we all stayed at the Renaissance, which is in downtown, and we buy timeshares. So it was a timeshare resort where we would purchase weeks that people owned. And so if they weren't going for that year, we would buy a week. So we were able to get, I think it was something, close to 20 rooms for all of us to go for the same week.
And as far as the planning in regard to that year in particular, when did that planning process sort of begin?
It starts approximately a year in advance because the rooms go on sale almost immediately because people want to get rid of them. So I would say it was probably around January of 2021 that we booked our room for that year.
And once you had booked your room, as far as the family and friends group that you were talking about, how was that sort of put out to them, like through what means?
We would, I would post on Facebook, more rooms are available for Aruba if anybody was interested in going. So the timeshare owners would reach out to me directly. Is there anybody else who would want to go? And we would look for any interested, either friends or what have you, to join our trip.
And so at some point in time over the summer of 2021, say July or August or so, was there someone who, a friend of yours that reached out in regard to?
Okay, this is John O'Keefe.
Yeah, I received a text message from John O'Keefe interested in learning more information about our trip.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of, how did you know John?
I met John in May of 2013. I met him at a bar in South Boston he was with Pat Rogers at the time. Post meeting John, I started dating Pat, and my son's father is Pat Rogers. And
Stop you there just
yep.
a moment. So as far as John O'Keefe and your son's father, Pat Rogers, did you know or did you come to know sort of what they did for a living?
Yeah, they were both Boston police officers.
And did you know sort of what the relationship was beyond co-workers of Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Rogers?
Yeah. They were best friends.
So at some point following that meeting in 2013, you began to date Mr. Rogers, is that right?
Correct.
And what happened?
So in July of 2013, I became pregnant. And in November of 2013, Pat committed suicide.
And okay.
Yeah.
Following that, how would you describe sort of the relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, or how did it evolve?
So in November of 2013, I was on a work trip, and I had not had the best conversation with Pat. It was kind of, it just didn't feel right. And I called John and said, you need to go find him. I can't get a hold of him. He won't answer his phone. And so John left his nephew's birthday party and called a bunch of people on the way. And ultimately, Pat was found in the basement of his house. And John was there immediately following, but he was the one that found people to go find Pat. Immediately following that, John never really left my side, as a support system.
And at some point following that, you had your son.
Yeah.
And before or after that, at some point, did you have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to your son?
It was his birthday, December of 2013, and we went to the Playwright, which is where we had all met. And I gave him a card and I asked him to be Ben's godfather, and he said yes.
And in relation to your son, was Mr. O'Keefe, was John involved in your son's life?
Yes, very much so.
And how so?
He was every birthday, Christmas. He was always in contact. He was the first person in my delivery room after I gave birth. He was a constant. He was a connection to Pat, and always making sure that Ben was taken care of, in the sense of being there to tell stories or what have you, from his relationship with Pat.
And through sort of his relationship with you and your son, Mr. O'Keefe also become familiar with your family as well?
Yeah. Yep.
And in regard to your family, was there some kind of term, or how would they refer to Mr. O'Keefe?
The Godfather. He was called the Godfather to almost everybody.
Now, ma'am, if I can turn your attention back to that summer of 2021, you received a text from Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And
So I'm sorry, you do have to say yes or no.
Oh, sorry, yes.
after you received that text, did you reach out to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I gave him a call because I was excited. I was immediately excited. I gave him a call, explained to him that we had a group of rooms. We were going with, I don't even know the number at that time that had, signed up to go, but it was a lot of kids. It was all of our friends, and that they would have a great time.
And from that, did he give you any sense or say anything about who from was it just himself or like who was coming along?
He had mentioned that it would be the kids, and he said Karen would be joining him as well.
And at that point, at some point subsequent to that, you knew him to be referring to Karen, correct?
Yes.
At that point, had you met Karen Reed? Did you know who that was?
I had not. I knew that they were dating, but I had never met Karen, no.
And in addition to himself, it would have been.
Did anybody meet Karen?
Ms. Reed, the defendant, and his niece and nephew, Patrick Taylor.
Correct, yes.
And if you know, in relation to your son, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nephew, Patrick, where are they in relation as far as ages?
They're like three years apart. 3 years apart.
Now, when you have that phone conversation with Mr. O'Keefe, what if any interest does he show as far as going?
After, asking a couple questions, I could hear Karen in the background, and he put Karen on the phone, and that was the first time I had spoken to her. He basically said, just talk to her so you can answer her questions.
Do you recall what kind of questions they were or what it was about?
She was interested in the room setup, how many people could sleep in a room, and how the room is set up. You have a king size bedroom. And then there's a kitchen area, and then there's a living room that has a pull-out couch. And I explained that it's a 4-person occupancy room, and you could get a roll-away bed as well.
And following that conversation, when was the next time, if at all, that you had any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed in regard to the Aruba?
So during that conversation, Karen mentioned that she needed her own bathroom and she needed her own space, and that she wanted 2 rooms. And so I put them in contact with a woman that I knew had 2 rooms for them to, figure that piece out. I don't handle any of that. I put people in contact with whoever owns the rooms. I put them in contact with the woman who had the 2 rooms, and I know that they had, paid her relatively quickly. I mentioned to John that the rooms, I couldn't promise that the rooms would be next to each other, and they weren't. They were on opposite sides of the hotel, but they got 2 rooms.
And when you say opposite sides of the hotel, where sort of where those rooms were in relation to each other, and who stayed in which room?
So the pool and lobby is in the center, and then the hotel comes like this, and there are pool walkout rooms on the first floor of each. And Karen and John were on this side, and the kids were on this side, and they both had walkout rooms.
And as far as sort of front door to front door, do you know about how far away they were from each other?
I would say, steps wise, maybe 200. But the hotel it's small enough, but it was separated by a lobby, the front entrance, the outside entrance.
Now, with regard to your arrival, when was it that you arrived in Aruba?
So the timeshare rooms run Friday to Friday. So we were booked for the 31st through the 7th. Josh's birthday is December 30th. So we went down as a family a day early, and we had friends who were already down there since Christmas. John's timeshare room woman reached out and said, "Hey, we're leaving early if you want to arrive early." So Karen and the kids actually came down on the 30th as well. They were on the flight following us.
This is unbelievable. She's about to testify to somebody.
And then the rest of the 60-ish people, however many were there, showed up on the 31st.
And so from that first day that you arrived there, as far as when you got there on the 30th, when was the first time that you saw John, or when was the first time that you saw anyone from that?
It was, we were at the pool, so it was not long after they had landed. He texted me and said, "We're here." And Ben and I jumped out of the pool and went to the lobby to see him. And then on the way back from the lobby, I saw somebody banging on the window on the left-hand side of the rooms, and I didn't know who it was. And then I saw Kaylee, and I was like, "Oh, well, that must be Karen."
And again, was this the first time that you had seen Karen face to face or met Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And just for clarity purposes, as far as Ms. Reed is concerned, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's
She's right there.
just has a record reflect identification of the identified.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, after you see this person bang on the window and you recognize Kaylee, what happened?
She came out. She gave me a big hug. Said, "It's nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I recognized you from pictures."
Nice.
And following along from there,
Normal.
what happened then as far as the day was concerned?
So as I mentioned, it was Josh's birthday. We had already made plans to go out for dinner. Our friends who had been there since Christmas have a 17-year-old daughter who watched our children so we could go out for dinner. I mentioned it to John. I said, we'll just add you to the reservation. You can join us for dinner. The kids can stay with Chloe. And they said, absolutely. So we all went out for dinner that evening. To Screaming Eagle.
And Screaming Eagle, where is that in relation to the hotel, the rent?
It's probably about a 15-ish minute cab ride.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the dinner or how it went?
So we were sitting outside on the patio. It was Karen, myself, our friend Laura. Across from Laura was her husband, Dave.
Laura, I think
Josh was in front of me, and John was in front of Karen.
And what, if anything, specific do you recall about the dinner or sort of what happened? I think.
So we, the waiter came over. He started taking drink orders. Karen placed her order. I placed mine. Laura placed
How
hers,
would you
Dave
remember
placed his,
this?
and then Josh ordered a dirty martini with blue cheese stuffed olives.
I'll allow it. I don't know where it's going, and you can move to strike unless
What
you wanted
the
to see me, Mr.
fuck
Manning.
is this?
Okay.
This person ordered, then this person ordered, then this person ordered, then this person. And then Josh ordered a dirty martini with 2 olive stuffed with blue cheese. Did she say blue cheese? Yes, I think she said blue cheese. I think she meant to say, it's not, is it maybe crumble blue cheese? Yeah, crumble blue cheese. You got it. I'm telling you guys, one of these jurors better write a book. I'm gonna find one of the jurors. I want to interview one of these jurors. I want to say, when you heard this testimony, what were you thinking? And pick out like the fucking wildest, have like a fun video with it. Be like, all right, now when you heard this, what did you think? Did you think of like the Lil Wayne song, Women Lie, Men Lie, Women Lie, Men Lie? When you heard about this Aruba trip, what were you thinking? Did you go and run to the internet and book yourself a trip to Aruba? No, every time I think of Aruba, I think of Natalie Holloway. So probably won't go. So how'd the day go? Well, Jennifer McCabe went again, and then we crossed her. We got to talk about her Google search at 227. Just totally blew away the jurors. Then Lally tried to dig her out of her own grave, and Lori just reminded her that she never told anybody that Karen ever said that she hit him. So then we just reminded them of that. Then we had Carrie Roberts take the stand, and woo, she's a talker. Yeah, everything was really vague. And then the defense didn't even cross her. And then some woman got on the stand named Laura Sullivan. And she was talking about drinks, olives. And then Karen wanted 2 hotel rooms. And like then Karen was banging on a glass door. And then she hugged me. And then we all went out. Mm. Mm. Mm.
So Ms. Sullivan, turning back to at the restaurants, the drinks that are ordered, people have what they have. And at the end of the evening, as far as the bill comes at some point, correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall about that?
Karen had paid the bill prior to us receiving it.
And what, if any, reaction did you or anyone have in regard?
The entire table was kind of taken aback, said it wasn't necessary, wanted to Venmo or give cash or something along those lines. And she declined, saying that she was honored to be there and wanted to pay for it.
Turning your attention to the following day.
How is this, like, doesn't that make Karen look?
What, if anything, do you recall about the next day being that would have been, I'm sorry, 31st, is that correct?
Yes.
So turning your attention.
How does this
to
have
December
anything to do with a
31st,
dirty mucking
what, if
martini? I
anything,
thought
you
somebody
recall
threw a
about,
dirty martini at somebody or something.
Specific regard to.
Like olives went flying. Somebody fucking threw a drink.
John was very vocal on the 30th on how he just wanted to sit in the pool and watch the Alabama game.
And he was a pretty big Alabama fan, is that correct?
Yes.
And so over the course of that day, what, if any, interaction did you have with either, starting with Ms. George, what, if any, interaction?
I have nothing. I have nothing further for this.
I saw him in the pool. I know he was sitting at the pool bar watching the game with Josh. I saw the kids. I recall seeing Karen. I don't remember if we spoke or not. But it was mostly in the pool because we were waiting for the rest of our friends to show up.
Now, amongst the rest of your friends that showed up, do you have any siblings?
I do.
And how many siblings do you have?
I have two.
Here it is.
And,
Here it is.
brother or sister?
I have a younger brother and a younger sister.
And with reference to your younger sister, what's her name?
Marietta.
And how much younger than you?
Marietta, come on
She's 10
down.
years
Stick
younger
the
than me.
titties, baby.
And was Marietta Sullivan, was she coming in on that day as well?
She was.
Marietta.
And, you
What a
recall
name.
about what time it was that she arrived or that she came to the hotel? When was the first time you saw her?
It's tough to remember.
gives
but
a
I
fuck?
want to say everybody showed up on one of the first or second flights that came out of Boston. So I would say she was there by 1 p.m.
They kissed. This is what's going to
And
come out.
if you recall, what, if any, plans were there as far as dinner was concerned on that evening in New Year's?
So what we tend to do is book reservations, and if people are interested in joining, they can join us.
Book
And that
reservations!
night we had approximately 40 people going to have dinner on the beach at Moomba Beach. Around, I want to say it was like 7 o'clock. We had our reservations for.
Who cares?
And did Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed join you for dinner that evening?
They did not know.
Now, let me take a step back just for a moment. As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, prior to your arrival in Aruba, did you have her phone number or did you have any way of contacting her?
No.
And when was it that you got Ms. Reed's phone
John had added her and I and Chloe to a group text the night that we had gone out for dinner to make sure that we could all communicate with Chloe to make sure the kids were okay.
So you got her phone number in relation to watching kids as far as Patrick and Kaylee and your children and everybody.
Correct.
Now, if you recall, you go out to dinner, I think the reservation was about 7 or so. Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to the hotel?
I want to say it was around 9:30, 10 o'clock by the time my group got back. I know there was a couple different seatings. So we probably got back around like 9:30, 10 o'clock.
And as far as your group was concerned, your sister Marietta, was she within your group that went out to dinner?
Yes. Yep.
And beyond your younger sister Marietta, did you have other sort of immediate family with you on this trip as well?
My mother was with us as well.
And with regard to your sister Marietta and your mother, what, if anything, was there as far as where were each of them staying?
So they had their own room. I think it was a couple away from us on the 5th floor.
Is that the top floor as far as this hotel is concerned?
Yes.
Now, once you arrived back from dinner, where was it that you and your group went?
We go to the pool area. The kids can swim. We ring in the new year at the pool bar, watching it on the TVs, and then watching the fireworks.
Now, when you came back to the hotel and you went at some point to the pool area, your sister Marietta, do you know where she went?
She actually, when we got back from dinner, she went up to her room with my mom and essentially put my mom to bed. She didn't want to be up anymore. But she went to go change as well.
Now, when you came down to the pool area, as far as Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed was concerned, did you see them in that area?
I saw John, I want to say around 10:30-ish. I don't know the exact time. It was definitely before midnight.
And where in relation to the hotel did you see him at 10:30?
He was standing behind me at the pool bar.
And pool area after putting your mother to bed?
Yeah, so right before I saw John at the pool bar, I saw my sister. She came out and she was visibly upset.
Your Honor, in regard, excuse me, to the instruction that you would request about this, maybe.
All right, thank you. So, jurors, you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by Ms. Reed. Be mindful that the defendant is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictments. The witness's testimony may not and indeed must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she has a propensity to commit the crimes with which she has been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, but you may consider the acts solely on the limited issue of the state of mind of the defendant and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed the act or acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe, as it may go to motive. And just for the records, my findings are the same that I made at sidebar previously. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Bev,
Now, with regard to, at some point, your sister comes out to the pool area where you were, is that right?
Correct.
And do you know where Mr. O'Keefe was at that point?
I do not know.
And when your sister comes out to the pool area, what happened?
She said,
Yeah, that's sustained. I thought you were doing something else.
When your sister comes out to the pool area, how would you describe her demeanor when she comes out?
No, I'll allow that.
She was frustrated.
And at some point, did you have a conversation, without regard to what the conversation was, at some point, did you have a conversation with her about something that had just happened?
Yes.
Now, as following that conversation with your sister, at some point subsequent to that, Mr. O'Keefe come back out to the pool?
After I spoke with her, yes, he came out to the pool area.
And you know about how long a period of time it was between the time that your sister came out to the pool area and Mr. O'Keefe came out?
I mean, I would say approximately 20 minutes, but I don't really know exact timing.
Now, when Mr. O'Keefe came back out, did you have any conversation with him?
I did.
And can you describe that conversation?
All right, is this the instruction that you were talking about instead of the other one? All right, so jurors, I have another instruction for you. So
What
you're about
the
to hear evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. Is that accurate now, Mr. Lally?
Yes.
All right. These statements are being admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You're not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has a bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 28th or 29th.
You don't have to
and
prove
only
motive.
if you
So what
find
the
that the
fuck?
defendant
This
was
is
aware
bullshit.
of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the
Not
crime
part of the
and would be
fucking
likely
elements.
to
You have
respond
prove.
to it.
Fuck you.
There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. Okay, Mr. Lally.
This is subject to our objection. Is that
Yes, yep.
So the defense
Sullivan,
has a
if I could
standing
take you back
objection.
to Mr. O'Keefe comes out.
Good
You have a
job.
conversation with him. Can you
Standing
describe to the
objection.
jury what that conversation was?
I turned around and I was pretty shocked to see him. I said, "What's going on?" And he said, "Nothing." I said, "Did Etta and Karen have words?" And he said, "I don't know." And I said, "Well, that's not what Etta said." And I asked him if everything was okay. And at that time, his phone was lighting up, and it looked like calls and texts, and it said Karen on his phone.
After you make that observation, what did you say to John?
I asked him if he needed to take it, and he said, "Yes, she's crazy. I got to take care of this."
And was that the last time that you saw him on New Year's Eve?
It is.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, New Year's Day, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Miss Reed at all on that day?
I did not. I saw the children, but we didn't see them that day. No.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, being January 2nd, what was sort of the plan as far as what was going on that?
Our hotel has a private island. The hotel we stay at has a private island, and we rented all 8 of the cabanas between the 60 of us that were there. And when the cabanas went on sale, I had reached out to John and asked him if he wanted me to get him one. And he said, sure. So I booked one for him, and he paid me for that cabana. So we all went out that morning. And it was probably around, 10 o'clock in the morning, and they weren't there yet. And so I sent him a text and I said, are you coming, or do you want me to sell this cabana? Because there was other, couples there, at least he could have made, the money back. And he asked me who was there. And I said, everybody. And I named off a couple names. I'm not really sure, but I said, everybody's here.
And when you said that, how did Mr. O'Keefe respond?
He said, apparently I made out with your sister the other night, according to Karen.
Now, is that the first time that you had heard that?
Yes.
So fair to say whatever you had heard from your sister on December 31st was not that?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
Correct.
And what was your reaction when Mr. O'Keefe told you?
He's swallowing so hard.
I'll allow it.
I was shocked. I immediately found my sister and said, did you make out with John?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you went to talk to your sister, who was it that your sister was with when you went to talk to her about that?
I don't recall who was standing near her. Maybe my mom. I don't know.
As far as your sister was concerned at that time, was she dating someone?
Yes.
The person that she was dating, was that person on the trip as well?
He was, yes.
And was that person that she was dating that was on the trip as well? Were they at the Cabanas on that day that you?
They were, yes.
Now, as far as you have some conversation in regard to your sister, and then at some point you go back and have further conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yeah, I said I texted him back. I said, I just talked to Etta. She said, absolutely not. That did not happen.
That's sustained. I'll strike that.
Now, at some point after that exchange, did Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed and or the kids come out to the Cabana area?
They did, yes.
And at any point, how would you describe sort of how Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed was acting when they came out to the Cabana?
Karen immediately went in the water. I just recall her being like floating in the ocean for a good chunk of the day. John was hopping around from the different cabanas talking to people. One of my favorite pictures of him is with my son from that day.
Did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe once he came out to the Cabana area?
No, we kind of just kept it light. We didn't really talk about anything that had happened. I was just kind of trying to stay out of it for now.
And following sort of the Cabana situation or the Cabana day, what happened then?
Suppose that day, I think I saw John one other time. I saw him in the pool. It was the one time that him and I were alone. He didn't seem like he was himself.
I'll allow it.
He seemed distant, and I asked him if he was okay. And he kind of just, shrugged it off. And I said, are you happy? And he kind of, just rolled his eyes and shrugged it off. I said, well, something along the lines of life is too short to not be happy. And he goes, well, Laura, it is what it is. And I did ask him if he wanted to talk about it. I said, do you want to talk about it? And he's like, not really.
So following that exchange in the pool area, when was the next time that you saw them?
I had spoken to him. We all went on the Jolly Pirate. We had all bought tickets in advance, so we had basically rented the whole boat for everybody to go. Had bought 4 tickets, and we had gotten a bus from our hotel. And he didn't show up for the bus and wasn't answering my calls or my texts. And then we finally got down to where the boat was. The boat was about to leave, and he messaged me. He's like, not going to make it. Kids slept late. And so I didn't think anything of it. Then after that, I saw him and Karen the night before they left. And they ended up leaving a day or two early so that the kids could get back to school.
And when you saw them, where was that in relation to?
Right outside the hotel is a marketplace that has a bunch of restaurants and arcade. I was sitting at the 5 o'clock somewhere bar that looks into the arcade with my best friend Val, and my friends Dave and Laura and Karen and John walked up.
What, if any, conversation did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant at that time?
Karen grabbed me and she said, hey, I'm sorry. I thought I saw something that I didn't, and I would like to pay for some of your sister's room.
And how did you respond to that?
I said it's absolutely not necessary. Just an apology will do.
They're
And
trying to
did
make it
she
seem like she
persist in
tries to
wanting to pay
buy
for
her
it?
way through.
She did.
Everything's buying
And
the
how so?
kids this. Buy.
She just said, I will apologize, but something along the lines of, I want to pay for some of her room. Can I just have her room number? I don't remember if I gave her the room number or not. I don't really know.
And with regard to that trip, when was the next time, or when was the last time that you saw it?
So the day that they were leaving, I saw him by the pool. He came up, he gave me a big hug. He said, "I love you. This was a great trip. Thank you so much." And I said, "Well, you're definitely in again for next year." And he said, "Absolutely." And that was the last time I physically saw him.
And so that conversation, just turning back for a moment, as far as with regard to Ms. Reed, you know what day that would have been, as far as in relation to when they were leaving? Early January, 37th.
I want to say it was the 5th. I want to say it was January 5th.
Now, after Aruba, did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe after that?
I talked to him via text a couple times about a couple different things, but one of them was, as I mentioned, we start planning a year in advance. And I said, "Rooms are coming available. Are you in?" And he said, let me recover from this trip first."
Now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to Saturday, January 29th, 2022. Recall that day?
I do.
And at some point that morning or during that day, did you get a call?
I did. I received a call from,
I'll hear that she received a call from someone.
I received a call from my aunt.
And what did you learn in the call from your aunt?
Objection.
I want
That John O'Keefe had passed away.
And after you hung up the phone with your aunt, what did you do with that?
hear this subject is striking.
I called him. I called anybody's number that I had associated with the family. I ended up calling Kaylee. I texted Kaylee. I texted Karen.
And without any regard to what Kaylee said, did Kaylee respond to you via text?
She did.
And then at some point, the defendant, Ms. Reed, respond to you as well?
She did.
Was that a phone call or a text, or how did she respond?
It was a text later that afternoon.
And do you recall what she said in the text?
She said, "Hi, Laura. John has passed." And I
recall what, if anything, you responded to that?
I said, "Oh my God, what happened?" And she said, "We found him in the snow at 5 a.m.
And what, if anything, did you ask her, or how did you respond?
I said, "What happened?" I just recall, kind of going into a tailspin, asking a bunch of questions. And she mentioned, she said, "I don't know. We were both at the same party. I didn't go in. I went home."
Right there, interesting. We were both at the same party. So she knew exactly then, like, what happened. Like,
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
he's not even bringing his notebook.
You were not present at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
You were not present at 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th of 2022.
It's not.
Yet you'll agree with me that Michael Proctor, the state police trooper, visited you at your home all the way in Pembroke, Massachusetts on February 8th of 2022
Yes.
to interview you?
Yes.
Nothing further.
That was awesome.
Anything, Mr. Miller?
Just briefly, as far as Trooper Proctor coming to your house, was he alone or who, if anyone else, was he with when he came in?
He was with another trooper,
Okay, and do you recall who that trooper was?
Trooper Fanning.
Nothing further on.
There's all these relevant people that were never interviewed, and this girl gets a swing on by her.
Yeah,
she'll
sure.
give you
Let's call Miss Marietta Sullivan.
Counsel, I'll see you while we're waiting for this witness.
So she's gonna say, I don't want all this repetitive stuff. That's not gonna happen here, Mr. Lally. That's not what's gonna happen here. I think it's really interesting what she said there in that text about that we both went to the same party. John went in and I left. I want to know when that text was. I just really don't see why Marietta needs. I don't understand it. I don't understand what Marietta's doing. I'd be like, what do you need me for? I mean, John's crowd likes some drama. Yeah, just a little, like, yeah. I feel like it's like that when you're in a small town and a lot of people that grew up together in like grade school, middle school, high school, and then they're all back in the same area. I feel like it's those type of people just never grow up. You know, it's the same shit. You know, get out, go experience life. That's yeah. Higgins is I believe is after the sister. Yeah. We might get a little taste of Higgins. I don't know, but we'll see. Heather says 100. Yeah, that's what I think it is. They have no evidence. I can't believe that girl got to put words in John's mouth, right? I can't believe that either. Higgins is next if he is coming. If he is coming, if he is you know. I want to know when he's going to start putting on anything with his case. Like,
Sullivan, please.
Okay, here we go.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the undersigned of the court and jury in the case now hearing truth, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. My name is Marietta Sullivan. Last name is Sullivan.
And where do you live?
Right now I live in Plymouth.
And how long have you lived in?
Since July of the past summer, so not even a year yet.
And do you work there?
I do.
And what do you do?
I'm a director at a memory care community.
How long have you been doing
Just over a year.
Now, do you have any siblings?
I do.
And how many siblings do you
I have two,
have? Older, younger,
both older,
and brother, sister?
brother and sister,
And your sister, what is her?
Laura Sullivan.
And what is sort of the age difference between yourself and your sister?
We are 10 years apart.
Now, if I could turn your attention to New Year's, specifically 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where it was that you were or where you were going for that time?
Yes, sir. We were going to Aruba for a family trip.
And is that sort of an annual family trip?
It has become since then. It was the first time I had attended.
And do you recall sort of the time frame on that trip as far as when you were leaving, when you were coming back?
Yeah. So we left on Friday the 31st and we returned the next week, Friday the 7th.
And when you say we, who is we?
My mother and I flew out together with another group of people to meet my sister and brother-in-law down in Aruba.
And at that time, so to meet them down there, had your sister Laura, had she flown down prior to you?
She had, yes.
And at that particular time, were you dating someone?
I was seeing somebody, yes.
And the person that you were seeing, was that person coming on the trip as well?
He was, yeah, the day after we got there.
So your sister arrives on the 30th, you arrive on the 31st, and the person you were seeing arrives on the 1st.
Yes.
Now, when you arrived there, do you know about how many people were on this trip?
I would say over 30, upwards of, I would say over 30 is the best estimate I could give you.
And as far as this trip was concerned, do you recall where you stayed?
Yep, we stayed at the Renaissance Aruba.
Note to
Is
self,
that
I won't be
someone that
staying
you
there.
Stayed on this occasion as well as subsequent occasions?
Yes.
And on the 31st, when you and your mother arrived, do you recall about what time of day it was that you got there?
So our flight landed around 3:30-ish. I would say we weren't at the hotel much later than that.
And with regard to the hotel has a lobby area, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You describe to the jury sort of what does that layout look like? What does the lobby look like?
Sure. So right when you walk in the front doors, right in front of you is the check-in desks, 3 or 4 of them in front of you. To the left of you, when you come in, is a hallway to one side of the hotel. To the right of you is a bank of elevators that leads to another hallway that leads to the other first floor side of the hotel. You're in a big lobby, and then directly across from where the elevators are is the entrance to the pool area.
And when you arrived there at some point in time on the late afternoon of the 31st, you obviously check into your room.
Mm-hmm.
And then following that, where do you go?
So we checked into our room, and then happy hour was starting around 4:30. So we met everybody down at the pool for that time.
Yeah. Bar in that area, pool?
Yes, pool bar.
And so when you get down to the pool bar area, who, if anyone specifically, did you see or did you run into?
So first ran into my sister, gave her a hug, the rest of the kids and my brother. As soon as I got into the pool, I ran into Johnny and a couple of our other friends that were sitting at the pool bar down there.
And with reference to who you referred to as Johnny, what's his last name?
John O'Keefe.
And that was someone that you knew at the time, is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you know his face?
He was a very, very dear family friend. He was very close to my sister, subsequently became very close to me and my family as a result. And he was my nephew's godfather.
And fair to say that you had known him for some substantial period of time?
yeah, since Ben's father unfortunately passed away.
So at this point in time, when we're talking about turning from 2021 to 2022, how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
Oh man, probably about 8-9 years. It's as long as my nephew's been alive.
And when is it that you would see, or how often would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Family parties, any family party that we threw, kids' birthday parties, and my sister's Christmas party that she would throw every year.
And how would you describe sort of the nature of your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was similar to a big brother to me. He was somebody who was there for my sister during her darkest times. So I really respected him for that. But yeah, he was a big brother and a family friend.
Now, when you saw Mr. O'Keefe at the pool bar after you arrived there, what, if any, conversation did you have with him, or what, if anything, were the two of you doing around that?
So I went up to him in the pool. He had his Alabama hat on. He expressed to me that he was excited to watch the Alabama football game at the pool bar. Given the circumstances, we were in a beautiful tropical place, and he got to watch his favorite college team play football. And he said that's all he really wanted to do for the day, was be able to watch that game.
Now, at this point in time that you're talking to Mr. O'Keefe, were you aware of him dating anybody? Had you met anybody that he was dating at that time?
I had not met the person that he was dating. I had heard about her through family friends and other people that were on the trip.
So as far as the other sort of family events that you would see Mr. O'Keefe at, Ms. Reed or his girlfriend at that time wasn't there with him?
No.
So after the time that you spent at the pool bar that afternoon, do you recall what else you did that evening?
Yep. So most of us in the group had dinner reservations. I believe they were around 7 p.m. and we were all getting ready to leave the pool bar to get picked up around 6:30.
And as far as fairly large group that went out to dinner that night?
Yeah, most of us.
And was Mr. O'Keefe part of that group that went out to dinner?
He was not.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to or returned to the hotel?
Most of us got back a little after 9. Taxis were kind of crazy to get, so little after 9.
And when you got back to the hotel, where did you go?
I went upstairs to check on my mom. She had gone in a bank of taxis before me, so I went upstairs to make sure that she was up there and safe and in the room.
And so however long you spent up in the room with your mother, at some point did you come back?
I did.
And when you came back down, by down, I mean, do you recall where you were staying in the hotel?
Yep, so we were on the 4th floor of the hotel, so I took the elevator up and then I took it back down to the lobby.
At that point in time, when you're getting back from dinner and going up to the room and coming back down, were you aware of where Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and nephew were staying?
Yeah, I knew where they were staying, yes, room-wise, yep.
And where was that in relation to the lobby?
First floor.
So lobby's on the first floor, their rooms are on the first floor?
Yes.
So when the elevator gets down to the lobby level, you get out, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And what if any?
So you have to say, okay.
You just have to answer yes.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. So the elevator gets sent down to the lobby, you walk out with anyone you see when you come out.
So when the elevator opens up, the first person I saw was the attendant standing behind the desk. I didn't see anybody else in the lobby with me until I stepped out. When I stepped out, I looked to my left and I saw Johnny coming in through the first set of outside doors.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, was there any other sort of term that you would use to refer to him?
Johnny or Godfather.
Your Honor, I think this may be appropriate.
All right. So folks, I'm going to say again, that first instruction I gave you with the last witness, that you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by the defendant. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictment. So this witness's testimony may not and must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she may have a propensity to commit the crimes with which she's been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts that you'll hear about as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here. But you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the defendant's state of mind and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's been charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. And for the same findings that I made at sidebar.
Proceed, John?
Yes.
So you walk out of the elevator, you're by yourself, correct?
Yes.
And you see Mr. O'Keefe. Could you see where Mr. O'Keefe was in relation to the lobby or where he was coming from?
He was coming from the outside doors into the lobby,
Is that where the pool bar is located?
opposite side.
Opposite.
Yes.
And when you see him come in, who, if anyone, did you see with him initially?
Nobody with him.
And what, if anything, was he doing or how was he acting sort of when he came?
So he sort of stumbled in. I came out of the elevator and my initial response to him was, "Whoa, you okay?" I actually said, "Whoa, Godfather, are you okay?" But yeah, he was stumbling into the lobby.
And did you go over to him at that point?
I did. I went up to him and I gave him a hug.
And what happened then?
I pulled back. He was glassy-eyed, looking above me. We never made eye contact. He was looking above me. It looked like he was looking for someone. I asked him, "Where are you going?" assuming that he would be coming to the pool bar to meet us. He kept looking around and he indicated that he was going that way and pointed toward a bank of rooms to our right. And I said, "Well, you should go that way." And I stepped back and I guided him toward the area that he was going.
Now, as far as the bank of rooms to the right, you indicated that you were familiar or aware of where Mr. O'Keefe was and where the children were. Is that correct?
I know they were on the first floor. I'm not 100% positive as to where exactly their rooms were.
And if you know, did you know whether or not that Mr. O'Keefe was staying in the same room as Patrick and Kaylee at that point?
I didn't know if they were staying in the same room or not, no.
So you point him in that direction and what happened?
So I pointed in that direction. He walked off. I continued out to the pool bar when I heard very loudly his name screamed across the lobby very angrily, and it made me stop in my tracks.
And when you stop in your tracks, what happened?
I started to turn around to come back in. So once you go out to the pool bar, you kind of go around a corner and you go out of view. So I turned around to go back in. As I'm going back in, I hear someone yell, "Who the fuck was that?" And as I come around the corner, I see Mr. O'Keefe walking toward a woman. And he said, excuse me. He said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister."
And what happened then?
When I came back around the corner, I said, after Mr. O'Keefe said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister," I said, "Hi, nice to meet you." That's when Miss Reed's head snapped up, and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby. And I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," and walked away.
And just to be clear, when you say Miss Reed, this is someone that you became familiar with as the trip went along?
This was my first interaction with her. I had never been fully introduced to her at all. I just had seen her sitting by the side of the pool when I had been talking to Johnny earlier in the day.
And the person you know to be Miss Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Sure, she's in a black and white checkered blazer. She's 2 people in from you.
Does that record reflect identification of anybody?
Yes.
Thank you.
Dude, why do all these women have like anger issues up in
As
that
far
area?
as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the defendants beyond the yelling? What, if anything, did you observe as far as her demeanor or how she was acting at the time that this interaction was going on?
She was just very loud. She very, energetically screamed for me to go fuck myself. She was waving her hands. Johnny was trying to calm her down. And after I said, yeah, fuck you too, I went out to the pool bar, so I didn't see much after that.
And could you hear anything as far as when you were walking out to the pool bar, as far as any other conversation between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Not after that first time, no.
You go back to the, or you go out to the pool bar, and who, if anyone, did you talk to?
I went straight up to my older sister, Laura, who was out to dinner with the couple the night before. And I said,
I'll allow this part.
I went up to her and I looked at her and I said, John O'Keefe's girlfriend. And she looked at me and said, Karen. And I said, yeah, you guys like her? She said, yeah, she's okay. And I said, well, she sucks.
Now, following that, that particular, at any point in time later in that evening, Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed later on that evening?
I did not see them, no.
And when was the next time that they did?
I saw them briefly on the 2nd, which was the day that we rented cabanas on the island.
When you say you briefly saw them, about, can you describe?
So we had all rented the cabanas. Each family had one or they were sharing one. I was sharing one with my family down at the end. We got about halfway through the day and realized that their family cabana was still empty. So I saw them about halfway through the day when they did come to the cabana, and I briefly saw Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe at the pool, the island bar that same day, but there was no conversation.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at some point in time on that day of the cabanas, what, if any, conversation did you have with your sister regarding that?
So my
Objection.
I don't know what this is. I'll see it sidebar quickly.
How is she knowing what he's about to do? Like, this is, yeah, I don't know what this is. So you know what he's about to, I don't know what this is. Exactly, Bev. We don't know what any of this is. But I want to play a part of my song again.
Right next to a humongous truck in a two-car garage. Hopping out with two broken legs, trying to walk it off. Fuck you too, bitch, call the cops. I'ma kill you and a loud-ass motherfucking barking dog. And when the cops came through, me and Dre stood next to a burnt-down house. With a can full of
Oh, these girls.
Jurors, please be mindful of that second instruction that I gave you regarding evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe for the limited purpose of establishing his state of mind. And I will fully give you this instruction again at the end of the case. So, but it's the same one that I already gave you. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Ms. Sullivan, with regard to the day at the cabanas, did you have some conversation with your sister Laura in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
I did.
And what, if anything, did your sister Laura tell you she had learned from Mr. O'Keefe?
So my sister pulled me aside from everybody and asked if the night that I got into the altercation with Miss Reed in the lobby, if I was making out with Mr. O'Keefe.
How did you respond?
That I absolutely was not.
And when you say absolutely was not, beyond the fact that it didn't occur, why would that not occur?
He was,
I'll allow it.
he was family. He was my older brother. For all intents and purposes, it just never would have happened between us.
And you expressed that to your sister, is that correct?
I did, yes.
Now, as far as the remainder of the trip was concerned, starting with the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if any, other interaction did you have with her?
None.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, further interaction did you have with him?
None. That was it.
And was that normal or as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned? Objection.
I'll allow it.
That, as far as I knew Johnny, that wasn't normal. He would always come up to us, up to our family, try to be around my nephew, his godchild. And He was always the life of the party and wanted to be around his family and his friends.
And following that trip in Aruba, did you see Mr. O'Keefe again?
I did not.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
Fair to say that you were not at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
You were not at 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th, correct?
Was not.
Yet Trooper Proctor drove all the way to Pembroke to interview you on February 8th of 2022. Did he not?
He did.
Nothing further.
Mr. Lally, anything?
Just very briefly. Ms. Sullivan, when Trooper Proctor came to the house in Pembroke, were you living there at that time?
I was.
And was he alone or was he with another trooper?
He was with another trooper.
And do you recall that trooper's name?
I don't.
Now, with regard to your conversation with Trooper Proctor and the other trooper that day, was it just you that he spoke to?
Just me.
Let
me ask it a different way.
Okay.
As far as when the troopers came to your house on February 8th, are you the only person from your home that the troopers spoke to that day?
No.
Who, if anyone else, did they speak to in the home?
They spoke to my sister first.
And at any point, did they speak to your sister's boyfriend as well?
No.
And when they spoke to you, and when they spoke to you, where was your sister?
She was outside of the house. She went to go pick up my nephew.
And when they spoke to your sister, where were you?
I was downstairs in my room, which was in the basement.
And could you hear
You
what
are a
they were
basement
talking about when-
dweller.
when they were talking to you?
I could not.
All right, Ms. Sullivan, awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you for that time.
All right, so jurors, we're actually finished with witnesses for today. We've finished everyone that we had hoped to finish for today. So we're done for the day. As you know, we're not in session tomorrow, but we will see you Friday, and Friday will be a full day. So please, those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it. Let us know. Just leave everything here, literally, figuratively. Clear your heads and see you Friday. Thank you very much.
She's running around. All rise, jurors out, please. Jurors, reading a note from the law.
All right. Well, Alan Jackson, and they're happy about something over there.
That makes sense.
You may be seated.
Oh, what's going on?
All right, so hopefully we will start and finish that one witness on Friday anyway, but have a second witness here.
I'll have at least a couple other witnesses. Your Honor.
Okay, but it would be great if we could complete the testimony of that one witness for all sorts of reasons.
I will do my best. I'm hopeful. I am. I'm hopeful. I think we do.
Okay.
Ooh, Alan Jackson's got
Anything I need
Higgins.
to look at or anything in particular for Friday?
Probably, but I can't think of it.
May we approach this briefly?
Okay.
All right, guys, it's Higgins is on the stand now. What do we think? Woo-wee! This is going to be the next, I think it's the next bombshell. Either Higgins. Ooh. What are they saying in the town? I believe the town is saying that Higgins flipped. So we got some townies in here. Not like townies, but you know what I'm saying. What have you guys in here, not there? Wait, what? Higgins is on the stand Friday for the prosecution. Yep, they're calling him. The town is buzzing. Yes. It's a full day on Friday. So yeah, the word on the street, Higgins signed a proffer, but that doesn't mean a plea or a flip, it means he wanted to change something. So if he did a proffer, that means if anything that he says with a proffer, and that's what got Kayla Montgomery popped for perjury. So again, remember, this is Brian Higgins. This is who is Brian Albert's friend, who this miraculous Jeep, or we're going to hear about this Jeep, Canton residents, spill the tea, please. Has Higgins flipped? He's the one that is the ATF. He's the one that received the phone call from the butt dial of Brian Albert. Remember at 2:22 a.m. in the morning. I think that's going to be where where he's going to say it wasn't a butt dial. I think he's going to say that we talked on the phone. That's what I believe is going to come out. He says Higgins has gone, what's this? Ooh, he says Higgins has gone rat. He ratted them. I don't know. For the prosecution to be calling them right now. I mean, is Lally trying to tank his case? Yeah, he's going to tell the truth about what he told the feds.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. This is a law and crime.
Okay. Well, I know I have stuff I want to review with the Carrie Roberts. Like, we got right back from lunch break. I just couldn't even. Yeah. Whew. I mean, those last two witnesses talk about some fillers. So basically, we finished up with Jen McCabe, and I want to listen to again a little bit of those testimonies. I'm going to break down Carrie Roberts stuff a little bit more, because that stuff's been hidden. And then remember, there was no cross of Carrie Roberts. So we're not going to find out a bunch of that until a little bit later. Now, going back to Higgins, again, Friday is Higgins. Whew. I'm interested to find out about this where they came up with this garage not closing, because then the same thing was said by Michael Camerino, with the garage just wouldn't be closing. I think that's really, really interesting. Aruba is not important at all. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. That was 30 days earlier. I don't know. Is Higgins going to say that John O'Keefe walked into that house? Heather, what do you got over there? We don't know. I can only go by what my son and myself have heard. Okay, what have you heard? What do we got? What do we got? Let me see. Let me check my phone. Let me see what my Cantonites have said. Oh, yeah. Here you go. Ain't that some shit? So we'll give them a little go at it. Rumor has it, yes, Heather, that Higgins is flipping. So I think the only thing that could come out of that flip would be to say what, when I was there, what Colin Albert was there, John O'Keefe came in. Karen didn't run anybody over because I saw John. Would that just end? Ain't that some shit? Wouldn't that just end it? Or are they all going to say that he's lying? So it's going to be interesting. But we're here for it. Friday, come back. It's a full day. And Bev thinks that he's going to take all day. Lally thinks he's going to have extra witnesses there, after him. So I don't know. But yeah. But we'll see you guys Friday morning. Be here. Until then, Idaho 4, we got Brian Colbert tomorrow. There is a hearing, and they're going to play it up until they feel that they can't play it anymore if it happens to release information that we're not supposed to have in the public. So I've already went ahead and made a thumbnail for that. Check that out. That's tomorrow for the Idaho 4 case. And rumor has it, I think that maybe Cy Ray might be that person. I don't know. Who knows? So again, thank you guys so much. On your way out, slap that thumbs up or thumbs down. You have an opinion, make yourself known.